See? Right back. Hey, look, this is. Hey, look at how much waste Sweet Pea makes. This is this is a light day. What? It's good. It's cold. Cold in here, actually. Where the cats are. No sign of Tux. Sweet Pea still has. I sent the vet a text because the sores look like they're getting worse. No, I didn't see Tux. Simon woke me up with puking this morning. He's got this going on. Plus, I think Simon's got something else going on too. He might have a flea on him or something. I don't. And now the outdoor cat's not showing up. Shit got weird really fast. But on a positive note, the Santa Ana winds have swept up my walkway. There is completely swept up and clean. Cool. Gets it every other day. This is going to be her second dose today. So I just said, looks like this after 2 days. Should I give another dose today? I thought it would be looking better after 2 days. Not the same or worse. I went to bed early yesterday. I went to bed before Simon's thyroid medication, I think, even. I was going to take a nap. Then I'll get up just for the bare necessities. I brushed my teeth before taking the nap, thankfully. I had a feeling I might not want to get back up. I still had to get up for his thyroid medication. I had to get up at 7:30 to bring his food up. I had to get up at 9:30 to give him his heart med, and I had to get up at 11:30 to give her her food and bring his food back out. So I still had to get up like 4 or 5 times. It's a weird life. well, we'll see. She'll probably tell me to give it to her again, but it's just the fact. I don't think it should have gotten worse. It might be a sign that it's herpes, and the steroids could actually make it worse if it is. So that's why I sent her the pictures, just so she might be like, oh, okay, no, let's not. It should be getting a little bit better by now. Let's bring her in. You know, you should. I don't know, man. I don't know. Tux somehow snotted on me, and I didn't realize it or something. You know, she wiped her face on it, or I don't fucking know. I wish the best, man. I hope it just goes away. It's herpes. But Simon hasn't gotten any herpes sores. Cat herpes is extremely common in feral cats. Like 80% of all cats get cat herpes or some shit. I was reading. Hey, Golden. Good morning. How's it going, dude? I gotta get Simon's food up now. I'm gonna let him eat a little more because I had the door closed when I was outside. So I'm gonna set it for 7:45 and 9:45. Give him another 15 minutes to chomp some more down. He's at 11.5 pounds. He's lost, half a pound. I was trying to keep him at 12 pounds for a while there. He was up to 13 when his thyroid medication was a little too high. Holding at 11.5 though. Or 11.5. Dude, it's so hard to get these pictures of her. She's a little. She's just so inquisitive and just look at everything. She's so curious. I kind of like this one of her. Oh man. I like this one of her. It's hard to get a shot of her looking at something else while the flash is going off like that. You can really see it there though, that one. And her chin looks wet. Like that one right there on the black part. Her chin looks wet though. Maybe she just drank some water. You can't really see it in the picture very well. Maybe, but better than. Yeah, I know. No, I'm not happy about it. I don't know how I would have given it to her. And why Simon wouldn't be getting it, but maybe she'd be more susceptible to getting because her immune system's not as strong. It could also be that she's just stressed out from always being locked up in here. I've read that too. They can get mouth sores from stress. Like, she could have like an autoimmune disorder like me, where she flares up from stress. I accidentally dropped this out there, man. No, 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 come up here. Cat herpes, yeah. Cat herpes. And I remember learning, because I have an autoimmune disorder that kind of mimics herpes. If you give someone with herpes hydrocortisone, which is what I was on for a while, but my bones all up. If you give someone that has herpes that, it makes them flare up super bad, because it weakens the immune system. You know, that's what steroids do. Non-anabolic steroids weaken the immune system, and that's how they relieve the inflammation. So if you weaken the immune system with herpes, it makes the inflammation get worse. Actually, it lets the virus kind of get out of control. That's why I sent her a message like, "Hey, are we sure we want to continue this route? Because I mean, another 2 days, that thing could get even bigger, possibly." And I've read that if you let them go too long, you can actually permanently disfigure your cat. Yeah, the rodent thing, yeah. I think they call it that because it makes them look like a rodent, kind of. Because the way it's puffing that upper lip out. I like how rodents have a... I haven't read that that's why they call it that, but it's definitely making her look like more like a rodent. Are they? I don't think so. I didn't notice her eyes being affected. Man, it's so peculiar that none of the cats are coming by to at least have a little bite. Like, I'm only an hour late from when I used to, from, you know? Dude, I bet somebody is like, oh my god, you guys are super hungry now. Wow. You're gonna be spending twice as much on cat food. I know I was there for a while. Dude, they were coming straight here every morning, eating like 5 cans. This is wild. The raccoon's definitely coming every night and dirtying up the bowl. I think the raccoon appreciates this more than anybody now. It can come and clean off its grubs that it gets from underneath the house and go on its way. Oh no, it's probably the skunks too, though. The skunks don't use that water to rinse their food off, though. That's just the raccoon, right? Doesn't do it every night, but How long? I don't know if she lives under there anymore. But years. Yeah, she's been around for maybe 4 years. Because I mean, you don't even remember these two kittens that she scared off, and like there were two kittens that was so long ago. So that just tells you right there. I don't know if those are her kittens or not, but that's definitely her. And that was the first time I saw her. Actually, was then. And I thought that she was kicking out like some other cat. I was actually mad at it at the time. I was like, "What's your problem, cat? You got rid of the kittens." And I didn't feed her either. I was feeding those kittens for a while, and then that cat mama showed up. The kittens disappeared, and I just stopped feeding the cats outside at that point. So if you don't remember that, that's how long it's been. It's been at least before you came to the community, possibly. Pretty long time. It's interesting that she stuck around even though I wasn't feeding her. What? Oh, the drink water, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember what they did on that night cam though. Oh, you remember? How long ago was that, man? It was a little orange cat, and one wasn't orange, white and something, black and white. That might be Tux, actually. Who knows, man? Fuck. Orange cat though. I think the orange cat died. I remember there was an orange cat that got hit out here a couple years ago, and it was up on the grass in front of the sidewalk. Years. Oh, thanks for still being around, Golden. The realest of the real. Thursday. What happens today? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to do something today? Thursday. I need to order Simon's medicine. I really need to wash my car and do an oil change on it too before it gets too cold out, but I mean, I'll just do it in the afternoon one of these days. Well, car wash. I haven't changed the oil in a long while, but my mileage isn't over, and I don't really get on it very often, but still, I need to change it for the turbo's sake because it's oil cooled. Wait, where is it? Definitely oil lubricated, so I don't need any grit in the oil in the turbo. Original OG. The double OG. What to think of it? I just saw something that was coming down. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, holy shit, this is some strong fucking weed, dude. That's not what I was gonna say just then, but it just hit me all of a sudden. Alien Labs. Sangria. We're using flavor to it too. 7%. But I can't think of another community member that comes by on like a pretty regular basis that's been around as long. Can you? Because Bill hasn't been around as long, for sure. He's been around for a while, but he's protest days. Golden Coin goes back to like, it's like pre-IP2 days. Might even. Oh, she did? So she did see her. She did see her. Hey, I'm glad you saw it because I didn't notice it. Was it before or after I got up and said something about her seeing something? She's eating somewhere else. She didn't even sniff some food. But I can't remember Gold. I don't think he was here during the gaming days. Maybe. Dude, how did you even get in here? Was it because I put like CX or something on the as one of my hashtags? Was it a hashtag? Sniffed it. Do you remember? Dude, I'm so chilly right now. I wear shorts because I don't want to walk out there with pants on. I really should put some pants on while I'm inside. I got this heater straddled in between my legs right now. Like I'm yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. I need to be like, hey, yeah. It's like right there. Just a random surge? Interesting. Alright, I need to go pick Simon's food up before I forget. Actually, he's eating right now. Of course he is. Let him do that. If I see him. Oh, I bet it was one of my hashtags, dude, back in the day. Because I would put like Ice Poseidon. I'd put CX. I'd put other CX streamers also as my hashtags. You're probably searching for another CX streamer. I bet, dude. I bet. Because I would do that all the time. Oh my gosh, you're getting fucking heavy. Stomach heavy. Why are you getting so fat? Play with this? Here. New favorite toy. Yeah, dude. And back then, I was like just out of watching CX all the time because like I started doing my own streaming. I was spending all my time doing streaming rather than watching streaming. I watched most of that shit when I was mining crypto. I'd have one of them up on the side while I was studying something on how to make the mining rig more efficient, or maybe a new coin that I'd want to mine that was going to pop off in a minute and you want to get some now before it does, or you know, whatever. There was so much. When it comes to crypto, especially if you're a miner, it's never ending research, because if you don't, you'll fall off. You have to be that next step ahead of the other people, because if you're not, you won't be able to get out before them, because it's a zero-sum game. It's so stressful, dude. You got to like constantly be, unless you're just gonna like put your shit on some BTC mining and just let it ride and see what happens with it, or Ethereum or a safe coin. But I was always trying. Like I had a bunch of vote coin at one point, which is stupid. It was a bust. Like Bitcoin private, I was mining. I was one of the first miners for that. I had to actually start by mining Z Classic because they ended up like using that, and then like, anyway, it was complicated shit, dude. I don't even remember all of it, how it worked. But that's when I would have CX on in the background, is for something to kind of break up the the learning every now and then. Look up and laugh, and especially when Ice was out in Hawaii, that was like bringing back a lot of memories, dude. I even sent him a personal email thanking him for going out there and allowing me to like experience Hawaii through his eyes. And of course, Ice never got back to me. I wasn't a streamer yet or anything. I was just an appreciative viewer. I was back in the day when he met Mr. G and shit. My name was like John 420 WRX back then. That was my screen name on this I didn't even have the other channel yet. So if you ever like see John 420 WRX and any of the old, like I think, oh, my new name will be in there now. Dude, that'd be a trip to go back and look at some of those old streams and see if my comments, if like I ever commented or anything. Because I don't remember. I definitely watched most of those Hawaii streams, dude. Because you know what I mean? He was in Oahu, so I was, but I also like would be in SJC stream too, because he was harassing the fuck out of people and I was not approving of it. But like I was I was a hate watcher because I had met him already. I knew he was a dick. I'd met Bjorn already at that point. Hadn't met Petey or that other dude. Forget that other dude's name. It was with Petey that night when they stream sniped me in Long Beach, because they definitely stream sniped me that night in Long Beach. You Golden, you remember that shit. Dude, the bigger character was that fucking weirdo that he would hang out with that would like eat his boogers on stream like for like 30 minutes straight or some shit. That was what the fuck is going on, man. He would be like, and all other, what the shit. He would leave that dude alone in his house, man. It was a different time back then with all that, you know. It really was. Like, it's just not the same anymore with the weirdness, because now people are being weird just to try to fucking pop off. Like, that dude was genuinely out there. Mr. G, weird. Now people are trying to be weird just so that people will like. I think it feels like it, dude. Because the scene is overwhelmed with weirdos at this point. No, you'd have to pay him. That dude was doing it like all day long. And it was more than that that was really gross about that dude. And he didn't really have anything to ever talk about that was. People would just watch because it was so like shocking. Everything just got too big, man. Like with Fousey too, he's like a millionaire doing this shit, dude. And then you got that dude in New York that's some fucking ex-pimp that who knows how much money he's got, because they're just throwing money at that dude too. It's wild. Doesn't really make sense anymore. Why the fuck would anybody donate to Fousey tube? It blows me away, dude. Do they at this point? Or are you just making money off commercials and shit? I don't know if you saw this recent. He just got kicked off Kick because he had this long rant on some super yacht or something, big ass yacht that he apparently was his. Or he's renting. Uh, he got kicked off because he kept talking about how he was going to off himself over and over and over and over. I don't know. He was being explicit with it apparently, but the channel I watched, they muted out the audio when he was talking about it. He was talking about it a lot. It's like, dude, you're like at least multiple 100,000-aire, if not a millionaire. Constantly bragging about how much money you got and how you're going to have more money, and you got to pull some bitch move shit like that. Can you imagine Will Smith or somebody doing that? You know, meet somebody who's got some real money who also had that same passion to do better, to propel, to achieve greatness. All of a sudden, he's fucking doing some crazy. Everybody would just be like, "What? This motherfucker?" He would lose half his audience right there. Not him, though. Not FouseyTube. People were like, it helps him grow even more somehow. I bet. At least he thinks that's what it's going to do. He blames it on being manic and them setting off his manic. They make him manic. They did this to me, he said. Why did y'all do this? Y'all knew. And his stream gets cut. And he's apparently off Kick for a little while. I don't even pay attention to the dude like that, man. He showed up at Ice Poseidon's fucking Hunger Games shit too, and that was some bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, were you watching that at all, Golden Sister? The Hunger Games? Any of y'all, were y'all watching that? I think y'all were. I think I remember talking about it at the time. But him being there is like, I don't know, man. Like, he tried to make it all about him and his, like, some drama with some viewer. It was like, I don't know, talking shit about him to somebody else or something. I don't fucking know the whole story. I can't remember now because it's weird streamer drama. Too much. Grimoire's gotten all extra titty flawny last I saw. Dude, remember the butler? Remember the butler from the CX mansion? One in the chat, you remember that dude? I can't see her as one of the bros anymore, though, her doing it like that, though. I don't know, it's just... He wants, so... Nobody remembers the butler, dude, the black dude that had the accent. There were actually a couple butlers, but the black butler, I should have clarified. He almost fell over on his bike. Alright, I can show you. You'll remember if I show you, dude. Because if you watched any of those streams, it was one of the main characters. If I can find him. I seem to be following too many people. That's not it. Alright, I should be able to find it now. There he is. He goes by Calm Serble. He's actually live right now. Hold up. I can't hear anything though. Is there audio? No. Nobody here. What is this I'm even looking at? Hold on, let me pop it out. I don't know what the hell this is, but this is his live right now. Alright, so chat controls. He's doing some new shit now. Anyway, he does really odd things now. Trying to been live for 25 hours with that. So he's not actually there, he's just trying to get chat to control that. But to make you Bell, wait, he's a songwriter, Marcus Bell. Dude, where? I know, it's because I'm at his live, that's why I gotta go to his videos. Here we go. I thought like he would have been able to pop off is what I'm getting at. And he has nobody in his chat right now on Twitch.
Oh shit! I cannot say it is the Hector C.
Hold on. We got a little double action going on here.
EX challenge, I bet.
Wizards, man.
Wizards. See, remember Lucha with the mask?
Oh,
this was the butler guy here, the black dude.
It's a symbol like the fucking Avengers. I mean, you will get fucked up.
I'm blurry. Just tap it. Should do. Or if you zoom out.
I'll see you all later.
Oh fuck. Before you go, it has always been I've always wanted to hug a wizard before. Because a wizard is.
These two are both butlers. Actually, these three were all butlers.
Precisely when you mean to.
In a CX mansion.
Precisely when you mean. Look at this magical wizard. Goodbye, my. Oh shit! Oh fuck!
You almost broke my fucking ankles.
Look, where's he gone? Where's he gone now? You cannot see the wizard has fucking disappeared. What? Oh fuck! We got him a bit. Oh fuck! Where's the wizard?
Look, our event slits look the same right now.
If we did not fucking crawl over this fucking thing, none of that shit would have never happened.
Did you manage to get it on blurry?
Still remember the butlers? They had to do anything and everything that the characters wanted them to do, like a Sam or Mexican Andy or Ice or anybody that lived there. It wasn't a butler, could tell the butlers what to do and they would have to go get it for them. Anyway, that dude did all that, and that was April 30th, 2019. And so I guess I was still watching them a little bit while I was a game. Oh, what we got here? While I was a game streamer. Really? Oh, you doing me? That's Tux. Wow. What the fuck? That's Fancy Feast. They're definitely eating somewhere else, right? They have to be. There's no way he would pass that up if he wasn't. Or unless he just said, that's sick. But that's fresh food. No flies have been on it. It's only been out there for like 30, 40 minutes. Dude, maybe he's going home early because it's getting colder early at night. Maybe he is their cat. Maybe he is their cat. The fucking people. Maybe they're letting him back in their house because he wasn't there in the morning when I opened the back door. When I go and take the food out, he wasn't there. He wasn't there last night when I looked, and I looked at 4 even, and then I looked before going to bed too. He wasn't back there. But he's not in the backyard though. He would be in the backyard. He would still be hungry. He would just hurt. You know what I mean? If it was sores, just if it's sores in his mouth or something. And his face actually looked a little better last I saw him close up. Maybe because of the flea med. Maybe he needed that second dose of it to really get him out of him, or something. I don't know. Yeah, Lola's owners, possibly. They're starting to let him back in. Maybe he's yowling outside their door now or something because it's starting to get cold, and he knows at an instinct it's only going to get colder as it gets darker. So he's like, meow, meow, and they're like, oh, he's back. He looks better. You know, maybe. And they're like, yeah, he looks better. He's acting nicer. Maybe because he doesn't have fleas now. I'm going to put Simon's food up. He got to eat for a while today. He's at 11.8 now. 11.8 pounds. So that's cool. I need to set this for 12.06 instead. No, 10.06. Yeah. Fatten him up. I'm not sure if I even fattened him up, man. He's so active that he's just fit. But his face looks better. His skin, his coat has to look better. I've medicated him now twice for fleas. I had to do 5 doses of the parasite medication too. Get rid of any kind of thing he might have had going on in his intestines, maybe Giardia or anything. Also, think I can't remember if I gave him a tapeworm tablet at one point or not. I have a bunch of extras in there. Let's probably like getting fed better, higher quality food. His face was starting to look better yesterday. I really wanted to see it this morning, but did my doctor get back to me? Oh, nope, not yet. I'm nervous. She might ask me to bring her in. Oh, call him Serble, though. I mean, back, I think he might have messed up by going to Twitch, actually. That was his big mistake. Trying to be a Twitch streamer after that. Because all the CX watchers are on YouTube. The Haitian. I'm gonna look at this guy's thing though. What do you mean I can control this? And why did he put pink words with pink background? The dude is like, he needs help. You know what I'm saying? This shit's hard to read a little bit, especially with this white outline on this green lettering. That's extra hard to read. These especially. Should be black lettering. So W to go forward. Is this gonna actually work? Let's see. Message not sent. Where's my W at? A to go left. Did it do something? Or is this total bullshit? Shoot goofy bullet. L. You better shoot a bullet, man. Oh, this is all bullshit. It's really all clickbait. This dude resorted to... It's not even real. That's horrible. Bloodshot. Well, I'm not doing capitals, though. They're capital G, mudshot. I've never seen anything like this, dude. So you've probably seen this scam before. There's my G. There's no mud. These two things dancing. Unreal. And his title is just Do It. But it is spelled with like 5 or 6 E's and 7 or 8 T's. Yeah. So I didn't really fall as far as some of the other people that got closer to ice. Like, holy shit. I am Marcus Owen Bell. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm a mixed Asian Afro-European on camera talent for Studio Center. I'm on YouTube as Calm Serval and Calm Serval PV. I do one-man mixed reality kabuki, live animation, happy, go fun time challenge game show, and I make plots in urban vernacular and music. Yo, he needs to see a doctor, I think, if he's not already. It doesn't even have a period at the end of that. Well, yeah, not at the very end. He's got a TikTok. I bet he does well on there, though. He's probably blowing up on TikTok. They love weird shit. Why can't I pop it out? Can't pop TikToks out. Want to make them full screen. That's too much. His TikToks are weird, though. Of course they are. What else is there? He's got an acting agency. Oh, I guess the one he works for. Alright, Golden. That means his hands are going to be a little moist. buddy. Buddy. Here. Come up here? Come here. Come here, since all the other cats are ghosting me today. You want to be my buddy like old times? It'll just be me and you. Here, Simon. 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 Come here, Simon. Simon, come here. Simon, come here. Here. All these sores, bro. Simon hates the gate. She doesn't know any better. Man, my milkshake used to bring all the cats to the yard. Oh, Biden's about to give a statement on the Donald Trump win. What the fuck is this shit?
Police officer.
The 23-year-old is now facing charges in connection with the deadly shooting. Tia Ewing has been following this story. She joins us now
Look at his
live with the
mugshot,
latest.
though.
Tia.
That's all I'm here for.
Well, Don and Scott, we actually just got his mugshot, and it's very interesting. We'll show it to you here shortly, but let's talk about what we've learned.
Yeah, they're holding out.
Darren McMillan was already a convicted felon, and now he's facing 6 felony counts. One, obviously, for attempted murder of the officer that he dragged when he tried to get away from the scene. He's also facing first-degree murder charges for the killing of 26-year-old Chicago police officer Enrique Martinez. And let's show you that mugshot that I was just talking about. We just learned yesterday of McMillan's long criminal
looks like
history.
they should have, dude.
The 23-year-old has been arrested for unlawful.
That motherfucker looks like they should have taken him straight to the hospital before getting mugshots done. Is he frothing? Like, he needs medication or something. He needs some sort of Narcan or some shit. I'm halfway playing.
Possession of a weapon and has a pending case out of Will County for possessing and manufacturing cannabis. Months.
He looks like he needs a spit mask on. Oh, maybe they just took it off. That might be it. They just took the spit, like the spit thing off because he kept trying to spit on people or some shit. They took it off to take the picture and they put it back on him.
ago. He tried cheating on his drug test on October 16th. That's when he was placed on
weed?
electronic monitoring, and an ankle monitor was put on out of Will County. McMillan was the passenger in the stopped car Monday night in the 8000 block of South Ingleside. When Officer Enrique Martinez and his partner approached the car, McMillan was reaching into a bag, and that's when the suspect pulled out a gun modified with a switch on it, able to fire off multiple rounds in just seconds.
After noticing McMillan in the front passenger seat reaching for a bag on the floor of the vehicle, Officer Martinez and his partner gave verbal direction for McMillan to stop reaching. At this point, McMillan produced a fully automatic handgun equipped with a machine gun conversion device and an extended magazine, and fired in the direction of Officer Martinez, fatally striking him. The driver of the vehicle was also fatally struck multiple times by McMillan's gunfire.
Oh, shit.
The weapon was recovered inside the vehicle.
He killed the driver of his car
was driven
also.
to the hospital by his fellow officers, but
Because they're so hard to control, probably.
McMillan pushed the driver of the car he was in out of the driver's seat, and that's when he dragged that officer. That officer discharged one bullet into the ground. He was injured, but we are told he will be okay. As for McMillan, he then took off on foot. He then broke into a woman's house and removed his ankle monitor. He cut it off with a knife. He was quickly caught just a few blocks away, and there was a third suspect inside of that vehicle when all of this happened. That person was in the rear seat of the vehicle. I am told that that person was released without any charges. The Chicago Police Department saying that that person had nothing to do with the officer's death. Now, as for McMillan, he will be inside a courtroom tomorrow morning at 11:30 over at Layton Criminal Courthouse. And of course, we will be there. Live tonight, Tia Ewing, Fox 32, Chicago.
Fuck, man. Crime is down though, dude. Biden said so. Oh, here's what we're looking like at the White House. He's holding that knob. What do you do at work? I open doors for the president. You mustn't touch a knob. It's below his pay grade to touch a doorknob. President, or the vice president for that matter. Does she even open her own car door anymore? I doubt it. I doubt she ever has to open a car door. Especially since she's a black female vice president. They're probably running to open the door. You know where I should put y'all's chat at? Get out of the way. I see the perfect spot for it. You know, isn't that just great? We can move the other one too. Oh no, it needs to be over here though. It needs to be.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning.
Oh, he's so happy. He's happy Kamala didn't win.
Thank you, please. Thank you. Good to see this cabinet and staff together. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good to see you all. Particularly good to see my granddaughter sitting in the front row here. Hi, Finn. How are you, honey? For over 200 years, America has carried on the greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We're the people. The people vote and choose their own leaders, and they do it peacefully. And we're in a democracy. The will of the people always prevails. Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. That's what the American people deserve. Yesterday, I also spoke with Vice President Harris. She's been a partner and a public servant. She ran an inspiring campaign, and everyone got to see something that I learned early on to respect so much, her character. She has a backbone like a ramrod. She has great character, true character.
A ramrod.
She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran.
Any word.
You know, the struggle for the soul of America, since our very founding, has always been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people, it's a time for victory, to state the obvious. For others, it's a time of loss. Campaigns are contests.
You state the obvious?
Competing visions.
What?
The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree. Something I hope we can do, no matter who you voted for, is see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. Bring down the temperature. I also hope we can lay to rest the question about the integrity of the American electoral system. It is honest, it is fair, and it is transparent. And it can be trusted, win or lose. I also hope we can restore the respect for all our election workers who busted their necks and took risks at the outset. We should thank them. Thank them for staffing voting sites, counting the votes, protecting the very integrity of the election. Many of them are volunteers who do it simply out of love for their country. And as they did their duty as citizens, I will do my duty as president. I'll fulfill my oath, and I will honor the Constitution. On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America. To all our incredible staff, supporters, cabinet members, all the people who've been hanging out with me for the last 4 years, God love you, as my mother would say. Thank you so much. You put so much into the past 4 years. I know it's a difficult time. You're hurting. I hear you and I see you. But don't forget all that we accomplished. It's been a historic presidency. Not because I'm president, because what we've done, what you've done. A presidency for all Americans. Much of the work we've done is already being felt by the American people, but the vast majority of it will not be felt over the next 10 years. We have legislation we passed that's just only now just really kicking in. We're going to see over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure work done, changing people's lives in rural communities and communities that are in real difficulty, because it takes time to get it done. And so much more it's going to take time, but it's there. The road ahead is clear, assuming we sustain it. There's so much we can get done and will get done based on the way the legislation was passed. And it's truly historic. You know, we're leaving behind the strongest economy in the world. I know people are still hurting, but things are changing rapidly. Together, we've changed America for the better. Now we have 74 days to finish the term.
That's debatable.
Our term. Let's make every day count. That's the responsibility we have to the American people. Look, folks, you all know it in your lives. Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. We all get knocked down, but the measure of our character, as my dad would say, is how quickly we get back up. Remember, a defeat does not mean we are defeated. We lost this battle. The America of your dreams is calling for you to get back up. That's the story of America for over 240 years and counting. It's a story for all of us, not just some of us. The American experiment endures. We're going to be okay, but we need to stay engaged. We need to keep going. And above all, we need to keep the faith. I'm so proud to have worked with all of you. I really mean it. I sincerely mean it. God bless you all. God bless America. And may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh my god, he's so good with that door. Don't you think he'd charge me to have him open my door for me? Every day, my bedroom door. Dude, check this out. They got this rum right now that I got an advertisement for. It says it's Navy strength. I was like, okay, I'm intrigued. Navy strength. It says it on the bottle and everything. The term Navy strength, it says here on their ad for it. It's kind of interesting. Navy strength comes from the British Royal Navy, which set the standard for rum strength after conducting tests to determine the ideal proof for storing rum with gunpowder. The test found that rum with an ABV of 57% was the perfect strength to ensure that the gunpowder would still ignite if doused with the rum. And apparently this brand, Mount Gay, the world's oldest operating rum producer, was once used as part of the original Navy blends, as Barbados rum was a key component. Where are you going? You want to go over here in the front? Come here. He loves hanging out under my shirt, but in the front. There you go. You're there. You made it. I didn't put her in here. She came to be here. No, I'm pregnant with my little kitten baby. It makes me feel bad for Tux and Momma because they're probably cold out there. If she does stuff like this, then she must be cold even. Makes it warm in here. You ever get a cat that does this? It's cute. She comes in from the back and she gets under and into my shirt from the back because it was like it's hanging a little bit. And she comes back around to the front. Hey, you. Girl, she's not feeling too good. She's got sores on her mouth. Still eating very, very good. Oh man, bugs. Got that sore right there. And one starting to pop up on the other side. Swamp monster. Wow. What?
Miscarriage of justice.
Sober drivers charged with DUIs are reacting in shock to what WSMV4 investigates has
Tennessee,
uncovered
man.
tonight.
See,
Good evening. I'm Lauren Lowry.
I'm Tracy Cornett.
This is part of the reason why I don't live in Tennessee anymore, dude. Tennessee is scary when it comes to the law enforcement out there because they really like locking people up, dude. I had to leave. I felt like if I were to stay there, my parents knew that if I, like, they didn't think I was going to make it to my mid-30s without either being dead or locked up for a very long time. They probably thought like that because we lived in Tennessee and they know how it is there, dude. So they should understand why I had to leave.
And I'm Marius Payton. As part of our sobering problem investigation, we've analyzed never-before-seen TBI data.
Chief investigative reporter Jeremy Finley found more than 600 Tennesseans have been arrested for DUI and were completely sober.
I was below.
It's something you notice almost immediately.
I was fucking
in the body camera footage.
I was below the legal limit when I got my DUI out there, dude, but they were able to get me on it because I had something else in my system. I wasn't that fucked up though, dude. I wasn't driving. They fucking lied, dude. They lied when they made out their police report saying I was swerving and shit. I had somebody in my car talking to me and I was reaching in the back for something. Like they made it out like I was all over the fucking place. It wasn't like that. I might have touched the line or something. You know what I mean? But I was ratted on by the guy I was with and possibly by the bouncer of the club because he was also a police officer off duty. And the guy I was there with was in college classes for law enforcement, like for criminal justice. He was thinking about getting into the field or whatever, but he had also already gotten in trouble with the law and could have been being used for an informant. All my pills were gone, by the way, when I got back to my car, as was the cash that he knew where it was at, both of them. I ended up finding the pill bottle, and so the girl's house afterwards, it was with us that night, the first time I'd even met her, but he knew them. I think they split the pills. Anyway, got my ass beat the next morning over that shit. Almost went to the cops for it. That's a whole fucking thing. But the cops are crooked in Tennessee.
Of officers approaching Xavier Gray.
Go ahead and turn the car off for me, okay?
His hands are in the air.
First of all, I'm scared of the police.
You got anything to drink tonight?
No, sir.
But Gray, like so many other drivers who've spoken with WSMV4 Investigates, wasn't concerned at first.
Well, I'm gonna run you through some the field sobriety test, just make sure you're good to drive and everything, okay?
Oh, yeah. I know I'm not under the influence of anything.
And he thought he performed well until this.
I'm placing you on the wrist for driving under the influence, okay?
Huh? I don't even drink or anything.
Hell, that's even.
I work for a living driving a dump truck,
And this is what I do. This is
that'll really
my
mess his
whole
license up
livelihood.
too.
I was really afraid about losing my license.
Gray is the latest person we found to be charged with a DUI whose blood work would come back showing he was completely sober.
Wow.
For months, we've been emailing back and forth with the TBI, asking for blood work data that shows just how often it's happening in Tennessee. And it turns out we weren't the only ones asking.
I've seen the news stories that you all did.
State Representative Lowell Russell
That was in my
had seen
20s
our
too.
sobering problems investigations. And after one of his constituents was arrested for a DUI, while he was completely sober, he asked the TBI for the data as well. After months of requests, the TBI finally produced the data. Turns out it wasn't dozens, but more than 600 Tennesseans, 609 to be exact, innocent drivers, totally sober, charged with DUI. For perspective, if all of the sober drivers charged with DUI went to the Ryman, they would take up more than half of the seats in the upper balcony.
And that just goes to show that they're arresting anybody that they can. It's not taking much for them to be like, no, you're drunk to me, dude, you gotta go. Like, how many people were like right on the edge, or maybe just over the limit, but really weren't like a danger to anybody? They were driving fine. Like, maybe they drink more than the regular person, so that was like a normal day to them, so it wasn't really fucking them up. And they ended up getting a charge on them because of because it's the law, you know. They're just pulling everybody they can over. I would, anytime a cop gets behind me here in California, I don't even care, dude. My plates are expired and everything for like 4 years. I haven't put new. They're not really expired, but I haven't put the sticker on. I get the stickers and I just put them in the glove box. And but I don't even worry. If I were in Tennessee with that same situation, best believe that sticker would be on there. And even with that, I would get nervous. I would start white knuckling a little bbit with them because I'm like, fuck, I don't want to deal with this right now, dude. That's why I left Tennessee, dude. That's it. That's the main reason.
I just wonder what you think about that. It's a miscarriage of justice. It seems like they're doing it everywhere around Tennessee, man.
Nobody wants drunk drivers on the road, ever. But what does it say that we keep finding sober people being arrested for DUI?
I have heard of those on a very, very limited scale, and those are, of course, tragic for everyone involved.
Like
Tragic cases that lets drive.
I took advantage of the constitutional republic. Tennessee wants to be like that. I gotta go. My family are there and everything. I'm sorry, I gotta go. Not everybody can do that, though. So
Drivers like Gray know he is hardly alone.
You know what's so scary is just thinking about how hard I work to stay out of trouble, right? And then to have something like this happen.
Jeremy, the implications of this, they're just so widespread. Hundreds of innocent people charged with crimes they didn't even commit.
Yeah, Lauren, we just obtained this data on Friday, so now we're sharing it with prosecutors and lawmakers to try to get their reaction. Representative Russell says he wants the TBI to create a database for all crimes in Tennessee, showing what a person was charged with and whether or not they were convicted. We know sober people charged with DUI often have their mugshots appear online. If this database is created, it at least would be a public record showing what the crimes against them were dismissed. Marius?
Jeremy, you keep pushing on this story. Thank you. Well,
that's another thing, dude. They publicize people's pictures to public shame them, and they're innocent. I feel like that's almost like something you could sue the city for. Defamation of character. You come up completely sober. There's probably some small print when you sign for your driver's license. It makes it so you can't. Yeah, well, it seems like he still had his job though. There were trucks in the background. President Putin speaks for the first time after Donald Trump's win. Is it going to be in English? This is live. Did he just sit down? He did.
Благодарю вас. Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа.
He looks happy. Oh no!
All of you at our traditional meeting.
Oh.
I would like to thank you right away
Ross,
for
man.
taking part in the heated and meaningful discussions of the Valdai Club. We're meeting on the 7th of November. This is the date of great significance.
I don't want to
both
scare
for
her
our
off. If I
country,
go out there, I will.
one can say, for the whole world. The Russian Revolution of 1917, just like the Dutch Revolution, the English Revolution and the French Revolution back in their day became, to a certain extent, a milestone in the development of humanity, and have largely defined the course of history, as well as the nature of politics, diplomacy, economics, and the social life. We were also destined to live in the times of drastic, essentially revolutionary changes, and not only to make sense, but also to take part directly in the most complex processes of the first quarter of the 21st century. The Valdai Club is almost the same age as our century, and it celebrated already 20 years. Quite often, people say that the time flew by and no one noticed, but that's not the case here.
He's so scared.
These 2 decades were not just full of crucial and quite often dramatic events of truly historical scale.
There were dogs. Somebody's walking their dog.
Eyes, a completely novel
The dog probably did it.
is taking shape, and it's unlike everything that we know from the past. For example, Westphalian system or Yalta system. New powers are emerging. The nations understand more clearly their interests, their self-worth, uniqueness, and identity. They're ever more insistent in achieving their goals of development and justice. At the same time, societies are coming across a greater number of new challenges, from breathtaking technological breakthroughs to devastating natural catastrophes, from outrageous social inequity to massive waves of migration and most acute economic crises. Experts are talking about the threats of new regional conflicts and global epidemics, about complex and ambiguous ethical aspects of interaction between the human and the artificial intelligence, on the way traditions and progress combine with each other. Some of these issues we used to forecast during our meetings and discussed in detail in the Valdai Club. And some of the issues, well, we have intuitive presentiments about them, hoping for the best, but not ruling out the worst-case scenario. Some things became a complete surprise for everyone, because the current world is so unpredictable and dynamically changing. If we take a look back 20 years ago and look at the scale of changes and project the scale in the future, we can assume that the next 20 years will be more, no less, but rather more complex. But how much more will depend naturally on a number of factors. And in order to analyze them and try to forecast something, I believe that's the reason why you gather here at the Valdai Club. To a certain extent, the moment of truth is coming. The previous world order is irreversibly becoming a thing of the past. One could say has become a thing of the past, and the shaping of the new world order is becoming the scene of uncompromising fight. Uncompromising, first and foremost, for the reason that it's not even the battle for power or geopolitical influence. It's a clash of the very principles that would be the foundation between the relation, for the relation of the countries at the next historical stage. And its outcome will define whether all of us jointly can build a world that would allow everyone to develop and to solve the outstanding contradictions based on mutual respect of cultures and civilization without coercion and use of force. In the end, can the human society remain a society with its ethical and humanistic principles? Will a human remain a human? It seems that there is no alternative to it. But just at the first glance, unfortunately, there is an alternative to this. That is the descent of humankind into the abyss of aggressive anarchy, internal and external schisms, loss of traditional values, new forms of tyranny, essential abandonment of classic principles of democracy, basic rights and freedoms. More and more often, democracy is interpreted as the power, as a rule not of majority but of minority.
White car just parked
They
out
even
here. Can you
contrast
tell?
the traditional democracy
Instantly.
and rule of people with a certain abstract freedom, and for that sake, democratic procedures, elections, majority, and the freedom of speech and media objectivity can be sacrificed. The threat is the imposal and becoming of ideologies totalitarian in their essence a norm. And that's what we see in the Western liberalism that has degenerated into, I believe, in extreme intolerance and aggression towards any alternative, towards any sovereign and independent thought. And today, it justifies neo-Nazism, terrorism, racism, and even mass genocide of civilian population. In the end, that's international conflicts and clashes that might bring about mutual destruction, because the weapons capable of doing that already exists, and it's constantly being improved. It acquires new forms as the technologies develop, and the club of the countries that possess such weapons is becoming wider, and no one can guarantee that in case of avalanche-like increase in threats and final deterioration of legal and moral norms, it would not be used. I have already said that we've come to a dangerous line, and calls of the West to deliver strategic defeat to Russia, a country with the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons, shows extreme adventurism of the Western politicians, at least some of them. Such blind faith in their own impunity and exceptionalism might turn to a global tragedy. At the same time, the previous hegemons used to ruling the world back from colonial times learn, and more often to their surprise, that no one is listening to them. The attempts to maintain the power slipping away through force only leads to overall instability and great tensions, to casualties and destruction, but the result that they're trying to achieve, to maintain their absolute power, such attempts do not ensure success, because the course of history cannot be stopped. Instead of becoming aware of futility of their strive, the objective nature of changes, some of the Western elites are prepared to do everything not to allow for emergence of new international system in line with the interests of the world majority. The policy of the U.S. and their allies in the past years is more and more prominent through the principle, if I can't have it, no one will. If you're not with us, you're against us. Well, this formula is very dangerous, because here and in many countries of the world, there is such a saying that you reap what you sow. The chaos and systemic crisis is already in full swing in those countries that are trying to conduct such a policy. The claims to being exceptional, to being liberal and globalist messiahs, to ideological and military and political monopoly, are depleting those countries more and more that are trying to conduct this policy and pushing the world towards deterioration. It comes in direct contradiction with the true interests of the nations of the US and European countries. I'm sure that sooner or later the West will understand that, because the foundation of its former great achievements was always the pragmatic and sober approach, based on very harsh and at times cynical but rational evaluation of what's happening in their own capacities. And here I'd like to highlight once again, unlike our opponents, Russia does not perceive the Western civilization as an enemy. It does not raise the question, us or them. Who's not with us, he's against us. We never say that. We don't want to pontificate to anyone. We don't want to impose our worldview on anyone. Our position is an open one, and it's the following. The West has accumulated indeed tremendous human, intellectual, cultural, and material resources, thanks to which it can successfully develop, remaining one of the crucial elements of the world system. But it is precisely one of, together with other actively developing countries and states and groups of countries, the notion of hegemony in the new international sphere is off the table. And when Washington and other Western capitals become aware of that and recognize this cold hard fact, then the process of building of the global system in line with the challenges of the future will finally enter the phase of true constructive building. I hope to God that it will happen as soon as possible. It is in common interests. Also in the interest, and first and foremost, in the interest of the West. As of now, everyone who's interested in the creation of a just and viable world have to spend too much effort on overcoming the destructive actions of the West, clinging to their own monopoly. It's apparent that it's happening, and everyone can see that. In the West, in the East, in the South, and everywhere.
Dude.
They're trying to...
Did he accidentally call us the Waste and then corrected himself to West? Or was it the interpreter? Because the look on his face looked like he called us Waste, and it was like, oops, Freudian slip there. Sorry about that. West, I meant the West.
Keep their power and monopoly. These are apparent things. These efforts could have been directed with much greater use and result to solving common problems that indeed concern everyone. Demographic problems, social inequality, climate change, food security, healthcare, new technologies. That's what we could think about it. What we all truly need to work on. Today, I would allow myself several philosophical asides, since this is a discussion club. Then I hope that will follow in the vein of the discussions that were happening here before. I have already said that the world is changing drastically and irreversibly. It is unlike the previous version of world order. Due to the combination of parallel coexistence of two seemingly mutually exclusive phenomena, a fast, rapidly growing conflict potential and fragmentation of political, economic, and legal field on the one hand, and the maintaining close interconnectedness of the whole world space on the other hand, it can be perceived as counterintuitive because we're used to the fact that such trends usually follow one another and substitute one another. Century after century, the times of conflict and breaking off ties are replaced by more beneficial periods of cooperation. That is the dynamic of development of history. It seems that it doesn't work today. But let's start to maybe have a bit of a discussion about it. Most acute and principled, emotionally charged conflicts naturally significantly complicate the global development but did not put an end to it. Instead of...
He knows, dude, he knows he's going to be able to work with Trump, and Trump's going to be like, hey, draw next region, that's yours now, boom. Split Ukraine off a little bit. He probably won't have to give him all of it, but you know what I mean? He's going to start having some talks with just taking a little bit of it, I bet, because those people in the Dronix region, I'm saying that right, I'm not sure, they have polled them, and like 80% of them want to join Russia. And Russia knows that. They just want that. They just want some parts of it, from my understanding. Parts that Ukraine doesn't even really use anyway.
Chains of cooperation, destroyed by political means and even military means, appear another, more complex, sometimes less linear, but they maintain economic and social ties. We have seen that in the previous years. Quite recently, the so-called collective West made an unprecedented attempt to banish Russia from the global system of economic and political system. The number of sanctions and punitive measures against our country is unprecedented in history. Our opponents assumed that they would deliver to Russia a devastating blow and knockout, something that it would not bounce back from. It would stop being one of key elements of international system. I think there is no need to remind you of what happened in reality. The very fact that the anniversary edition of Valdai Club has gathered such a representative audience speaks for itself. Well, it's not a matter about Valdai, it's about the reality that we're living in right now, and in which the conditions which Russia lives in, and the world needs Russia, and no decisions by Washington or Brussels' alleged masters cannot change it. The same applies to their other decisions. Even a well-trained swimmer cannot swim across to a strong current, regardless of tricks and doping that it uses. As for the global policy and the current it is taking, it's contrary to the strives of the West, from the outgoing hegemonic world to the upcoming diversity. This is an apparent thing. As we say, well, it doesn't take a smart man to say it. Let's go back to the dialectics of history and change of era of conflict and cooperation. Is indeed the world such that this theory it does not work in practice? Let's take a look at what's happening today at a different angle. What is the essence of the conflict and who's taking part in it? Since the mid-past century, when through joint effort and a tremendous price, it was possible to overcome Nazis and the most nefarious and aggressive ideology that was the fruit of most acute contradictions of the first half of the 20th century. The humanity was faced with a task to avoid the repetition of such phenomenon and the world wars. Despite all zigzags and local skirmishes, the overall direction was defined back then. That is, the radical rejection of all forms of racism, dismantling of the classical colonial system, and expansion of the number of fully fledged members of international politics. The demand for openness and democratization of the international system, it was apparent. The fast development of different countries and regions, emergence of new technological and socio-economic approaches aimed at expansion of capacity for development and improved life standards. Naturally, just like any historic process, that led to emergence of a clash of interest, but overall strive towards harmonization of development of all aspects of this phenomenon was readily apparent. Our country, back in the day it was the Soviet Union, made a tremendous contribution to the strengthening of this trend. The USSR was helping the states liberated from colonial or neo-colonial dependence, be that Africa, Southeast Asia, Middle East or Latin America. And I'd like to remind you separately that it was the Soviet Union that in the mid-80s of the past century advocated for the end of ideological confrontation and overcoming the heritage of the Cold War, the end of the Cold War per se, and later overcoming its heritage of those barriers that stood in the way of the unity of the world and its comprehensive development. Yes, we have a complex attitude to that period, considering what it has come to, the policy of the then political leadership of the country. We still have to manage some of the tragic consequences of those times, but the very sentiment, I'd like to highlight the sentiment, though possibly too idealistic, coming from our leadership and our nation, at times naive, as we can see today, without doubt was dictated by the genuine desire for peace and comprehensive benefit. That is historically typical for the nature of our nation and its traditions and systems of spiritual and moral values. Why did such commitments lead to an opposite result? That's the question. Well, we know the answer. I've mentioned it many times before, this way or another, because the other side of ideological standoff perceived what was happening in history not as a chance to rebuild the world with a new, just basis and principles, but as their own triumph, as a surrender of our country to the West. And that means they perceived it as an opportunity to use the right of the victor and to establish their complete domination. I spoke about it at times. I will just give you an aside without giving the names. But at the end of the 90s, one of the political figures of the U.S. said back at the time, now we'll treat Russia not as a defeated opponent, but as a blunt instrument in our hands. That was their idea, their notion. They didn't have the width of vision or overall manners. They didn't understand what was happening. They didn't understand Russia. The way the West falsely and to their own benefit interpreted what it believed to be the outcome of the Cold War, the way it started to retailer the world for itself, its brazen and unchecked geopolitical greed. These are the true reasons for conflicts of our historical era, starting with the tragedy of Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, today of Ukraine and the Middle East. Some of the Western elites believed that the monopoly that emerged, their monopoly, the moment of unipolarity in ideological, economic, political, and even, to a certain extent, military and strategic sense, is the actual point of destination, the end of it. Stop for a moment, and it is beautiful. As they conceitedly said back then, it was the end of history. It is unnecessary to explain in this audience how myopic and false this notion was. The history did not come to an end. On the contrary, it entered a new phase. It's not about the fact that some nefarious enemies, competitors, saboteurs stood in the way of the West in establishing their system of global power. Let's speak frankly. After the USSR disappeared and the model of Soviet socialist alternative disappeared as well, many in the world first believed that the monopoly system is here to stay, almost forever. And they just need to adjust to it. But it started to crumble on its own under the weight of ambition and avarice of the Western elites. And when they saw that even within that system that they have tailored to their own needs, after the Second World War, naturally, we have to admit it, the victors created the Yalta system for their own needs, and after the Cold War, the alleged victors in the Cold War started to tailor the world for themselves, adjusting the Yalta system. That's the issue. The system that they created by their own hand is now successfully being used by others. There are now new leaders within that system. Naturally, they started to correct and tweak the system that they have created for their own good, and they started to violate the very rules that they spoke about yesterday. They started to change the rules set by themselves. So what kind of conflict do we see today? I am convinced that it's not the conflict of everyone against everyone, caused by the violation of certain rules that we have been quite often told about from the West. Not at all. We see the conflict between the overwhelming population of the planet that wants to live and develop in an interconnected world of tremendous number of opportunities, and the global minority concerned by one thing, as I have already said, maintaining their domination. And to that end, it's prepared to destroy the achievements that became the result of long-term development towards a comprehensive global system. But nothing will come of it, as we can see. Nothing doing. At the same time, the West itself is hypocritically trying to convince all of us that what's at stake is everything that humanity achieved after the Second World War. Nothing of the sort. I've just said it. Both Russia and an overwhelming majority of the countries are indeed trying to strengthen the spirit of international progress and strive towards sustainable peace that was the core of development since the mid-past century. At stake is the very different thing, the monopoly of the West that emerged after the dismantling of the Soviet Union, that was acquired for a time during the end of the 20th century. Yet again, I like to highlight, and everyone present here understand, that any monopoly, as we know from history, comes to an end sooner or later. There could be no illusions here.
Not this one, America.
Is a
well, fucker. Who you think you're talking to?
Monopolists themselves. The policy of the elites of the collective West, of a powerful but rather a limited club as for the number of participants, is not looking forward, not aimed towards constructive building, but it's looking backwards, trying to maintain advantage. Any sports fan, not even talking about professionals in sports, in hockey, in all types of martial arts, they know that trying to simply maintain the advantage is always a losing game. Going back to the dialectics of history, we can say that parallel existence of conflict potential and the strive towards harmony is naturally unsustainable. The contradiction of the era sooner or later will come to a head through a synthesis and a transition to a new quality. When we enter this new phase of development and building of new global architecture, it's important for all of us not to repeat the mistakes of the end of the past century. As I've said before, back then, West tried to impose on everyone there, I think, a deeply amoral model of exiting the Cold War, wrought with new conflicts. The emerging multipolar world, there should be countries and nations that feel that they've lost. No one should feel discriminated against and humiliated. Only with that we can ensure a truly long-term conditions for comprehensive, just and safe development. The strive towards cooperation and interaction is now, without doubt, gaining the upper hand, overcoming most acute situations. We can boldly say that it is indeed the international mainstream and the course of events. Naturally, being at ground zero of tectonic shifts caused by sea changes in the global system, it's hard to forecast the future. But as we know, the general direction of change from hegemony to a complex world of multilateral cooperation, we can try to draw certain outlines of the future. Speaking at the Valdai Forum last year, I have spoken about 6 principles that we believe should be the foundation for relations at the new historical stage. The events and the time that has passed since then, I believe, only confirmed that the proposed notions were both justified and well-founded. I will try to build on them. Number 1, openness towards cooperation is a crucial value for an overwhelming majority of countries and nations. Attempts to build artificial barriers are vicious not only through the fact that they stand in the way of normal and beneficial economic development for everyone. Disconnection of ties is especially dangerous during natural disasters and social and political shocks, which is unfortunately the way of life. The situations are unacceptable, like the situation that happened after the catastrophic earthquake in Asia Minor. For purely political reasons, aid was blocked towards the nation of Syria. Some of its regions were tremendously affected by the natural phenomenon. And such examples, when egotistical and myopic interests stand in the way of overall prosperity, are not unique. Very free environment that I spoke about last year is key not only to economic prosperity, but also to satisfying acute humanitarian needs. And amid new challenges, and among them are the consequences of rapid growth of technologies, it's imperative that humanity pools their intellectual efforts together.
It's telling that today openness is currently mostly being opposed by those who just recently, yesterday, as it were, used to call themselves its greatest champions. Today, the very same forces and people are trying to instrumentalize restrictions to exert pressure on those who think differently. But this is not going to work due to the very same reason. An overwhelming world majority favors openness without any politicization. Second, we've always spoken about world diversity as a sine qua non to ensure its stability. It might seem like a paradox. For the more mixed the world is, the more complicated it is to build a single framework. And of course, universal norms should be of help. Could they help that? There's no denying it. It is a difficult task. But first, it shouldn't come to a point when a model of a single country or a relatively small part of humanity is taken as something universal and imposed on all the rest. Secondly, no conventional, albeit quite democratically developed code cannot be perceived and prescribed as a directive and irrefutable truth once and for all, because the international community is a living organism whose worth and uniqueness consist in its civilizational diversity, whereas the international law is an outcome of agreements among peoples rather than countries, because legal consciousness is an indispensable and unique part of each culture and each civilization. The crisis of the international law that has been spoken about, in a sense, is growing pains, because the fact that peoples and cultures that due to different reasons in the past used to be left in the political sidelines are currently in the ascendant, and it means that their unique perceptions and views and notions of right and justice and law are playing an increasingly significant role in the world. It might seem like there is a lack of coordination and dissonance, but this is just the formative stage, and I'm confident that the world can only be built on the principles of polyphony, with all the themes being woven together in harmony. If you will, we are moving to a polyphonic world rather than a polycentric world, a world in which all the voices have to be heard and, what's most important, listened to. And those who have grown accustomed to playing solo and who wants to continue doing that will have to get used to living in a new world, playing to a new score. I spoke about the international law after the Second World War. The international law is based upon the UN Charter, which was written after the Second World War, but the world is changing. New poles of growth are emerging, powerful economies are growing, getting to the foreground. And of course, international law has to change, but it has to be very cautiously done. Third, we've spoken on multiple occasions that a new world can only develop successfully based on the principle of representation, maximum representation, and the last 2 decades have clearly demonstrated the consequences of usurpation or attempts at appropriating the rights to speak and act on behalf of others. Those who are conventionally dubbed the great powers have grown accustomed to thinking that they have the right to determine the interests of others. Basically, growing used to dictating the national interests of other nations based on their own. This is an undermining of the principles of democracy and fairness, and what's worse, it prevents us from genuinely addressing urgent challenges. The incipient world is not going to be simple, owing primarily due to diversity, and the more fully-fledged, the greater the number of fully-fledged participants, the more difficult it's going to be to find the best option everyone is happy with. But once it's been found, it's going to make the world more sustainable and durable, and it'll help us get rid of petty tyranny and knee-jerk political zigzagging, and it'll also render political processes more thoughtful and rational based on the principle of reasonable sufficiency. And this principle is even applied within the UN Security Council, because the veto right was devised precisely to make sure that the decisions that the political stakeholders are not happy about do not pass. Is that good or is it bad? Probably not very good, but it creates certain barriers when decisions are to be made. But it's also very good because it prevents decisions from being passed if someone is not happy with them. So it means that you have to get back to the negotiating table and hammer out an agreement. But since the world is becoming multipolar, we have to come up with instruments that will help us expand the use of similar mechanisms. In each particular case, a solution has to be not just collective, it also has to involve the participants and the stakeholders that are capable of making a substantive and significant contribution to settling the problem. This involves primarily those who are interested in a positive outcome, because their future security and hence prosperity depend on that. There are numerous examples of cases when complex, though solvable, disagreements between neighboring nations and peoples degenerated into intransigent chronic conflicts due to the scheming and brazen interference of external forces who basically do not care much about what's going to happen to the parties to the conflict, how much blood is going to be spilled, how many lives are going to be claimed. They are simply, those external forces are guided by their own selfish interests without assuming any responsibility. I also believe that regional organizations are going to play a very important role, because however difficult the relations between neighboring countries, they are always brought together by a common interest in stability and security. Compromises are vital to achieve the best conditions for their own development. Next, a key principle is universal security for everyone without exception, because the security of ones cannot be assured at the expense of the security of others. I'm not saying anything new. It's all in the OSCE documents, and it has to be observed. The block-based approach has been bequeathed to us from the colonial times and the Cold War, and it runs counter against the new international system, which is flexible and open. In the world today, only one bloc remains that is brought together by obedience and rigid ideological dogmas, and that is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And it continues its expansion to the east of Europe, all while trying to project its approaches to other spaces across the world, which is a violation of its founding documents. And this is a blatant anachronism. On many occasions, we've spoken about the destructive role that NATO continued to play, especially after the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Treaty Organization, when seemingly the alliance had lost its formal raison d'etre, which had been declared before. I believe the US understood that this tool was losing its attractiveness, as it were, but they still need and they disagree with that to govern and to manage its zone of influence. So they need conflicts. You know, before all the acute crises of today, many European leaders were telling me, why are they using you to threat us? You know, I'm basically quoting them. And I think the US understood that full well. They felt that. They saw NATO as a second-rate organization, but trust me, I know what I'm saying. But the experts over there understood the need for NATO. How do you keep it attractive?
He wants us to keep NATO.
You have to scare them good. You have to sow discord between Europe and Russia, especially between Russia and Germany and France, and hence the coup d'etat in Ukraine and the hostilities in the east, in Donbass. They basically force us to take actions in response, though they got what they wanted. And the same is happening in Asia, on the Korean Peninsula, I suppose. In practice, we see that the world minority is trying to preserve and reinforce its military bloc, thereby trying to preserve its power. But even within this bloc itself, there is a noticeable understanding that the strict diktat of the big brother in no ways does nothing to facilitate addressing the tasks at hand. And it also is in stark contrast to the aspirations of other countries of the world, because cooperating when it's beneficial, building partnership with anyone who is interested, that is the evident priority of most countries on our planet. It's evident that military, political and ideological blocks are yet another type of hurdles built in the way of the natural development of the nascent international system. I would also like to point out that the very notion of a zero-sum game, when only one party stands to win whereas everyone else stands to lose, has been born out of the Western political thought. And under the Western dominance, this approach was imposed on everyone under the pretext of its universality. But under no circumstances is that the case. Quite the contrary. The Eastern philosophy, many of you who've gathered here know that, and probably know that firsthand, even better than I do, is based on another approach. And this approach is searching for a harmony of interest when everyone wants to achieve what's most important to them, but not to the detriment of the other party. I win, but you stand to win as well. And Russians, we as well in Russia, all the peoples of Russia, historically, when that was possible, assumed that it's not the most important thing, you know, trying to push through your opinion by any means possible. Rather, they were trying to convince and get them interested in a fair partnership and equal cooperation, whereas our history and the history of our diplomacy have demonstrated on many occasions the worth of honor, nobility, peace building and generosity. Suffice it to remember Russia's role in rearranging the European order after the Napoleonic Wars. In many views, it's seen as trying to keep monarchies in power, but I'm not talking about the specifics. I'm talking about the general trends. And the prototype of a new free, non-bloc, bloc-free type of cooperation between nations and peoples, that is precisely the association built within BRICS. And this is amply demonstrated by the fact that even within NATO there are those who show interest in working closely with BRICS, and I do not rule out that in the future other countries will also think about cooperating more closely with BRICS. And this year our country held chairmanship in BRICS, and as you're aware, we've just recently held the summit in Kazan. I won't hide it, coming up with a coordinated approach among the countries whose interests diverge in many points is a tall order. Diplomats and other statespeople had to spare no effort and show a lot of tact, demonstrate the capacity to listen to one another to obtain the requisite result. It took a lot, but this is how we forge the unique spirit of cooperation, which is based on mutual understanding rather than coercion. And we are confident that BRICS sets a very good example for everyone as a beacon of constructive cooperation in a new international landscape. I would also like to add that within BRICS there are meetings of entrepreneurs, scholars, intellectuals of our countries. This can serve as a platform for a profound philosophical fundamental perception and analysis of the current processes of the world developing with due regard for the characteristics of each and every civilization with their culture, history, identity, and tradition. The spirit of respect and due regard for the interests of one another. This is precisely the basis of the future system of Eurasian security, which is beginning to take shape across our vast continent. And this is not just about a multilateral approach. This is also a multifaceted process, because right now security is a comprehensive notion that encompasses not just the military and political aspect. It's impossible to achieve without ensuring social and economic development of any nations, and also stability against any external challenges, both natural and man-made, in the real world and in cyberspace. Fifth, fairness for everyone, because inequality is the true scourge of the modern world. Within nations, inequality breeds social tensions as well as political instability, whereas in the international arena, it is a source of the development gap between the golden billion and the rest of humanity, which is fraught with greater political disagreements and also, most importantly, with worsening migration issues. Almost all developed nations of the planet are facing increasingly less controllable influx of those who want to improve their material circumstances, say, obtain a high social status, gain better prospects, and sometimes simply to survive. And this migration wave sometimes leads to a surge in xenophobia,
is to survive, not usually.
To foreigners in richer societies, which sets off the spiral of social and political troubles and increase a greater level of aggression. The fact that some countries are lagging behind in terms of social and economic development is a comprehensive phenomenon, and there is no magic wand to conjure this disease away. We need to work in a systemic fashion and long term. We need to create conditions which will remove artificial, politically motivated barriers in the way of development. We have to remove attempts at instrumentalizing the economy, at weaponizing it, because whoever is the target, everyone gets hit. And the heaviest blow is against the most vulnerable, the people and countries that need support. We are confident that such issues as food security, energy security, access to health care and education, and finally, orderly and free movement of people have to be secured against being held hostage to conflicts and controversies, because these are basic human rights. Sixth, we highlight indefatigably that any sustainable international order can only be based upon the principle of sovereign equality. It's true that each nation has different potential. It's evident, and their capacities are vastly different. That often gives rise to the notion that full equality is impossible, it's a utopia, it's illusory, but the characteristic of the modern world, which is so integrated and well connected, is that countries that are not the most powerful or the biggest one sometimes can punch far above their weight, at least due to the fact that they are capable of being more rational and targeted in the use of their human intellectual, natural and environmental potential. They're agile and flexible in addressing complex tasks. They set the bar high in quality of life, in ethics, governance efficiency, in building the opportunity for self-fulfillment of each and every person, in building a very favorable psychological atmosphere in society which is favorable to the development of science, entrepreneurship, arts, creativity, tapping the talents of young people. These translates into the factors of global influence. To paraphrase the laws of physics, maybe the force is not that great, but its efficiency is far better. But the most destructive thing today is arrogance and high-handedness, as well as the need to constantly and ceaselessly pontificate. Russia has never been the one to do that, and we see that our approach is productive. Our historic experience shows indisputably that inequality, be that within society, within the state, or in the international arena, will inevitably lead to nefarious consequences. And I would like to add something that I haven't spoken about. Over the many centuries of the Western-centric world, we've seen the emergence of certain cliches and stereotypes, sort of in hierarchy. Allegedly, there is the developed world, progressive humanity, a certain universal civilization that everyone is supposed to aspire to, whereas there are also backward and civilized peoples, basically barbarians, and their only mission is to listen unquestioningly to what they're being told and to act at the behest of those who allegedly stand higher than they do on this civilizational ladder. Obviously, this is a cover for a brazen colonial approach aimed at exploiting the world majority. But the thing is, this is a basically racist ideology that has taken root in the consciousness of many people. And this is also a very serious mental hurdle in the way of universal harmonious development. The world today abhors haughtiness, but it doesn't tolerate deafness towards the uniqueness of others. In order to build normal relations, you've got to listen to your interlocutor. You have to understand their logic and cultural background rather than trying to project on them what you think about them, your own notions. Otherwise, your communication is going to be a dialogue of the deaf, labeling and also exchange of stereotypes. You know, we know about unique cultures of different nations. On the surface, everything looks decent, you know, music, the folklore. They've been elevated, but essentially, the economic and security policy remains the same. Neo-colonial in its essence. Just look at how it works, because the Western economies are blocking everything, trying to pursue their own interests. I refer to the WTO example. They're trying to preserve their dominance for decades and centuries. We have to remember that everyone is equal in that everyone is entitled to their vision. No better or no worse than other visions, it's just theirs, and this is the basis for mutual understanding of our interests, as well as respect, empathy, ability to commiserate, to listen to the arguments and points of views of others, and not just to listen, but also to build your policies based on that, because listening to others does not imply simply agreeing with everything and accepting everything. This is about recognizing the right of your interlocutor to have their own worldview. This is basically the first step in the quest for a harmony in your worldviews, because we have to learn to see diversity and differences as something precious and a source of opportunities rather than conflicts. And this is also about the dialectics of history. We understand, you and I, that the era of drastic transformations will lead to inevitable clashes of interests and shocks. Everyone is going to get to readjust to one another, and probably this interconnectedness of the world, rather than assuage differences, will exacerbate them, making them more jumbled, and the quest for a solution more difficult. Because over the many centuries of its history, humanity has grown accustomed to viewing the use of force as the last resort for resolving differences. Whoever is more powerful is right. Yes, sometimes this principle does work, and it does happen, and a lot. Countries are forced to fend for their interests with up in arms, using all means at their disposal. But the world of today is becoming increasingly complex. And sometimes using force to address one problem will breed another problem, and other problems which are going to be even more grave. And we understand that our country has never been the one to initiate the use of force. We only are forced to do that when it becomes clear that our opponent is acting aggressively and is not willing to listen to any type of argument. And whenever necessary, we will take any measure we need to and have to do to protect Russia and our citizens, and we will always achieve our goals. The world is absolutely non-linear and inherently heterogeneous. We've always understood that. You know, I was not going to take the trip down memory lane, but I remember very well back in 1999 when I stood at the helm of the government and then I went on to become the head of state. You know, there was something we were facing back then. I think the Russian citizens and the experts who are present here remember that very well as well. We remember the forces behind the terrorists in the Northern Caucasus. We know where from and in what size they were getting money and weapons, moral, political and ideological support. You know, sometimes it's laughable, but also very sad to remember those developments because, you know, Al-Qaeda, it's bad, but when it's fighting against you, then it's all right. And all of that breeds conflict. Back then, we fixed a goal for ourselves to use all the time we have to spare no effort to preserve our country. And it served the interests of all the peoples of Russia, despite the dire economic straits after the 1998 crisis and the armed forces falling into disrepair. We've managed to rise together and repel the attack of the terrorists and went on to rout them. Why did I choose to remind you of that? Because right now there are those who've once again come up with the notion that the world without Russia is going to be better off, and they wanted to destroy what was left after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. And right now there are those who think that the world is going to be more obedient, is going to be easier to control without Russia. But on multiple occasions, Russia stopped those who sought world domination, whoever that was. And we're going to do that. And the world is not going to be better. And those who do not understand that they have to realize that it's only be more difficult. And our opponents are still coming up with new instruments to get rid of us. Right now, they're trying to instrumentalize Ukraine and Ukrainians as such a tool. They are cynically training Ukrainians against Russians, basically turning Ukrainians into cannon fodder. And all of that is accompanied by conversations about a European choice. What kind of choice is that? We don't need that, for sure. We will protect ourselves and our citizens. Let no one labor under any illusion to that end. But of course, this is not the end of Russia's world role, dramatic as it may sound, but Russia's very existence is the guarantee that the world is going to preserve its diverse colors, stability, and complexity. This is also a safeguard of successful development, and this is not me who is saying that, because our friends from across the world are telling me that. I'm simply repeating them. I would like to reiterate that we're not trying to impose anything on anyone. We're not going to do that. We don't need that. We are guided by our values, interests, and notions of what is right that have deep roots in our identity, history, and culture. And we're certainly always open to a constructive dialogue with everyone, because whoever has respect for their own culture and tradition will certainly have the same type of respect for other cultures and traditions, whereas those who are trying to make others behave in an improper manner will inevitably trample their own roots, their civilization and culture. And to a certain extent, this is what we're witnessing today. Today, Russia is fighting for its freedom, for its sovereignty and rights. Without exaggeration, I'm saying that because during the previous decades, on the surface, everything looked so decent because, you know, G7 was turned into G8. Thank you. We were invited. But you know what was truly happening? Because I saw that firsthand. Say, you come to the G8, and it becomes clear from the outset that before the G8, the G7 had a separate meeting, and they had some separate conversations, and they had discussed Russia, and then they invite Russia to talk with them. You look at all of this with a smile. That is how I looked at it. But in practice, you know, it is a great picture, a great image, the hugs and, you know, patting on the shoulder. But in practice, they are continuing to move forward on the offensive. You know, the most flagrant example is the expansion of NATO to the east. They had promised they were not going to do that, but it was happening, and the same was happening in the Caucasus, and also it was happening with regard to the ABM system. So on any key issue, they didn't care one bit about our opinion. We saw this creeping intervention, which, without any exaggeration, was aimed at demeaning our country and, at best, at destroying our country from within and from outside. You see what they did to Ukraine. They intervened basically with their bases. In 2008, the Bucharest decision was made to open the doors to Georgia and Ukraine. Where did that come from? Had there been any difficulties in the world affairs? Yes, we did have had some disputes with Ukraine with regard to the gas prices, but we did manage to arrive at a solution. Why did they need to create conditions for a conflict? Because it was crystal clear what the consequences were going to be. But they didn't stop at that. They were trying to project their influence across our historic territories. They were supporting the regime which had clear pro-fascist tendencies. So
they knew they had our support.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that and to repeat that. We are not simply fighting for our own freedom and our sovereignty and our rights. We are also fighting for universal rights and freedoms. We are fighting for the chance for every country to develop on the basis of sovereign equality, and this is the mission of our country, and everyone needs to understand there's no use trying to exert pressure on us. But as for coming to an agreement with due regard for the mutual legitimate interests of one another, this is something we've always been ready for, and this is what we've been asking all participants of the international community to do. And if that happens, then the future participants of the Valdai Club, which are still school children, students, PhD candidates, young scholars and novice experts, in 20 years or so, on the eve of the centenary of the UN, will probably talk about something more optimistic and life reassuring than the subjects we have to broach today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for such an extensive and voluminous depiction of the world and of Russian views on it. Naturally, we are very happy to say that last time you presented your main principles here as well, and today you've built on them. I think it's becoming some kind of a doctrine. Valdai does not lay claim to being called in the name of the doctrine, but we're happy that it's been born here. Mr. President, many topics that you've touched upon were discussed here at the 21st session. I wanted to share with you, all of us would like to share with you some of conclusions that were reached, not at all of the sessions because there were many of them, but some of them that we believe most crucial. These are topics that you've mentioned as well. I would like to give the floor first to our longtime participant, colleague, and a person well known to you, Ruslan Yunusov, who took part in the session about the artificial intelligence, forgive me, the most fashionable thing. Good evening, Mr. President. Indeed, we have discussed what you've touched upon in your today's speech, the topic of artificial intelligence. We had a separate session. It was called Artificial Intelligence, a revolution or a fad. But before I will highlight our conclusions, I'd like to say that 2 Nobel Prizes were given for the developments in the artificial intelligence sphere, physics and chemistry, simultaneously. It was unprecedented. Does it highlight that there is a revolution going on in artificial intelligence? Most likely it's a yes, because Nobel Committee quest often follows a fashion in their decisions. But moving on to the topics of our discussion here at the Valdai Club, I'd like to highlight several aspects that we have discussed. We've kicked it off with an issue that troubles many. Will the artificial intelligence substitute a human or not, especially in the spheres where one needs creativity, for example, science and art?
62% of Arizona voters said they want local law enforcement more involved in finding and arresting people who have entered the U.S. illegally.
As KGUN 9's Craig Smith reports, border sheriffs say it could overwhelm their departments.
The voters called for a major change in border-based law enforcement through passing Prop 314. They made illegal immigration a state crime as well as a federal crime, and that creates some challenges for local law enforcement.
Immigration law is federal law enforced by Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. But Arizona lawmakers said federal law enforcement is overwhelmed, so they put up a ballot proposition called Prop 314, and voters approved it by a wide margin. But in Santa Cruz County, Sheriff David Hathaway says he only has 40 deputies, and they have their hands full with violent crime and property crime. The sheriff says it's just not practical to be constantly checking people to be sure they're legally in the U.S.
My community is 95% Hispanic, so that means 95% of the people here are speaking Spanish. They have Hispanic last names like Martinez, Rodriguez, Hernandez. They have Hispanic physical characteristics. So what am I going to do? Am I going to go tell me, hey, show me your papers for practically every single person that lives in this community?
Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels says the vote to approve Prop 314 tells him it's the will of the people, but does not tell him how to keep it from overwhelming Cochise County law enforcement. He says Arizona sheriffs are asking Congress and state government who will cover the cost of Prop 314.
We just had a meeting Monday with the governor's team, and I reposed this question, what happens if it passes? So this is on the governor's desk, so we're waiting to hear now what's going to happen.
Sheriff Hathaway says Prop 314's language says it will not take effect until courts decide if the Texas law it's based on is constitutional, and it's not clear when that court test will happen. In Nogales, Craig Smith, KGUN 9.
I'll live on napkin.
Man is out of the hospital recovering at home, but this incident is raising concerns about safety. And again, we want to warn you, this video is disturbing. A vicious, unprovoked attack recorded by the attacker, streaming live on Facebook as police say he attempted to kill a state employee. Mesa police say this happened on Tuesday around 5 p.m. inside this building at Alma School Road in Southern, an Arizona Department of Child Safety office. The suspect, DeAndre Terrell Johnson, beginning his live stream as he sat down with a DCS employee to discuss his case involving his children.
With all this DCS, I want to introduce you so that we can have a proper introduction on this.
Growing agitated when the employee doesn't want to be in his live stream.
I want to introduce you. Don't be afraid. You hold a public position, man.
At the end of the hour-long meeting,
you gonna dap me up?
Hello?
Johnson puts the employee in a chokehold, attempting to strangle him. 2 minutes go by.
You was a mother dead man.
The employee doesn't appear to be moving.
You was a dead man.
Then you hear witnesses in the background.
You was a dead man.
The whole attack lasting 2.5 minutes.
Oh.
You still breathing. I ain't making point.
Records obtained by 12 News show multiple people called 911
Wow.
and Johnson left. First responders finding the victim lying on the ground injured in an altered state of consciousness. As he was taken to the hospital, police began their search for Johnson, and when they found him, he fled, prompting a pursuit. Officers deploying a grappler, but that still didn't stop him. He was ultimately tracked down and arrested within 3 hours of the assault. This violent attack raising questions about security for DCS employees. Earlier this year, citing budget cuts, DCS cut ties with a security company which provided guards to protect caseworkers during visits at a Phoenix field office, leaving some employees questioning the department's priorities.
Dude, if he's willing to do that to that dude, what the hell is he doing to the kids?
In response to Tuesday's assault, staff received an email reminding employees to use an emergency communication software they have access to in case of an emergency, and to consider meeting with parents in pairs. When 12 News asked if those measures would prevent a similar attack from happening again, a DCS spokesperson said, although there is no way of predicting or stopping an unprovoked attack, alert media can help in receiving immediate law enforcement response in escalated situations or when a staff member feels unsafe. This victim, who DCS says is now at home recovering, later told police from the hospital that Johnson threatened his life a week prior, but he was able to calm him down. Doctors described his injuries to police as absolutely serious, saying the victim almost died. Johnson now faces an attempted first-degree murder charge, in addition to 2 counts of aggravated assault and unlawful flight from police. DCS says it's conducting a comprehensive review of this incident.
He's definitely going to get charged.
Held on a $500,000 cash bond. We're in Mesa. Bianca Bono, 12 News.
Fucking live streamed it. Wow. That's going to be an open and shut case. I want to see Sedum open up a bunch
took
of
advantage
crates.
of all the double G.
This is what's about to come.
All the double G coin offers that they got
to console next
so we've
week.
got 31,147 G coin. With that, we are going to open up one of these big boy bundles. This is 12,500 G coin. We are going to get for that 12,500 G coin 55 chests, 2 prime parcels, and 800 tokens. And then when we're done opening those up, we're going to go open up
see what his odds are.
Contraband created code CDOME crate.
Horrible.
So follow me. All right, so we just bought the big bundle for 12,500 G coin. We're going to
That's
go
like
gamble on some of these
$30.
smaller crates, and we got 2 prime parcels. Okay, now the prime parcels are the important bits. Those are the ones that could potentially contain a progressive skin or a chroma skin, or they could have literally just a dancing emote. Okay, so could be anywhere in between. So we'll open up these little ones. We got these here. Might as well open them. We got 4 workshop
There's no way
chests.
kids are spending $130 in the
off
hopes
rip.
of getting a skin for this game.
Nice. We got the reindeer game set just in time for the holiday season. So that's actually got some weapon skins in there.
It is a pretty box. Dude, this double animation open
got
shit,
Victorian
bro.
assassin boots. I hate this new double open it twice thing. Yay! Lazy day pajamas.
I think I figured out why they did that.
Just open it once. Ooh,
because
crazy shattered prisms.
When you have to open it twice, it makes it so like, well, I might as well open all 10 at once because I don't feel like doing that stupid animation 20 times or 10 times or whatever. 10 times, you know what I mean? It's going to make people, they're hoping it'll make people spend money faster, I think. Because they won't want to do the double animation for the 10 packs.
Set. I think it actually comes with a helmet.
They're hoping to get people more
Level 3
addicted,
helmet.
I think.
Ooh, 150 credits. Nice. And a nameplate. All right, so we got these little guys. Open these up. These little baby ones shouldn't have anything in them, really, just like little credits or something. Yeah, we got a bunch of credits.
You see how it opens them all at once when you do 10?
Nice.
It doesn't go chung 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 anymore.
Y'all confirm that if you have music? Oh, on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube won't have music, but on Twitch. All right, let's craft some keys. Okay. And now we'll go ahead and open up.
So it opens 10
these bad
packs
boys.
even quicker than it
You got a
used to.
schematic in the Clan B rank chest. Very nice, Yellow. Danny, that's awesome. So that's these little guys actually. So I have 2 Clan Ds. Nuts. Ha! Got him. See what we got. 600 BP. Sheesh. Thanks, Clan Dome. Oh, 450 BP and a Cache C class. Thanks, Clan Dome. Yay, 40 credits. Thanks, Clan Dome. All right, 63 of the Black Market 2024 loot caches. Will we get a Black Market Prime parcel? Will we get some tokens? Let's find out.
Gold.
Damn, we got a lot of golds. Go, 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 go. What we got? Holy crap. We got 3 prime parcels.
What? You got 3 primes?
Wow.
Come on, man.
And a bunch of skin sets. Holy crap. That's actually...
That's crazy that
actually
he
a lot
got
more than I
3
thought
primes, though.
we're going to get. All right. That's actually crazy lucky. Honestly, I don't expect to do not expect that to happen to you. This is not going to happen to you. That's a
They know
thing.
it's him doing it, probably.
That's crazy. Do not expect that to happen to you guys. A bonus one, a lot of oh, the Sky Captain set. Yeah, this thing was like $13 when it came out. Very nice. Don't sleep on the workshop chest, man. The workshop chests have great stuff in them.
Crazy.
If you're into skins. Bro, we are getting hella lucky with these prime parcels. Let's see if we can keep that luck going when we open them, huh?
Dude, I bet he gets 0 progressives out of those things, even though he has so many of them.
God damn.
He's getting a ton of them. It's insane. Like
I think we're cheating.
It is as if he's cheating.
Dude, these were expensive bundles when they came out.
Another prime parcel. Dude.
That's wild. That is actually wild.
Dude, they must not have good stuff in them. Like, they're going to be super low odds.
All right. Ooh, with a level 3 helmet? What's the probability say? For a prime parcel, 6.5%. So it's actually
pretty
like
high.
Decent odds.
Yeah, the odds for getting
but
stuff
still
good.
Way more than I thought I was going to get.
It's going to be at 0.1%.
That's right. Yeah. PUBG realized, oh, he's actually spending his own money? Let's hook him up.
I don't think that's it.
All right. So, damn. We got 10. We can open up all 10. Are we going to rip the Band-Aid off or do it one at a time?
Do it all of them.
What's up, Billy? Thanks, Hawa. Thanks, Mike.
All of them. All of them.
DJ. What's up, Knives? Perfection. What up, baby? All 10. Rip the Band-Aid off. Y'all are ballsy, man. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go. Oh, we got one.
Okay.
Only got one?
So, good news and bad news. We only got 1 gold out of all 10. And that means this is the only one that can have a chroma or progressive, if I'm not mistaken. What's up, Flash Out? That's the only one that's going to have what we want. Well, I say that. 150 tokens is actually good. 150 tokens is really good. I'll take that all day.
Yeah, but why would they? They added an animation, though.
Ooh, dance.
They added that extra animation in for this last update.
Not bad, dude. That's 300. That's 500 tokens. Here we go, baby. Rip the Bandit off. Come on! RIP. A Venator epic skin set.
That is so shit, dude. What the? I knew it.
Now, let me see what that's worth. If I go to disassemble, that's worth 60 tokens. So, there's a great example for you guys. So we just spent 12,500 G-Coin. With that, we got 2 prime parcels and 800 tokens. We opened up 55 crates, 2 prime parcels. We got an extra, 8 prime parcels. So we actually got 10 out of that. That's very unlikely for you.
Worthless.
But we got 10 of this super rare chest. And out of those 10 super rare chests, we did not get any of the progressive or chroma items. We did get a lot of extra 500 more tokens, which you then obviously can use to directly purchase a skin, of which we have 2,000 tokens. So I could use that, but I already own all 4 of these progressive skins. So I don't have a real desire to get one. So I'm going to save my tokens for now. But when I'm done this season pass, so before these tokens expire, I will either buy a progressive skin to salvage it and get the schematics and polymer, or I might have enough to get a chroma. Now, this is the one that I just opened up. So this is how I think PUBG, honestly, I think they kind of mirrored. Do you guys remember GameStop? Like EB Games and GameStop? I don't know. GameStop, I think, is still around, but back in the day, you'd buy a video game, you can sell it back to GameStop. Yeah, you'd buy a game for $60. You could literally walk out the store, go back in the store,
can get 60 cents.
Sell that game to them, and they'd give you like $5 is the best they could do.
Wow.
So this bundle right here for all these items, which doesn't even come with a weapon, even though the card shows 2 weapons. This bundle is 600 tokens. 600 tokens. That bundle that I unlocked, if I go to
get 60
disassemble
credits.
it, special, is worth 60 tokens. 60. So you get 10% of the value back if you disassemble the item versus if I would have used my tokens to buy that item. So I say that just to reemphasize, don't use your tokens to buy these clothing skins. All these can be had in the regular workshop chests. Don't do that. You'd be way better off buying something like these artisan tokens,
108,
or
yeah.
even more gamble crates. Okay. So just use that as your caution. You've been warned. And so now that we've done that, let's go and open up some of the hideout contraband creator code Sedum crate skins and see if we can't get the Chroma Mark 12. Yeah, they're paying 10%. That's correct. That's right. That's right. PUBG sucks now. Well, that's your opinion, Chase. I still have a great time playing the game. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. But hey, man, sorry to hear you're not enjoying the game anymore. Maybe you should put the game down, take a little breather, and go enjoy some other games for now. Are you addicted to gambling? Yeah, no, honestly, no. I don't ever go to the casino because I know better. I know that going to the casino means I'm not leaving with money that I came there with. When I was at TwitchCon, not this past year, the previous TwitchCon, it was in Vegas. I don't think I gambled at all. Maybe I might have gambled like $50 or $100, like if that. I'm honestly not a big gambler. I wouldn't be doing this stuff if I didn't play the game all the time. Obviously, I stream it too, so there's money involved there. But even just before I streamed, you know, I buy stuff because I just enjoy playing the game. All right, so now we're going to open up the cyber threat case. First, I'm going to use my free methods, which is the contraband coupons. We'll go ahead and open those up here. So I'm looking for gold crates. It's both, Sergio. We do Twitch and YouTube.
No gold for the free crates.
What's the word on the controller bug? I'm hearing reports that people aren't allowed or are able to plug their controller in to PC right now.
Be allowed to.
Yo, appreciate you, Wicked.
PC.
Damn, sorry to hear, Rat Boy.
Not one gold.
That's a tough L there, man. All right, so I didn't get any of the golds with those coupons, so now I'm gonna open them up with the G-Coin. We're not gonna spend 18,000 G-Coin because I want to save some for, you know, each week. I don't care about this week. The barrel, I don't want to even try to get the barrel, but I do want to try to get these three. So maybe we'll spend what, about 5,000, 6,000 G-Coin on each week. That'll use about pretty much all 18,000 G-Coin. Let's see what we can do.
I think they give him G-Coin to spend.
PC people play with controllers sometimes, yeah. Go, 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 go. We got one goal, Miss D.
One.
What is the point of playing a controller? Just some people prefer it, man. It's definitely a handicap. I definitely wouldn't recommend it. But you know, it's there if you want.
Maybe because they're cheating.
Come on! Hey! The first one we opened, we get the Progressive Cyber Threat Mark 12. All right, all right. Now, I already have that skin, so all I'm going to do is salvage it, but I'll take it. That means I'm getting 3 schematics from that and 800 polymers from that. So I will take that as a dub. All right, so now the next crates that we open, are only going to be valued at 1,800 G coin instead of 1,000, since you only get that 10% discount now instead of 50%. Okay. So we're 2,800 G coin in. 2,800 G coin in. The hideout. Come on, Chroma. Battle stat cyber threat. I think I have that one already. We're 2,800, so this is what, 4,600 in? Is that right? 4,600 G coin? No golds. Blast. All right, it's our last crate. Because I want to save some G coin for the other weeks, okay?
I'm not going to get it.
Give me gold. Come on, give me lots of gold, lots. Give me 10 golds. I want 10.
You're going to go to the battle stat.
10 golds. Shit. Come on, baby. Yeah. Oh, and another battle stat. SLR. Womp, womp, womp. Dude, tell Stan that we can trade skins using PUBG's new skin trading system that was in their 2024 roadmap.
What?
Oh, wait.
They can trade skins now?
All right, so we got...
Is that real? Oh, these people
one progressive.
People shouldn't. That'd be so cool if we could do that.
And obviously, we got stuff we can salvage for polymers and whatnot. I'm not surprised.
You can give away G-Coin or Fortnite bucks.
Dude, the fact that they put those stat tracking skins in
I would do Fortnite bucks giveaways,
but don't allow you to get even one schematic for each of those stat tracking skins is actually asinine.
It's stupid. Yeah, like, you should get the same scam fucking
thrown reward. Like, oh, it's the scam, but it's really not, because you know what you're getting into. But that's very crummy. The fact that they would say something is
a gold
of the same value tier as a progressive
exactly
skin, but when you go to salvage it, you get like a third.
Exactly. And why that's so foul is because you see that gold thing, you're like, oh shit, I got a gold, and it's such a letdown, dude, when it's like a stupid fucking battle stat instead
of what that progressive skin would be valued
like,
at.
Why even have different colors? It must have something to do with them letting you down and making you want to gamble more or something. They've done studies on it or something, probably. Show them the gold, give them one that isn't really a gold, and then they'll spend more money because they'll think they'll get another gold, and next time it would be the good gold.
That's nonsense.
It'll make them feel like they're closer to getting it.
Would be valued at. That's nonsense.
It is.
It should not be a thing.
It's whack because it feels so gutting when it's one of those battle stats
that is
instead.
The free-to-play game that we all choose to play. I've said it a bajillion times. Speak with your wallet. You know, if you don't want to support that's the best way to show
stopped
PUBG
giving them fucking money.
Is by not buying it. You know,
he doesn't. They give him free G-Coin.
I swear to God, next week when those military skins drop, my camera's freaking out. Next week when those military skins drop, you guys better buy the frick out of those military skins, because
if you want them to continue to do it,
released like an actual military skin in how long? Like literally how long? I'm trying to think of the last military bundle that you could buy. I don't think I'm far off in saying season 10. If you remember, season 10 was the season of Haven, and they released the Haven Pillar AI guards skins.
If Simon's mad,
those were. I'm trying to find. I know I have it. Is it a multi-slot? It might be a multi-slot. Not that. What the heck is it? Not those. I mean, that's kind of military, but that's not really military. What the heck's the Haven one at? I guess that one's kind of. That's PNC 2022. So I mean, I guess that's kind of. That's not like, you know, the tactical stuff that people are asking, like the camo stuff. Here we go. Pillar tactical suit black. Even that technically is not really military, but you know, it's Like, that's pretty close. And that was season 10. We are in season 32 right now. Like, so there might be other ones in between there that I'm not thinking of, but those are the first ones that come to mind. So it's been a long time. And so now they're finally releasing, like, good looking, in my opinion, military skins with weapon skins that have like carbon fiber and digital camo on them. Dude, that Splinter Cell level 3 helmet looks so freaking sick. So all I'm saying is, when that shit comes out, speak with your wallets. If you want more skins like that, show PUBG that, hey, you guys are gonna sell these things when you release them, especially in our market, you know? All right, chat. So that is a wrap on Workshop chest opening, Hideout contraband creator code Sedum crate opening. If you guys enjoyed that little segment, like, comment, subscribe, all that kind of good stuff. Now let's go ahead and play the game and see if we can get our hands on that boat again, because I, like an idiot, found it on Tego and opened it up on land, and so we couldn't even use it. So let's see if we can actually find it in the water, or use it in the water, and play some PUBG.
I see you. Face. Oh, Tuxedo sent a plate. Weird. Guess it's too spoiled for him now.
Kamala said the word. Probably going to be doing live right now.
Holy frame rate, Batman.
Alrighty. What's going on, you guys? My gosh. I'm still kind of in shock right now. I know a lot of people are. Donald Trump taking the W for America. We are back. You guys, today we're in Philadelphia, and we're going to be getting some reactions. And we are going to be doing kind of a short stream today. We are traveled out. We are exhausted, but we're going to be doing a short stream, and maybe, hopefully we can maybe do like an hour or something like that. But we're going to get some reactions here in Philadelphia, seeing what people think about Donald Trump taking the W. 312, is it confirmed? 312 electoral votes. We got the popular vote, every swing state. My gosh, massive wake-up call for the left wing in the United States. So let's see if people have learned anything. Have they learned a lesson, or did racism win? Right. So we'll see. My guess is no. My guess is there have been no lessons learned. I'm just saying this because we talk to these people every single week, and I do think that the mainstream media has done so much damage that there's no reflection. They're not looking at what they were doing, calling everyone racist. That's the number one strategy, and because it failed, they're not going to learn their lesson. They'll probably double down on it. Let's see what people are thinking.
There probably aren't many flies on it though, because it's so windy. Santa Ana winds, and the temperature's kind of cool.
Down in the comments.
I don't know why he's not eating
it. You guys were asking people reaction to Donald Trump winning the election. Would you like to participate? Thank you, guys.
Probably not happy.
Shaking quietly.
At least he doesn't have fleas.
You can kind of. It's funny. The city's actually. It's been.
I did something.
Pretty silent. People are definitely disappointed. Thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? You guys, thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election?
Sad.
Sad. Why sad?
Just sad.
Okay, thank you for your time. Horrible person, hate, the KKK, Nazi, bigots. That's what the selling point was. Obviously, the American people didn't buy it. That was the selling point. There was no policy discussion.
Didn't buy that
we saw
shit.
this during these interviews.
Oh, he's a felon.
Nobody's bringing up actual policies or track record or anything like that. You talk to Republicans, they say, okay, well, foreign policy, the economy, the border. The exact opposite for Democrats. It was, we're trying to defeat Adolf Hitler. That's what's happening.
It didn't make any sense, man.
I was getting worried there for a sec, though.
Because if he wanted to be
the week before the election,
fascist, he would have definitely done it.
I mean, you guys, it's
during the summer of love.
It's incredibly clear that the propaganda does work on tens of millions of people, but it wasn't enough. The multi-billion-dollar propaganda machine was not enough. Pretty amazing. Excuse me, your thoughts on the election? You want to weigh in? How about your schnauzer? Does she want to weigh in?
Oh, pretty dog.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Schnauzers are great, by the way. Great dogs.
They used to go after rats or something, right?
All right, guys, we're just going to get some reactions today. Let's see if we can get some. You guys, your thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? We're working on a video.
Not gonna.
Ma'am, what about you?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No worries. You voted for him? Yeah. All right. You guys, Donald Trump winning the election. Our thoughts. Sir, Donald Trump winning the election. Your reaction. Thanks for your time. Donald Trump winning the election? You guys.
This is semi-live.
So
this is from 20 minutes ago.
I'll do
it's
my
still
best.
live right now. I'm just 20 minutes behind.
Up. I'm exhausted. I'm traveled out. We are doing a shorter stream today, but we are here in Philadelphia, gonna get some reactions. Let's try to get some more. We got some drive-bys so far. People just saying they're not very happy. You guys, Donald Trump winning the election. Your thoughts? Good thing or bad thing?
All right. Very happy.
Very happy. Yes, sir. Are you from Philly?
No, I'm originally from South Jersey, but yeah,
Hold on, Simon.
very happy.
Hold on,
Jersey did
Angle.
pretty good. Pretty good. It seems as though there's a lot of.
Couldn't tell you. I'm from Western Pennsylvania.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Very cool. So you contributed to the Pennsylvania W.
Well, I think everyone was saying whoever won the state was most likely going to win the whole thing.
Right.
But in the end,
you won all the swing states.
I believe that's true. Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think Donald Trump took it this year? I mean, that was a big victory for him. Why do you think that is?
He was focused on the issues that mattered most.
In your view, your opinion, what did you see Democrats focusing on compared to Donald Trump and his campaign?
What they thought were the issues, which obviously were not. I don't want to get canceled.
You can speak freely. You're okay. You're okay.
I understand.
You talking about with your work or
2 cycles ago, in the workplace and in society, people were allowed to discuss and aggressively debate, and we could still be friends. In the United States today, in the workplace and in regular society, people are afraid to discuss these issues, and we're all just going to lose the ability to seek truth and to have a difference of opinion.
Like, I'm not allowed to discuss tranny issues and how I think that it might be, or gay issues, how I think it might be a mental illness. Like, because corporate policy and social media policy have us by the balls. So if we're not going to talk about it at work and on social media, that's where we're talking nowadays.
If people can't discuss them peaceably, and unfortunately I can tell you that most people on the right are afraid to speak their mind out. That's just the way it is.
They're the most likely to get canceled.
It really is.
Well, it does seem like with, I mean, geez, you look at any S&P 500 company, it's going to be overwhelmingly left-wing. Their programs are more left-wing. It certainly seems as though in corporate America, let's just focus on that for a second, that is, a lot of Americans that are more conservative would be a lot more quiet about their support for Donald Trump. It does seem as though this election, people are, I would argue, more open than, let's say, 2020, where it was even less acceptable to be a Trump supporter. You have more rappers now, more athletes coming out for Donald Trump. But what you're saying, I would agree with. I would agree with for sure. And if people aren't talking to each other, then you end up not knowing anybody with those views, and your idea of them is some caricature created by that media bubble that you surround yourself, in.
I mean, I'm one of the few people I know who try and watch every single news channel, because I know I can't get the truth on the far right and I can't get the truth on the far left. But I do find it humorous.
Same here.
7 out of the 8 most watched.
Y'all know that I actually, on this channel right here, I subscribe to every single news channel I come across. If it's a news channel and it's a local or a national, I sub to it. I've unsubbed to one. I think it was what is that one with the red emblem? And it's like they're always fucking clickbaiting. They're American. Is it New York Times? I can't remember if it's New York Times or not. But
It's humorous that 7 out of the 8 most watched cable news channels all lean in one direction.
Interesting, isn't that?
Pretty obvious to me.
Where are you getting your news mostly? Who are you enjoying? Are you getting it on X? Are you getting it on social media? Are you getting it from cable?
The older I get, the less I want to watch the news. But I would say on average I'm getting it from cable. But I'll bounce back and forth between CNN and Fox the most. I'll tune in MSNBC, CBS, ABC. I used to watch PBS the most because they focused on less commercials and almost like a full hour of news back when Jim Lehrer was on there.
Right.
But they've shifted as well over the years. So I just figured I might as well find out what everyone else is thinking and hearing, and then get a perspective as to what.
Draw your conclusion from there as well for yourself.
All right. My workplace has to go.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
good day.
I mean,
my workplace has to go.
Funny?
What does that mean?
It's not a oh my gosh, Trump is.
Oh, he's with that
gonna take
woman.
all your rights away and he's Hitler. It's a voter that's saying, okay, I'm going to look at both
Is
sides.
she
and I'm
his
draw a conclusion
workplace?
from there. I'm going to look at who has the better arguments, who's
Is
going
he
to
a
make my
gigolo?
life better, my family's life better, the country better. And I think that those people are the people that are impacted by people like Joe Rogan, for example, Lex Fridman, for example, people that are interested in learning who the person actually is. J.D. Vance goes on Joe Rogan. Donald Trump goes on Joe Rogan. And that's the type of person that is curious enough
Or the
to
HR class.
make their decision
How do they
based on
fail?
that, I would argue. What do you think?
I think it's interesting that some people are still worried to talk and come out.
That's why I brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting. I think it might change though, because people are getting
Welcome to the
bold. We know we
seafood
don't have to worry about another Trump election, because it's the last Trump election. We won everything. We wiped them to the floor.
For sure. It's undoubtedly more acceptable today, but I think a lot of people still, there's a ton of people that are still in that same position. Any tech company, for the most part, there's a handful of tech gurus that are saying it's acceptable to be a Trump supporter, but still massive parts of industries that it's unacceptable to be openly in support of Donald Trump. Hey guys, your thoughts on the election? What do you think? Okay. A lot of people that don't want to talk about it. Let's grab somebody else. Hey, you guys, what do you think about the election? Donald Trump winning. What do you think?
Probably the best thing that happened.
Yeah, right on. Sir, do you mind if I ask you why?
Fuck, I just watched something. You don't want to see
why the best thing that happened right there? We're a Donald Trump fan? Did you vote for him or no?
Yes, I did.
Me too.
So, yeah, but my own personal reasons. I don't really.
Totally. You guys live in Philly?
Nah, we stay on the outskirts.
Okay, that's cool. But you guys, in the area, voted for Donald Trump, and you just saw him as a better option than Kamala. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree. Because as a mother,
a black
I just
woman.
feel like the whole thing I didn't
That's what I'm
agree
talking
with her is, like transgenders being able to be in women's bathrooms. I feel like you know, I have a daughter. I don't want, you know,
very cute daughter.
Thank you. I don't want us to come out of the stall and anyone can just, you know, put a wig on and come in there, you know.
So you're looking at it from the perspective of a mama bear protecting her child. You said Donald Trump's the better option for that, keeping my child safe.
Women should definitely have their own personal bathroom. Like, I just feel like women should have their own sports as well. I don't agree with that at all. Like, I don't agree with that. Like,
These seem like pretty middle of the road positions,
I'm not
right?
transphobic or anything like that. Like, I'm cool with whatever you like, you know, whatever you want to do, but I feel like that should be a separate thing for that. Like, just like us being women or us being men, we have our own separate things going on. Like,
No. I mean, you're describing very reasonable positions here.
And then I feel like you shouldn't force that on children either. You know, like it's like to have that in school to learn about. I didn't grow up like that. I didn't grow up learning that. So it's just like, why are you trying to force?
You probably didn't grow up with like political ideologies, you know, being pushed on you in you know, middle school, high school, whatever it may be.
Dude.
It seems unusual.
Dude, the closest thing, the closest thing at all that we had like that was the Apple sticker. I still have one. It was in my stuff that I left at my parents' house. Remember the old Apple stickers that had the rainbow effect on them? Like, I don't know if that was the Apple symbol for a while, but I'm pretty sure that was actually the gay, like some sort of gay thing that Apple was doing for a little while. But those were in our schools. I can't remember if I got the sticker from school or not. Besides that, that's it, man. There wasn't any gay books. There wasn't any gay week, gay month, gay, even a gay day. Even rainbow flags ever at school, ever. I didn't even really catch fully on to the rainbow thing, I think, until I moved to California. Actually, because I remember in Tennessee, I would get the Fantasia, Nat Sherman Fantasia lights. They come in a pack with 2 of each color, and I never thought anything gay about them at all. I liked prisms. I thought light and how it refracted was amazing, and in different colors, and like how you could burn metals and that causes different color. I dug all that, and then all of a sudden, rainbows became gay. And now they're putting gay flags up in front of schools, on top of the flagpoles and shit. Weird, man.
It's too early.
So
it's too early for that, you know, putting that in. But
how
if
did
they
that
want to
happen
learn
so
about that on
fast?
their own time, sure. But like just pushing that on them when there's other important things to learn about, no.
Do you guys mind if I ask you? I'm really curious about your own lives when it comes to your family, your friends. Were they agreeing with your positions there on your reasoning for voting for Donald Trump, or did you keep it a secret?
They really didn't care really too much. I mean, the whole thing that we all say, I mean, if Kamala was, you know, for all these reasons and everything like that, well, why didn't you speak up when you were vice president?
That's a good question.
So, like, if you wanted to
but
make
the
all
Dems
these
will say that she has no power as a vice president.
Really,
she has
you
no
didn't
power.
speak up too much about
Right?
problems that were going on and everything like that when you were vice. Well, what's going to be the difference if you become president?
Well, it was kind of an unusual position
she admitted,
that a lot of Americans were put in.
She admitted that she wouldn't have changed anything. So even if, like, yeah, there's that.
Hey, I'm running, I'm going to do this. And I guess people were supposed to forget that you're in office right now. We've seen the track record, and a lot of people, it seems as though, made their decision from there, you know?
And then it's just like people acting like when Trump was in office, like, things were terrible. I mean,
dude, my ballot,
like, you know,
my ballot, by the way, here's something, y'all. Hey, breaking news. I checked this morning. My ballot hasn't even been counted yet. It hasn't been received yet. So a lot of people that voted by mail day of, and a lot of Republicans vote day of, they say, like, they haven't even been counted yet. So who knows what will happen in California? Maybe the numbers will get kind of like a lot closer than they are. They should. We'll see. Because they only have like half of them in right now for us.
acting like
it was 53%.
When Trump was in office, like, things were terrible. I mean, like, you know, there were a whole lot of stuff that were cheaper that it is now when Kamala and Biden was in. I mean, and then on top of that, I mean, I know they don't have a say-so on, you know, what rules stand, but, you know, they could throw the idea out there. They could do some stuff to alleviate, yeah, they could throw the idea out there just like, you know, with Biden. He threw the idea out there. Now it's up to Congress on, you know, what they want to do with that, their votes and everything like that. But it's just like, you know, some of the stuff that she was fighting for now, she could have threw the idea out like, hey, Biden, I feel like we should do this, that, and the third.
Exactly. And she would have had a much better chance of getting it approved with having the majority in Congress. And didn't they have a majority in Senate also at the time? And her being the tie-breaking vote also, she could have made money, dude.
But it's just like, no. Yeah.
You guys, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
That's pretty cool to see.
Nice people.
Minorities that know what the fuck's going on.
I figured she was.
Holy shit, that aren't just
we'll
like.
Get a couple more people here, you guys.
Racist.
We're low energy Jeb Bush today because I'm exhausted. Traveled out. We'll keep it going.
Don't think it doesn't mean we're not gonna laugh at liberals. That's still coming.
Yeah, we're doing that. That's for sure. My man, what do you think about Donald Trump winning the election?
What are you doing?
What is that? Wrong guy. Why?
Oh, no. Here.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, no worries, bro. How we doing? The army coming over here. You guys, your thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? Did any of us vote?
Yes, I voted.
You voted. Who'd you guys vote for?
I voted Kamala.
Okay, so we took an L. What about you?
I also voted Kamala.
Okay, so we got L's. What are our thoughts about Donald Trump winning?
Not very pleasant.
Happy about it. I think it's really unfortunate and left a lot of people disappointed, but I think it's really important to like understand that there's a lot of young people like us who want to make everything better, so not to give up now and just keep fighting for our rights.
Right. Guys, he won every single swing state, the popular vote.
There's a lot of young people like us that want it to be better.
I think it was just like, not only was it like a misstep in messaging, but also like with Joe Biden dropping out in this summer, I think it didn't give Kamala a lot of time to play catch up. And so she was basically playing with a playbook that wasn't all hers. And I think that really, like, did her an injustice.
She's totally clueless to the fact that if Biden would have dropped out earlier, there would have been a primary for the Democrats, and Kamala wouldn't even have been in contention for president at that point. It's fucking.
Okay, so just not enough of a runway, perhaps.
Yeah.
Any of you guys want to weigh in on that, or any thoughts?
Yeah, I just think that she was like, people heavily associated her with Joe Biden, and a lot of people necessarily.
Using her words, by the way, she would associate with the administration.
Yes. But like, I think, and a lot of people weren't super fond of him, so I think that he kind of dragged her image down almost, even though like she's her own like campaign, like she is her own candidate, but she was just heavily associated.
Yeah, very interesting. Anybody else want to weigh in?
They're clueless, dude.
Is this a?
We're for a national journalism conference.
Oh, right on. Okay, we're all going to be pursuing
he should
journalism as a career?
Know.
Yeah, the majority of us, yeah.
She said she wouldn't have changed anything.
You are.
No, Katie.
Did you vote for T-Dog?
I am not 18, so I didn't vote, but.
So we have one conservative in the group. Yeah. She goes, "Yep."
One conservative.
What do you think? You didn't vote, but what do you think about Donald Trump? Did you not like him, or do you guys ever debate this?
Yes. We do. I'm not a fan of him. I'm more just a Republican.
Yeah.
And he was the candidate, so then if I was able to vote, that is what I would do.
You guys have pretty good debates though among aspiring journalists.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, just the question, I wasn't going to weigh in, but I think Kamala's shortcoming was, like, I think she just left the middle class behind. And I think that's where a lot of the voters are, is the working and middle class. And I think then also the independents. I think Trump won over most of the independents. And
sure.
I think we're getting...
I think Elon Musk, RFK Jr. might have helped with that as well, for sure, no doubt about that. But it's a pretty seemingly reasonable take just by the numbers. You were laughing at her. Do you disagree with her?
I think I am respectful on other views as a Democrat, but I think when it comes to like something that violates natural like human rights or something that anyone should equally have as a right, I think
like
that's
killing my baby.
Just not fair, and I think everyone needs to do it.
What was the scare there with Donald Trump violating natural human rights?
Just like the homophobia, I think there's a lot more to
What
it.
homophobia?
But I think that's one of the main things. I don't think
his homophobia, you're saying?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think there's a lot more to it. But
What do you think? Is he openly homophobic?
James, their bus is going to leave.
so.
Oh, you guys, go for it. Go for it. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
We're gonna make them wait.
I'm like, oh.
All right, fine.
I see it going.
I just wanted to have we had to get a little bit,
get
great. As much of that conversation as possible. That was really interesting, though. Aspiring journalists.
Embarrassing.
I was a little. I was a little bit surprised when the girl raised her hand. You know?
Yes.
I was a little bit surprised. I'll be honest with you. When she raised her hand, I was like, okay.
Let's get
super chats, Nico?
Yeah, a couple of super
let's
chats.
get a couple of super chats going.
That's Fresh 26 saying, I think Jeb Bush can still win. Just wait.
Yeah, that's true. So there is a pathway to victory for Jeb Bush.
She doesn't hang on anywhere.
Which really we've all been waiting for. We just wanted another Bush.
That's right. That's right.
You know, to make it now a period of like 40 years with a Bush, Clinton, and a Biden.
Yeah. It's inevitable, really.
It's inevitable.
His time will come. Jeb Bush, his time will come.
We got Option Command Media back saying you got to make your way to Drexel University. You're so close, lol.
I know. We're gonna make it happen. We
He had a cheetah on his back while he was swinging.
And we got a fun fact here from Awesome Gecko. Kamala said the word fight 19 times during her speech. Are you inciting violence now, Kamala? The hypocrisy is shining bright.
Yeah, it's not even, it doesn't even matter, right? Like the standard is like they live by a different set of rules than you do, and it doesn't, the standard that they hold Donald Trump to, angels would fail at, right? It's built to be completely rigged, and he's supposed to fail at. Yeah. Fight. Oh, it's violence. It's like the most generic political phrase ever.
Word.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Let's go get some more people.
Let's keep going. How are we doing on we're doing great on time, actually.
Yeah, go laugh at a couple more.
We're doing great on time. We've only been doing this for not that long.
About 20 minutes.
Okay, that's good.
20 minutes.
That's great. We fit a lot of conversations in that time. That was good.
Yeah, we did.
It looks like San Diego's. No. Well, that's not San Diego.
Anybody and everybody, come on.
Yeah.
San Diego's blue. Orange County's red.
Seems like a nice guy. How does audio sound, Nico?
Audio sounding good.
All right.
Let us know in the chat. You know, hopefully we're working on the stutters.
It's not full red though yet.
Yeah.
We're new to this, so.
Also, I want to see. I'm really curious.
All the coastline is blue
he was
except for Orange County and Humboldt County.
Excuse me, sir.
I think that's Humboldt County.
What were your thoughts about Donald Trump winning the election? We're working on a video. You want to participate? We're working on a video. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump winning? Thank you for your time. Thank you. How about you, man? You want to jump in? Did you vote?
Yes.
You did. Who did you vote for?
Listen.
Yeah.
Okay, let me explain to you. First, how you doing in Philadelphia, right? I remember the election day. It was like 5 days ago, the 6th, 7th, right?
You talking about the 5th?
No, I say the election day. It was like a couple days ago, right? Like 3 days ago?
Yeah. Oh, okay. A couple, yeah.
Like maybe 3-4 days. So some people is very upset because vote for the girl, right? Like the Democrat. I forgot her name.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Okay, and when I see the news, right? The people is very upset because she lost. But I remember when I go to school near to my house, and I vote for Democrat, right? Like Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you voted for Kamala?
Kamala, 100%.
Yeah.
So I told everybody inside of the building, the people who were there, I told how much money you want to put in the table, like 100% Donald Trump going to win, right? Because the people forgot something. Donald Trump is a rich guy, right? Millionaire. Also, he's a business, like a running business. I remember in the 90s, he was the owner for Atlantic City, right? Casino.
You might have voted in. Do you think people were more likely to vote for a rich guy, or you think the wealth impacted the election?
I told you, the people thinking about it, but forgot something like Donald Trump is a strong guy.
Yeah.
First, he's rich.
I don't like his shirt.
In 2016, he was a president, right?
Me.
And 2020, he lost with Joe Biden, right?
But is Kamala Harris not rich?
Yeah, I don't think so. He's rich. Do you think Kamala Harris is richer than Donald Trump?
She's a multi-millionaire. She's worth probably tens of millions of dollars.
But like Donald Trump,
last year she made like over like $4 million.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, billionaire.
Okay. But do we think that impacts the election? How? is what I'm trying to understand. Because Kamala is, by every available metric, rich.
But something is important. Like I never see. I'm 48 years old, right?
Yeah.
And I live in Philadelphia like 30 years, 32.
Yeah.
I never see in the United States it was a woman or female, right? Like president for the United States, because I don't think so. He's not strong enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I say, Kamala Harris, she do it great, right? So the people love her. But at the end of the night, the people forgot something. Like Donald Trump, he was a businessman, right? Like a running.
Yeah.
And
you think that was more attractive to the American people, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
Also, he was the president in 2016, right? But he lost because sometimes he crazy guy, right? Like he lost control and talk too much, like people. Mexican immigrant.
He mainly lost because of the lockdowns of the economy. That's mainly why.
And some people, and the way he talks, some people think like he's a little bit racist or whatever. Or he's still with the people rich. See, people have money close to this guy. Yeah. Okay, but so he take care of his people, right? So the people broke or poor, so he don't really care. But
what do you think about? I mean, didn't the middle class get tax cuts under Trump?
Yeah, but that's what I say. But he says something. He says something in 2025 when he go to the White House. The people, the taxes is not gonna be, net everything is not gonna be increased, right? Like a low. That's what he say. Maybe he can do other things, and you never know. But some people don't believe, right? Like president or Philadelphia mayor, whatever it is, because everything is still the same, right?
Yeah.
The crime.
Right. It's a little bit out of control. People want to change.
People lost good job.
Yeah.
People are not friendly like you and me. Racist, right. Discriminate nationality, where you're from, right? So that's bad. But people like me, I don't go with a thing like this. Yeah. But in America, everything is possible.
Yeah, absolutely true.
It's true.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're getting a lot of people in the chat.
I couldn't really understand them, so I was.
A lot of people in the chat were saying, "Too bad she lost. It's time to go home." That's what people in the chat were saying. I didn't say it. That's what people in the chat were saying.
I ended that because unfortunately I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, I think the chat was sharing a lot of the same sentiment.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So.
Usually when that's the case, it's a little bit hard to track what they're saying, and then if you say something, it was
word salad the entire time.
But he seemed like a fairly nice guy.
Yeah.
You guys, what are our thoughts about Donald Trump winning the election? What do you think?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Where are you guys from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Okay, New Jersey. Right on, ma'am. You want to weigh in? Are you excited about it or no?
I can deal with it.
Is this your husband? And he's excited about it.
He is.
Right on. Very good. Okay. And then did you vote for Kamala?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, you're not telling me.
She voted for
no problem
Kamala.
at all. So you voted for definitely voted for Kamala. Okay. So we got a divided household.
Right.
One person won, one person lost. Are we gonna make America great again, sir?
I sure hope so. I sure hope so.
Absolutely. Well, I don't necessarily want to start a fight with you two on camera, but I am curious. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump? A couple reasons.
Just policies.
Policies.
Economic policies.
Yeah.
Some foreign policy.
Absolutely.
Not for the tariffs, but.
And then, ma'am, why'd you vote for? If you were to have voted for Kamala Harris, why would you have done it? How about that?
Because I can't give you my real answer.
I know you're real.
Well, this is just hypothetically speaking in a world where you did do that.
She didn't appreciate Trump's demand.
All right, I thought he was a buffoon, but. On TV.
Is Kamala? Again, hypothetically,
right.
If we were supporting Kamala Harris, do you think she's not a buffoon?
Yes. She's much better speaking. She's a much better person in appearance, but I do like some of Trump's policies. It's just I couldn't stand listening to him talk. So.
Yeah. You think she's a better speaker than Donald Trump?
Yes, but that doesn't mean she's a better person or knows more.
Right. What are your thoughts about? A lot of word salads around her circulating. She refused to go on Joe Rogan because it was a long interview. She's done it for a handful of interviews. Do you think she's capable of doing those longer interviews like Donald Trump was? Yeah. So why do you think she was avoiding them?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Ma'am, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I'll let you guys go.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Hey, have a good one, you guys. Enjoy yourselves.
I got cat food. It's getting hot. You better come and eat some. It's all I got. Come on,
they're pretty funny today.
Are they? Everyone's
Getty,
just having such a
come
good time.
on,
Yes.
Getty, it's fancy feast.
And we're living in a red kingdom right now.
We are living in a red kingdom right now. It is exciting times. The American people rejected probably the biggest hate movement I've ever seen, certainly in American history.
We're spreading joy today.
We're out here spreading joy. What was it in the MSG video with Doyle? The thing that was on there was like, dream big again.
Yeah, we're dreaming big right
We kept
now.
telling people at MSG, we're going to be dreaming big again, and they really did not like that. It was really funny. Sir, what are your thoughts about Donald Trump winning the election?
I'm ecstatic.
You're ecstatic.
I'm ecstatic.
Wait, are you from around here or no?
I am.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, so you're from around here.
So I'm a little bit of a pariah in this liberal area.
Right, you are. Yeah, but I will tell you, I've been doing this for probably 6 years or so now. The amount of people that openly support Donald Trump in Philly, way different. Night and day compared to 2020, 100%.
Yeah, I've seen a shift myself. It was looking rough. I think there was a lot of belief that Kamala could have taken all the swing states, and I think it must have just been a propaganda machine. Because personally, I saw a lot of
voter suppression campaign to get people to be like,
Perhaps.
okay, it's over.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, there's a handful of pollsters that release just absurd, national polling data, and a handful of them like Atlas that were really on point with what was going on, and we were kind of saying it seemed as though, because we would go interview people in deep blue areas, it seemed as though Donald Trump was taking too much of a chunk from these areas for him not to be overwhelmingly the candidate in all the other, purple areas.
I feel like they're reliable though,
Yeah.
Like they're in the red states, they're reliable. I think I appreciated what he was doing in Bucks County, that's where I live. It was hilarious to see because the McDonald's that he was at was 10 minutes away from my house.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The campaign was certainly one of the best campaigns in modern American history, and it was super unique because they focused on retail politics, right? Where he goes to do those things.
Right.
What did you mean by that?
The inverse, meaning the smear campaign was one of the most powerful on him. I mean, he's got this title felon now. I mean, how can you lose to that? How can you give this guy every reason to fail and still lose? I think not only did we see a Trump victory, but a catastrophic failure of the left. The Democrats have failed the American people for the last 4 years.
It's really interesting. I mean, I think that made a lot of people nervous, right? Because I wholeheartedly agree with your position. I don't think I think it's objectively true. It is objectively true. I mean, there was probably the biggest propaganda campaign, and I mean literal when it comes to hoaxes being pushed by the mainstream media. I don't know if that swayed people. Maybe it got the base more riled up, but I think it certainly turned off a lot of that independent voter and even some Democrats that were sold on RFK Jr., that were sold on Elon Musk, perhaps, and they knew that their news that they were seeing was debunking the mainstream media.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I think everyone loved Elon Musk and Donald Trump until they got involved in politics. Then they were this mascot to attack. I think what set it in stone for a lot of people was RFK. I mean, him talking about the poison in our food supply is just ridiculous. There's hundreds of ingredients in our food that are illegal in other countries, and companies that have to modify their food for here versus over, somewhere overseas because of the legislation. That's ridiculous.
It's funny watching the right wing tackle these issues and embrace these issues that are more quote unquote crunchy. You know what I mean? They're the right wing's like the whole grain party right now, the eating healthy party. It's very funny to see them embracing that. And when RFK Jr. is bringing up something, I would argue, incredibly reasonable, that most reasonable Americans can agree on, a lot of the response to that is smear campaigns, conspiracy theories.
Conspiracy theory, just because, I don't know, I wasn't following 100%, but they call him a conspiracy theorist because of what, he wasn't 100% comfortable getting an experimental vaccine. I mean, come on. It's crazy. Yeah. And then he's actually saying facts like all these things about, omega-6 fatty acids in foods that we just allow and just they're proven to cause inflammation and all these other things, and these dyes and these colors and stuff in food. I don't understand how that's a conspiracy. It's right on the ingredients.
Right. And then I do want to know, you voted for Donald Trump. You're here in Pennsylvania. You helped contribute to the W in Pennsylvania. What would you like to see Donald Trump doing day one of his presidency?
Day one, we need to seal the border. I I've heard J.D. Vance say stop the bleeding first. Whether we're going to see deportations, I kind of don't want to see that because it's going to be a strain on the taxpayer if we sort of deploy, law enforcement and try and do that. I don't want to see that happen. But I think there does need to be some intervention, and if they get arrested, if these illegal immigrants, if they get arrested, or if they, do something that raises a red flag, then institute a deportation.
Yeah, we were looking at the math because that's a really interesting question, the strain on the taxpayer. We were looking at the math, sitting down, calculating how much it would be to let's say, mass deportation. Let's say everybody that came in illegally under this administration. I'm sure you're aware, worst border crisis in American history. 10 million probably at the minimum, because unknown gotaways and known gotaways add a ton. But let's just say 10 million. When it comes to that, each year right now, they're costing U.S. taxpayers, after accounting for how much illegals actually contribute in taxes, because obviously there's a handful that are paying taxes, of course. Accounting for that is about $150 billion per year, and that's at the bare minimum because that number is from 2022 numbers.
And how many years would it take?
So when it comes to mass deportation, you could essentially, for that price, actually for less than that price, you could essentially deport every single one using a private jet chartering. This isn't possible, right? But if you did, you could deport every single one using a private jet for less money.
Private jet shipping how many at a time?
It would be, I think the number that we calculated at was, it doesn't actually matter. Sure. But you could do 20 to 50.
Royce won't listen because it's the Trump administration.
That doesn't sound too crazy. I mean,
no. Well, it was kind of a joke to do
the
numbers, but we crunched the numbers, and you could do it for less than it costs taxpayers in 1 year of taking care of them, because they're getting free housing, free healthcare.
It'd be nice to see the foreign aid and that price, sort of balance itself out. Like if you could compare how much it would cost to deport versus how much it's costing us right now with Ukraine and all these other countries.
There's another one that a lot of people, I think, that were middle of the road, that were saying, okay, hold on. We need to get these wars under control, because it just so happens that countries have nukes nowadays. We are playing with fire. Absolutely. And a lot of people don't feel comfortable with that.
Iran is terrifying.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. That was really fun, and appreciate your interview. Thank you. Yeah, super chats. Let's go.
Yeah, well, first I want to say we got 4.2 thousand American patriots celebrating in the chat.
Let's go, boys.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
What's going on, chat? Very, very exciting times. We're having a lot of fun. I am incredibly exhausted, but I'm still having a blast. I almost still can't believe it. In my gut, I thought it was going to happen, but.
É democracia, eu quero que ele ganhou, então.
We're working on a video. Thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Português, Brasil.
Oh, right on.
Bahia.
Okay, so do you like Trump? Yeah. You don't like Trump?
Mais ou menos. Eu quero, é democracia, eu quero que ele ganhou, então.
Donald Trump, good or bad?
Eu tô torcendo por ele agora. Não. Ele ganhou, democracia é isso. Ganhou, tá ganho.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Somebody interpret it in chat. We need Marcelo in chat.
Yeah,
Somebody interpret it. Somebody interpret it.
We could really use Marcelo right now.
Excuse me, sir. Your thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? What do you think, man?
I might give Simon flea medication today.
Okay. All right.
Big Al.
Crashing his eyes on accident somehow.
Hey guys, what do you think about Donald Trump winning the election? What do we think? Good thing or bad thing? What are our thoughts, man?
We can't change the outcome, so we just gotta live with it.
Yeah, that looks really good, by the way. Where'd you get that?
What y'all doing?
Right there, cool. Well, we're filming a video, getting people's reaction to the election. Massive election, massive L for Democrats, and massive victory for Trump. Seeing what people think. We're in more liberal Philly, getting people's thoughts. Are you bummed? Do you not really care? How do you feel?
Like he said, there's nothing we can do to change it. It is what it is.
What do you think Donald Trump's going to be doing in office, his first day in office? What do you think?
Talking about Hillary.
Hillary?
Talking about
Not Kamala?
No.
Why Hillary?
He's always talking about Hillary.
He's always talking about Hillary? Okay.
The only thing I can say about Trump, man, is it's positive. The man speak. He say what's on. He speak the truth. What's on his mind. Other than that, you know what I'm saying?
That's the New Yorker, man. It's just you can't hold it in.
He's a businessman. He's not a politician. He's just a businessman.
Yeah.
So that's cool, but.
Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting. So you guys, you hope he does great. It sounds like you're not really that motivated, or maybe not motivated, but you don't really have that much of a dog in this fight. What do you think?
Right.
Is that right?
I mean, to be honest, I love my country.
That's right.
So no matter who in charge, I want to see them successful. So, he won the election now, so I'm pulling for him now. For sure.
Thank you guys for your time. Really appreciate it. Okay, have a great one. Pretty reasonable people there. Wasn't gonna get too much, but very nice and reasonable people. You guys' thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? We're working on a video, man. What do you think?
What can you say, man? What do we have to lose? What do we have to lose?
Okay, all right. Hey, did you guys vote for him?
I didn't.
You didn't.
No.
Do you know if he did?
I don't think so. No, he didn't.
But he's like, okay, we're fine with it.
I think it's just more of like it is what it is situation. We kind of like all try to do our part, but I mean, you could only do so much,
Now, Donald Trump got every swing state popular vote. 1 in 3, minorities voted for Donald Trump. He was pretty popular. What were Democrats missing in this election? Why were they not speaking to the American people? What's going on?
That man Walls messed it up for him, honestly. I mean,
just too silly. Radical.
Something happens to Trump and Vance wins. I mean, or if Vance becomes president, I wouldn't be upset about it, to be honest with you. I mean, the people he's running with, too. He's got a lot of people he's running with that are,
You like him, you said? Or yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you like Vance?
I like Vance a lot more than I like Walls, that's for sure.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
I mean, I don't know about you, but...
Did you watch his Joe Rogan interview? I'm curious. Or did you watch any interviews with him?
I see clips of Donald's Joe Rogan podcast, but I didn't get a chance to see Walls's.
I'm curious why you like him more than Walls.
So I watched the vice presidential debate, and I actually
Walls didn't
like
go,
Vance
did
more
he?
than Walls too because of just the way that he spoke. I just felt like he answered the questions like more thoroughly.
He's a really smart guy. He's a bright guy for sure.
I think so. Yeah.
We were hearing a lot of people were actually liking, Walls more than Kamala. Even some supporters just seeing him coming off as more likable as well. Do you guys think it was an issue with Kamala or no for this election? Like her as a politician, her record, her attitude, do you think that impacted the American people at all? Or do you think it's just that she's attached to this administration?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, what you gonna say, babe?
Well, I have a lot to say, but it's a you go.
Unload. I can take it. I
mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I just felt like towards the tail end there, she didn't have the marketing campaign. It wasn't good enough. It didn't resonate. Like a lot of the things Donald was doing, like he appeased to the common person. She didn't really appease to the common person. So I mean, that's who Donald. That's his base. That's who he's attracted to.
Yeah, interesting. It's because Kamala's campaign, they outspent Trump's campaign by about, I think, roughly $400 million.
Let's get away from the copyright music, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
ma'am, you want to get one last word in? I know you wanted to say something.
We can move with them.
Okay, all right. Thank you guys. Yeah.
It's coming across. I don't want to get...
Okay, thanks for letting me know. Hold up.
I was going to follow
We know
them.
him. We know the guy that... You. Cruise on over here. No.
Who?
Okay. So he was in a video. I forgot which video in Philly. Maybe a few months ago or so. He was wonderful. You guys, your thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? What do we think? You want to win it? How about you? All right. Donald Trump winning the election. Your thoughts?
I'm not so good in English.
Thank you for your time, bro. Have a good one. All right, you guys. We're going to do one more round of super chats. I'm going to try to get one more good conversation going. We are going to have to wrap up here soon. Not right now. So stay in here. Make sure to like the stream if you guys are watching and enjoying it. Make sure to share it with your friends and all that so they can check out. Good one. My man, your thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election?
Terrible. Disastrous for the world.
Are you an American?
No, British.
You're British. Why disastrous?
Because he is a liar. His message is of chaos. It's not about unity. It's disastrous for global policy. He's supported by Russia.
He's supported by Russia?
We know he's close to Putin. We know that Putin's been influencing elections across the world. He's never denied his interest in being a dictator. We think in the UK that he's a fascist. He's a convicted felon. Is he really the right person? You want to lead one of the most important countries, most powerful countries in the world?
I'm incredibly excited about Donald Trump running the country.
Okay, well,
I literally, it's awesome. It's going to be a great time. He's going to make the country great again. But you think?
Why do you think that?
What?
On what basis? Do you think?
Well, we've already seen him as president. You know, you had him getting the southern border under control. The country was more, prosperous. It was safer. We have foreign policy victories. No new wars under Donald Trump.
For the US is quite positive at the moment.
Foreign policy. You think foreign policy under this administration was better than Trump's? No new wars under Trump, and you have two new wars under.
That's not necessarily because of what he achieved. That's often to do with the international situation.
Abraham Accords.
I don't believe that, actually. I don't think I think he, and the fact that actually that you've got North Korea now sending troops into Ukraine is not a positive outcome.
Under this current administration, when Donald Trump is not president.
He's supportive of Putin. He thinks, he literally said he doesn't care what Putin does. He allows, if no one supports, they don't feed. They don't support what Donald Trump wants.
If Donald Trump ends that war, are you going to be excited about that?
I don't think he will end that war, though.
Oh, you don't think so?
No, and also for what achievement is that? Ukraine, it allows you
get further away from World War III
and watch that end. But what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in the explosion in the Middle East.
Yeah. If he does,
if these do wrap up, would you be excited about that?
I would be positive if at the end result of his administration, the world is more peaceful. But no one in the UK thinks that.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I understand that. I think the support for Donald Trump in the UK is like 15%.
Everybody, proof is in the evidence, isn't it? It doesn't matter who is a leader.
What's wrong with the UK?
That's correct. In the end, in 4 years' time, if actually he's done a fantastic job, then we'll have a different opinion. Yeah. But at the moment in the UK, no one believes that.
Well, I mean, a lot of Americans look at Donald Trump and having a great track record during his administration for the American people as well. But the UK still doesn't think that.
No, we don't think that.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't. Actually, Americans don't think that evidence is true either. I mean, 49% of Americans do not vote for him. It's a bit like Brexit in the UK.
You're including children in that number.
Equally, no, there's plenty of people who voted. So, we had the same situation in Brexit. Approximately similar figures voted for Brexit in terms of what Trump achieved. But most people think it was a disaster, including the people who voted for it. And that's the evidence of Brexit, which was based on a lot of lies.
Well, we can talk about the evidence between both administrations and talk about who had the better track record. I mean, I think by every available metric, this administration has been a disaster for the American people. Even real wages are still down today compared to Trump's administration for the American people. Their dollar's not getting them further.
This isn't just what's happening in America. This is what's happening across Europe.
Yeah.
This is not one person's achievement.
Oh, I understand it's down across the entire world, but the United States, he was given an economy that was back on track. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they were given an economy that was back on track. Trump's last
I think that's
2 quarters. The evidence is literally there. And all they had to do was unleash, unregulate, deregulate the energy sector, not spend as much money, not print as much money. They would have been absolutely fine.
You have a climate catastrophe happening across the world. You've got a drought. 45% of America's on a drought at the moment.
Right. But you bring up what's happening in some other country. I don't know why that's an argument for the United States.
It's happening in the US because those things about climate is a global thing, and
this also happened in like 1826 too.
I couldn't even hear what he was talking about.
The 80-degree weather today, right? It also happened. This isn't like
the scientific evidence and the patterns of change are different.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm interested in the facts and the evidence, not in people's opinion.
Well, that's fine. Let's talk about the border
crisis. What the fuck are we supposed to do to fix the climate in the world?
Deliberately opened up the border, helped facilitate illegal crossings.
This is a country that's founded on immigration. Everybody who lives in this country at some stage was an immigrant.
We also are a country of law and order. We can't just have people breaking into the country illegally. I mean, do you think perhaps your values are not reflective of what Americans think?
Convicted felon. He's been convicted by the United States court.
Tell me about it. Let's talk about that.
So therefore, why is he, as a criminal, going to say that other people are criminals because they're immigrants? 2 of his wives are immigrants.
It's a Class E felony, right?
Integrity related to immigration, the history of immigration.
Yeah, except for back then, illegal immigrants were coming to the country getting free housing, free food, free healthcare, free education. In some areas even getting a debit card. They weren't costing American taxpayers $150 billion per year.
Become good citizens. You want to support them.
We have a legal process, right?
Yes, but actually, if you minimise it, it's the same in the UK.
You didn't minimize it. We have like 1.8 million.
The legal process usually doesn't include us having to pay their way here. They usually have a sponsor. They have to have a job when they come here. Like, they make sure that they're not going to be a leech onto the American taxpayer if they do it legally.
anybody into the UK because there are no routes in there, then people will come in illegally.
Yeah, but we allow 1 million people per year.
System in that.
You know, you're talking about opening up the southern border, bringing in everyone unvetted.
I've not said that.
No. Well, that's what happened. That is what happened. Getting Americans killed, raped. All sorts of horrific things because
shot every day because of other Americans in this country.
Oh, so let's add more people that aren't supposed to be in the country. Is that your argument?
Situation.
That's not a good argument.
What I'm saying is you cannot say that all illegal immigrants turn into criminals.
Did I say that?
The suggestion is.
Did I say that?
Illegal immigration.
Did I say that?
No, I'm talking about the way this is a very complicated situation.
You're putting words in my mouth, and you have a problem with the rhetoric when I'm talking about Americans that are being murdered and raped. And your response is, oh, your language is maybe a little bit aggressive.
What I'm not saying. One is, what is the evidence that Americans everywhere are being murdered and raped by illegal immigrants?
It's happening. It's happening every single day when it comes to illegal immigrants getting people.
Facts are not out there, and actually, also people in America are being shot continually.
Oh, we're shifting the argument again to Americans.
This is a much bigger. This is a big picture. they are. You can't say.
What's a big issue is people murdering somebody that's not even supposed to be in the country in the first place. The murderer is not supposed to be in the country in the first place.
Somebody being killed.
So why am I
any different from who kills them? Whether it's a young person shooting young children in a school to death.
Because the government's primary job is to protect the American people. Let me finish my point. The government's primary job is to protect the American people, and they're letting people in unvetted that are getting Americans killed. That's why it's a problem.
How many people is that? Where are your facts on that?
How many people is that? It's funny because even if
killing other Americans, how is the fact?
They're disproportionately represented in federal crimes and federal drug crimes.
But so are black people, and that's historically because black people are more prosecuted in the US. It's a much more complicated picture.
It's just because they're more prosecuted.
Very black and white picture. Right. And actually, when you analyse this, it's much more complex.
No, I think Trump's being honest about it.
No, I think he's honest. I think there are a lot of people.
10 million illegals coming into the country under this administration.
What do you think? People across the world who are using immigration as a stick to further their agenda.
That's because it's a disaster for their societies.
I don't disagree that every country needs a position on immigration, and it can't be completely unmanaged. I don't disagree with that, but I do disagree with the way immigrants are being attacked and used as a whipping post.
Well, I disagree with mass unvetted migration coming to the United States. Illegal immigration.
From the way
I have no problem with
treated in the 1930s. They were also being used as a kind of whipping post for the
Why is that different? Because this number is literally 10 times greater than those numbers, and also people weren't coming here just for the economic benefits. You're talking about people fleeing the Holocaust. You're talking about people fleeing the Holocaust and comparing that to people that just want more money.
This is when people came into power, and actually look at the history of what's going in 1930s Germany. They were attacking illegal immigrants. They were attacking anybody who doesn't fit into.
Did they come here and mooch off the taxpayer dollar?
Many people fled over here.
They got free housing, free health care. They got free.
Come here to work.
They got free education.
How many people do you think came in the country?
People come here to work. They come to make a better life for themselves. And so America's
and they strain our systems. We're trying to uplift American communities, and they're straining American systems. They're costing over $150 billion of taxpayer dollars per year. Illegal immigrants. People are coming here. They're committing crimes.
How many people do you think came in the country?
Very different views.
How many people do you think came in the country?
What, last year? I don't know.
Under Joe Biden's administration.
I don't know because I don't know the figures of that. And how many came before that? And how many
it's more than most states. It's more than most states' entire populations. Actually, just the people who are claimed to have come over from the Biden administration is more than 41 states in the United States, more than Pennsylvania. This entire state.
You seem to have this compassionate view for people that aren't American citizens that are coming here, and the first thing that they're doing is breaking into the country.
I think I disagree.
I'm compassionate about the American citizens that we're trying to uplift.
Agree to disagree, but I think if you tested UK opinion,
you're fighting tooth and nail to allow as many illegals in. You're defending this position.
You're wearing a very hot rhetoric on that.
Really?
I don't think it's absolutely about that.
It enriches the cartels down at the southern border that are bringing people in. They're richer than the wildest dreams.
Filled with all this Trump rhetoric.
And your rhetoric is that they're racist, that he needs to go to prison, that Americans are trying to kill people based off their skin color. That's essentially your rhetoric. It's no better than Trump's.
Unfortunately, I agree with it.
So, yeah, well, exactly. So you're just being an offensive, hateful person filled with no joy, and we're dreaming big again. Keep it 2024.
Nico just jumping in.
I mean, we can't let him get away with it.
Shout out Nico in the chat. Shout out Nico in the chat.
We can't let them get away with it.
Hey, we got to get out of here.
We do, but we're going to do some super chats.
You guys, we're finishing with super chats. Let's do it. That was a lot of fun. That was exactly
It's over. What is this, though?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Communications Director Brianna Aho. We've got our team
You're a hoe?
in here, so we're going to get started.
What?
Just a
Boy,
moment
but
here.
she had to live with
One
that
last
her
reminder
whole
for folks
life.
on the phone, please keep your lines
She
muted
married
until
into
the
it.
end of the remarks.
I don't really want to be a hoe,
questions,
sweetie.
so you will have your opportunity to ask questions.
No,
but please
you gotta
stay
take my
muted
last
until
name
that
if
time.
you want this penis.
With that, Attorney General Bob Ferguson.
Thanks, Brianna. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. We appreciate your interest. Months ago, my legal team began preparing for a potential second Trump administration. We knew from our extensive experience during his first
State
term
of Washington,
that we would need to be prepared,
by the way,
from day one if he was reelected.
What the fuck?
I know that there are many people in Washington State who are feeling a range of emotions from the presidential election results.
Freaking out.
I know that because I went on a short day hike yesterday, and multiple people on that trail stopped me on the trail to express their thoughts about the presidential election and to ask what this office and the state of Washington would be doing in preparation for the Trump presidency.
For the
I want
riots
those
in Seattle?
Washingtonians to know that the Attorney General's office has been preparing for quite some time and feel prepared to defend their freedoms and protect their rights. My team has gone line by line through Project 2025 and has been tracking remarks by President Trump on the campaign trail. We have, of course, been speaking with other attorneys general, with their legal teams, and legal directors at key organizations throughout Washington State and across the country. I'm joined today by just a few of the many folks in my office who are part of the legal team that was involved during Donald Trump's first administration. First, though, I'm really honored to introduce Attorney General-elect Nick Brown, who, of course, you all know. One thing I do want to mention is just as Rob McKenna, who was extremely gracious during my transition to become Attorney General, just as Attorney General Rob McKenna did for me after I was elected Attorney General, yesterday we appointed Nick as what's called a Special Assistant Attorney General. If I refer to a SAG, that's just an acronym for Special Assistant Attorney General. What that means from just a practical standpoint is that means we can brief him, share our legal thoughts, our legal analysis with Nick, because he is essentially a Special Assistant Attorney General. So that has happened. Additional folks from my office who are here, many of you have seen them in past press conferences. Civil Rights Division Chief Colleen Melody, First Assistant Attorney General Kristen Beneski, Solicitor General Noah Purcell, Complex Litigation Division Chief Jeff Rupert, and Environmental Protection Division Chief Bill Sherman.
Protect the trees.
I'll just say their collective experience in litigating during the first Trump administration is, and this is an understatement, extensive. There is no legal team anywhere in the country, I'm confident, who has more experience winning and litigating these types of cases than the folks you see here, and of course all the team that is a part of our office throughout the state, many of whom are in the room today. So they are prepared for upcoming work that we may have. What I'm going to do is talk briefly about our preparations and the challenges we anticipate. We'll hear from Nick Brown, and then we're happy to take any questions that you may have. Just as a preview on the questions, and we were chatting about this upstairs, by definition, we understand you may have a lot of interest in specific topics and what would happen if something happened at the administration. For obvious reasons, it's going to be difficult to answer some of those questions in details, right? We don't want to preview our litigation strategy, for example, and at the same time, until you actually see an executive order, for example, the actual writing of that in black and white, the specific language that's used, it's difficult for us to form an opinion of it, of the legality or illegality of it, until we actually see it in writing. So by definition, we may have to be a little bit general in our responses to those legitimate and important questions. Just wanted to highlight that for all of you. So Project 2025 is, of course, a 900-page roadmap of what we can expect from a second Trump administration. We have also closely reviewed Agenda 47, which is found on President Trump's official website and contains a list of his priorities for a second term. It echoes many of the ideas fleshed out in detail in Project 2025. To be blunt, what is in Project 2025 and Agenda 47 constitutes an assault on reproductive rights, healthcare access, environmental protections, to name just a few. So speaking for myself, I'm deeply concerned, of course, by potential implementation of the policies outlined in those documents. just a few examples. Enforcing the Comstock Act, which is a 1873 law that Donald Trump could use to try and criminalize or severely restrict abortion and birth control nationwide. Eliminating or weakening DACA, the program, of course, that protects more than 500,000 dreamers. The United States is the only country that they know.
Weaken that shit.
Rewriting federal law to remove nearly all protections for LGBTQ Americans, from education to healthcare to the workplace. Now, we do have certain tools.
What, by not letting it be in
first, of course,
sports?
Is litigation. And that is an important tool for challenging federal actions that we believe are illegal or unconstitutional, and keeping the administration accountable to the rule of law. Between 2017 and 2021, our legal team defeated 55 such illegal actions and policies from Donald Trump and his administration. So we lost 3 cases, 155. So our track record was obviously very positive.
Seattle is
it's important to
full
point
of
out
Antifa,
that
even the government.
we obviously worked with other states and Democratic AGs during those 4 years, worked very closely with those states. Washington was, of course, extremely active during those 4 terms. We were the lead state on 36 cases. The lead state, of course, is the state that essentially does all the work, right? You are drafting the briefs, you're arguing the cases before the courts. Other states assist with documents.
Isn't it weird
declarations.
that they're doing this?
But invariably, one state is usually chosen to lead a litigation. Washington was, of course, one of the main states that did the bulk of the work during those 4 years. At the time, when Donald Trump became president in 2017, our team that could do that work was a fraction of what it is today. We essentially had to build the plan, applying it to put together the resources to challenge the administration many times in court. That infrastructure on the positive side is now in place. I was chatting with Bill Sherman on the environmental side upstairs before we came down. In January of 2017, the environmental enforcement team was Bill, and I think you said 1 investigator, okay? That team is now about 28 individuals, okay? This has been written about, the growth of our office in key areas. That growth of the office, which was very intentional, will be very useful over the next 4 years for many reasons, but this is one example. So our team is much larger, that has the experience and the resources to, when appropriate, to litigate. At the same time, though, the flip side of that is, and a concern I have, is that Donald Trump, I believe, and his administration may well be better prepared on their end. Just being honest, and many of you have heard me say this before, during his first administration, one of many reasons why we were successful with our litigation against the Trump administration was they were often sloppy in the way they rolled out their executive actions, for example. And that provided openings to us to prevail in court. This time around, I anticipate that we will see less of that. And that is an important difference we may see. Number 2, of course, there have been a number of judicial appointments at the U.S. Supreme Court. Obviously, the makeup of the U.S. Supreme Court is different today than it was in January of 2017. Similar with other courts in the federal system, that will present a challenge for us as well that we're aware of. Also, in his first administration, Donald Trump had individuals within his administration who clearly pushed back on some of what he wanted to do. There were voices within the administration who were interested in following the rule of law. I'm concerned, so I'm just speaking for myself, I'm concerned that there will be fewer, if any, of those voices.
News Nation is checking things.
So I want to be clear, and this is really important. The president has a lot of power. That's the way our system works. That's appropriate, okay? It was not unusual during Donald Trump's first term that I'd be stopped on the street by a Washingtonian saying, hey, can't you do something about X that has been happening back in Washington, D.C.? And my response would be, look, the president has a lot of authority, okay?
Why the fuck?
My legal team is fantastic, okay? But when we would have conversations during those 4 years about whether to challenge something that was happening.
People were fucking stopping the Attorney General of Washington on the other side of the country because they're like, hey man, can you sue the president for some shit? Dude, Washingtonians are weird, bro. I don't even know what the Attorney General looks like in my state.
In D.C., it was not unusual, okay, to have a policy adopted that I had a strong view about, in opposition to, but we as a team did not feel it was illegal, that it was within his powers to do it. Well, that's the case. That's the case.
I never even thought about the state suing the federal
government. To stay very
government
disciplined about that.
until today.
Number two, and I'll just be brief about this on the other tool that we have, is in enforcement, right? That, of course, I'm concerned that another Trump administration will not be as vigilant in enforcing environmental protections, for example, or civil rights enforcement. The good news is we have a team here in Washington State that can enforce our laws here in Washington State. Nothing that Donald Trump does or his administration does takes away our ability to enforce our rights here in Washington.
I feel like it's states that have that as it's not all states have that their ability to do that, in that if they were to do it, they might not get FEMA aid as quickly or something. You know what I mean? Like, we saw how it worked with the hurricanes. The places that are seen to be mostly Republican in the Appalachian area, they were getting hardly any help. You gotta bend the knee. You gotta be one of them. So him doing this gets him in good with the next Democratic administration. The Democrat administration, doesn't it? Yeah, fuck with him. Yeah, fuck. They'll be like clapping about, yeah, Washington's fucking with Trump. That's awesome.
State to protect our environment, to defend civil rights of all Washingtonians, and we are far, far better.
Why they're wasting the time
we're in January 2017
of the
that
government,
putting it very mildly.
Like, what are they doing?
I'm mindful that my role will be a little bit different starting in January. Happy to chat about that. That's not the focus of my remarks here.
For some tranny rights, probably.
By saying that that I didn't expect that we'd be back in this situation again. That won't be a surprise to you. But it became more clear about a year ago that that was a definite possibility. And so a message I just really have for Washingtonians is we're not just waking up yesterday thinking, oh my gosh, there's a Trump administration coming in, we need to get ready for it. There has been a lot of work for many, many months from my team to prepare for this. We hope we wouldn't have to utilize their expertise in this area.
Go get the food up, it looks disgusting.
That we get prepared. And I think a key reason we were successful in 2017, right from the beginning with the first Muslim travel ban, was after Donald Trump got elected, we started thinking about what his first administration would look like. And when the Muslim travel ban came down, the team was ready to go to work. And that's why we were able to file after a long weekend of work by the team and be successful in stopping that within a week. So the team's been working very hard. I want Washingtonians to know that. And I'm also very confident in Nick Brown, an individual I've known for a very long time, and want now to turn the podium over to the next Attorney General, Nick Brown.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to A.G. Ferguson for inviting me to participate today. And I will just say it's been really nice over the last 48 hours to have such a seamless partnership with the future governor of the state of Washington. And he and his team have been very helpful for me to start to understand the landscape of the work that we have ahead of us. And I also want to say how thankful I am to be inheriting at least part of a very talented and extraordinary legal team, both staff and attorneys alike. I know that this is one of the best law firms, not only in the state of Washington, but in the country. And the track record over the last 12 years reflects that, not only in the affirmative litigation when it came to opposing the prior Trump administration, but the affirmative litigation that they've done on consumer protection, on civil rights and environmental protections and healthcare across the board has been absolutely extraordinary. And so I'm very thankful to be coming into an office that is so well suited for the work that we have ahead, certainly with the prospect or with the reality of a Trump administration, but in a myriad of other areas. This is an office that has so much talent, and I feel very humbled and lucky to be walking into this space and doing the work that we have in front of us. I will also say that I've learned a lot over the last year as a candidate for Attorney General, how much not only the people of Washington look to this office as a leader, but indeed the entire country. And as I got to know some of my future colleague attorney generals across the country, how much they have looked to Washington for leadership, and how much they know that we are an extraordinarily well-prepared and well-suited office for these challenges. And that is something that I think Washingtonians should take some pride on, is that this office is seen as a leader nationally with other states for taking on this work. So I'm very grateful for that as well. And you know, my last 6 months working with Governor Inslee as his counsel were the first 6 months of the first Trump administration. And I remember very vividly when the first travel ban came out and the work that this office did and to help prepare from the governor's office perspective for the challenges that we had ahead. And it was the first of very many lawsuits, the vast majority of which were successful in defending Washington values and defending rights and defending the people of this state. And like many of the people in this room and across the state, and sharing what Bob experienced as well, over the last day or so, I have been inundated with concern and people that are worried about the future, not only from people here in Washington. I will share that so many people and my friends and family members across the country have pinged me and just highlighted how this election, the election of A.G. Ferguson to governor, my election to take on this role, and many others, was a beacon of hope for many people. And I think it's a recognition that Washington has led, and my commitment is to continue to lead in this work ahead. And I know that people are concerned about the potential actions that a second Trump administration might take. My commitment to this office and to all the men and women is that we will be prepared. We will be prepared for whatever comes, and we will do everything in our power to defend the rights of Washingtonians, the people of this great state, and to make sure that when there is an illegal action, that we will look very closely to see if we can bring a case, can we be successful, and can we continue to defend the things that make Washington unique and make this the best state in the country. So there's a lot of things that we have to get up to speed on. There's a lot of work that I have to do personally to integrate myself and my team with the extraordinary people in this office. But I know that we will be able to hit the ground running because we've done it before and we're prepared to do it again. And it's very clear that A.G. Ferguson and his team has spent a lot of time thinking about what's next. And we will take those challenges very seriously and be prepared for the work ahead. So thank you again to A.G. Ferguson for including me, and I'm excited to get to work in January. Thank you.
Stay right here, don't go too far away. So we're happy. I know there's a lot of folks here. We'll do, for those on the phone, we'll try and take questions in the room first. We'll turn to folks back on the phone, and I think Nick and I will be available afterwards as well if there's questions. So feel free to jump in. Jim, go ahead. Yeah.
Ferguson, or Nick, you mentioned speaking with other attorneys general. I think, can you give us a sense? Have you had conversations, Zoom calls, phone calls? Can you give us some idea of who you've spoken with and
Absolutely.
what you've charted out so far in terms of what actions you might take?
Yes, and I'll try and remember to repeat the question for those on the phone who may not be able to hear it. So the question is, summarizing hopefully well, is what kinds of conversations are happening with myself or with Nick with other attorneys general and their offices in anticipation of what may be coming. I guess, Jim, what I'd say is it's a little hard maybe to summarize, but for sure, so I'll start, Nick, and then let you go next. What I would say is that during the 4 years of the last Trump administration, obviously I'm having regular, direct conversations with other Democratic AGs all the time. You know, that was just a part of the job. That has continued, you know. I'd say starting about a year ago, initial conversations. Sometimes it's more formal, right? Sometimes it's just a phone call to check in with someone about a particular issue. I know that there was a conference of Democratic AGs here in Seattle, I think earlier this year, maybe it was last year, where I spoke, and you know, I gave a whole presentation about my experience, our collective experience, lessons learned from those years of litigating against Donald Trump. That was many, many months ago. I had that conversation, but it was to communicate to my colleagues what I thought were lessons learned from that experience. I'm also mindful that I don't believe that there will be a Democratic Attorney General starting in January who was an Attorney General in January of 2017. So in other words, the AGs who were there at the very, very beginning and who were very active, right? So others who came in during the Trump administration, but those early couple years were very busy. And so I wanted to share my perspective with those folks. So it's been that level of sort of formal communication to more informal, as you might imagine. And I also would want to emphasize much of the conversation has, of course, been at the staff level, as you might imagine. And so that's just how we work. That's not especially unusual, right? If we have a big consumer protection case that's a multi-state, that same thing's happening. I'm talking to AGs and the team's talking to theirs. So that's a part of the process, and that has certainly been happening over the past year.
I was wondering, since the election, though, have you had a specific?
Oh, sorry. So my apologies, Jim. So the question, I guess, was more focused on since the election. To be honest, yesterday was a bit more of a slight of a day off for me, to be perfectly honest with you, Jim. So I've got a whole bunch of messages I need to recall. So no, I've not had, I think I can say yes, there were none, but there will be a lot of conversations starting today that I'll be having with my colleagues for sure. Nick, anything you want to add on that?
Well, yesterday wasn't a day off for me, but after this will be a day off. And I've been AG-elect for 48 hours now, but immediately had outreach from other Democratic attorney generals excited about the work ahead, the opportunity to partner. And as Bob said, this work has been going not only with respect to the Trump litigation or Trump-related litigation, but many other areas as well as the Democratic AGs Association. There's some collaboration there, and that's very helpful. To be successful in some of this work, we need collaboration, we need partnership, we need multiple venues where we can bring potential litigation, but mine has been very nascent in those regards.
But actually, what I should add, Jim, is I have had some conversations with governors, and I hope if I don't get too specific on that, but those folks have obviously expressed the election results and conversations. That's been more in the realm of, hey, Bob, we appreciate your experience, right, with the Trump administration in the past, and look forward to having that experience brought to our conversations as governors in my new role. But I'm sure I'll be talking to my fellow AGs very, very soon.
Bob, I know I can appreciate that you don't want to talk about legal strategies, but you've heard what this president has said and what has been talked about on the campaign trail, the idea of mass deportation.
Hold up. I need a breaking news situation here because I didn't realize this. We're getting a new AG too. Yeah. We're getting Nathan Hochman. And Nathan Hochman is Republican. So we're going to have a Republican AG also? Am I reading this here correctly? Can anybody verify?
Using the National Guard to execute that. How does Washington State and stop Donald Trump and his administration and a Republican Congress potentially from issuing the National Guard coming into Washington State and taking out mass deportations?
Yeah, so the way I would answer that, the question went to, for those on the phone, to potential use by President Trump of the National Guard for mass deportations, and what could Washington do, if anything, in that situation. And you're right, we won't sort of talk about specific legal strategy. What I would say, and I've obviously shared this with Nick, is our approach
I voted for Nathan Hochman.
with any action that Donald Trump did in his 4 years previously was really revolved around three key questions. Okay, is the action illegal, unconstitutional? Are Washingtonians being harmed? And do I, as Attorney General, have standing to go to court? Right. And I'll spare you issues of standing, but a legal requirement we have to bring a case. If the answers to those three questions were yes, yes, and yes, then we filed a lawsuit every time without exception. Every time without exception. If there was a no in there, and there often was, then we did not file the litigation without exception. I think that discipline served us well. So in other words, one can be outraged by what's happening, but if, for example, we don't have standing to bring the lawsuit, well, somebody else has to challenge it.
District Attorney of LA
if it's
instead.
not illegal, well, that's up to the people to decide whether the president should be. You get the idea. So on each issue that we don't have a new AG. That we were confronted with, that's how we approached it. I'll let sort of Nick share how he might view that as well, but clearly I'd be having a different role starting in January. We'd be deeply concerned by any action like that. I'm confident Nick and I would be having conversations about how he and the team feel about the constitutionality of that and what resources and tools we have to challenge that as appropriate. Nick?
Yeah, I would just echo, I mean, there are so many hypotheticals in a situation like that. What legal tools that President Trump may attempt to use, whether that's executive action or action supported by Congress. So it is really far too early to try to preview what a legal response to that might be. I think my analysis will be generally the same as been the one that's been used here in this office for many years. But I also just want to step back and, like Bob said, and like many of us, there are so many people right now in this state of Washington who are scared, who are fearful for themselves, for their family members, because some of the outrageous things that have been said on the campaign trail by President Trump and his allies. And I'm very mindful of the concerns that all of them are facing. And it's going to be our obligation to make sure that we are defending the rights of everyone in Washington state, citizen and non-citizen alike, to make sure that their rights are not being violated. But that action could take a lot of different paths depending on what action is taken at the federal level. But we have been doing the work clearly in this office to prepare for a lot of different hypotheticals, and we will be prepared to face those with every tool that we have if it's appropriate.
And maybe just one last thing I'll add to that, Chris, is, my role will be different starting in January. So if this was to come to pass, and so I'm mindful that governors have sort of different tools. A bully pulpit, for example, right? When I was Attorney General, the way we expressed ourselves was primarily through legal filings and what we said in court, right? A governor has a different role, right, and can use a bully pulpit to articulate why a certain policy that may be implemented at the federal level is outrageous, right? Why it's harmful for our economy, why it's harmful for individuals, why it may be tearing apart families. You get the idea that, and look, I think you know me fairly well. I won't be shy about articulating my views, right? As Attorney General, I try very hard to be mindful of the law and stay within that realm of the way we talk about things. As governor, it's a little bit different, right? In some respects, I can have a broader perspective and try to channel a bit what Nick is saying about the fears that folks may have if something like that were to come to pass, and also to work with other governors and our federal partners to see what we can do on that. Lots of hands. Sorry, so just go ahead. Yeah, we'll try and get to everybody. Sorry, go ahead.
Given the slate of legal action that you take against the first Trump administration, do you worry a second Trump administration may take retribution against Washington through grant funding or otherwise? And how would you combat against that?
So the question was, given our Washington's history in the first Trump administration of challenging successfully his policies, do we fear a certain retribution to Washington State with the next one? I think what I would say is that question came up quite a bit during the first 4 years. I remember being in this room and getting that question multiple times. I'll let Nick speak for himself. I'll just speak for myself. What I would say is that as Attorney General, there's a lot that's going on, right? And so my feeling always was, as Attorney General making those decisions, that really only those three questions mattered for my decision making. And I tried to be really disciplined about that. And those were things I could control, answering those three questions with my team, right? And I just felt, for me, I'm not trying to minimize the importance of your question. I want to be clear about that, or the potential harm that could result. I want to be clear about that. I'm not unaware of it. But I just felt that could not be part of my decision-making process. What someone else might do in reaction to what I think is the right decision, especially because we're making decisions in which people's rights are being violated, our environment's being harmed, that's what's core and that's what's important. So I'm not unmindful about potential results or responses to the actions of the state of Washington. I just really feel strongly that it's important to stay focused on making a good decision on each case and not let those things influence the decision. That doesn't mean, again, in my next role, that, hey, maybe I would have a role in trying to prepare for that or try to minimize that, right? But as Attorney General, I try to stay pretty focused in that area. Nick, anything you want to add on that?
Well, I would just say, first, I understand the question too, and a lot of people have raised it for me in a different context as well. The simple fact that question is on the table is a real testament to the type of person that the United States of America just elected. But the United States of America did just elect that person, including 40-something% of the state of Washington. And I think, like Bob has said, it is very important that we continue to try to enforce the law. And if you look at the track record of this office over the last many years and during the Trump administration, the vast majority of the cases that were brought were successful, which means courts in this state and in the federal courts as well found that the President of the United States administration violated some law or some constitutional principle or harmed people unjustly. And I think we should continue to try to prevent and respond to that. So if there are future actions where we think the law has been violated or Washingtonians are harmed, we should absolutely bring those cases. I think to do otherwise would be a real dereliction of duty on behalf of me and the rest of the people in this office. If people are being harmed, if the law is being violated, we should enforce that without fear of retribution from the President of the United States or anybody else in this state or the country.
On abortion, who knows what's going to come out of Congress and what challenges may come out of Washington State. But in your two positions, how do you see that issue coming up? Will you pursue a constitutional amendment? Are there other laws that you would pursue to protect that right here in the state?
Sure. So the question went to reproductive freedom and what might we do to protect that, or even to increase protections by a potential constitutional change to the state constitution. I guess what I'd start with is, Washingtonians are very clear about their views on reproductive freedom. They take that very seriously, express that in the ballot box through the initiative process, and it's very clear where the overwhelming majority of Washingtonians are on that. So my role as governor, which I think is kind of what you're asking, and role as governor is to make sure that I am doing everything within my power to protect those rights. You mentioned the possibility of a change in our state constitution, which I support. Whether or not there are sufficient votes in the state legislature for a change in state constitution, which obviously requires a much larger majority, is a different question and more practical. I tend to focus my efforts on what I think is practical, what can actually be achieved. And so for me, that'll be what drives that specific question that you're asking is, hey, would we pursue that avenue? That said, our state constitution has, as you know, a state constitution can provide additional protections beyond what's provided under federal law, and I think there's a strong argument that our state constitution's right to privacy grants those additional protections. So clearly, if something were to happen, use of the Comstock Act, whatever it might be, obviously we would be prepared for that. A lot of time has been spent thinking about that. And look, we're not shy about taking on any administration. We're in the middle of litigation around access to mifepristone with the Biden administration, as you know, right? We're the state that took on the Biden administration for limitations around access to mifepristone, which is the abortion medication used in more than half of abortions, right? So regardless of who's in the White House, that is something that this team takes very, very seriously. Nick, any you want to add on that? Okay. Yes.
Unrest in the region in 2020 drew attention and some inflammatory remarks from then President Trump and calls from his allies to intervene. And most recently, he's floated the idea of using the military against who he deems enemies from within. Now, he's included who he calls far leftists in that definition. That's a term he previously used to describe citizens right here in Seattle. So what is the Attorney General prepared to do, and you as well, Governor-elect Ferguson, if Trump acts on that statement?
So the question goes to Donald Trump's use of the phrase enemies from within, and what could Nick do as Attorney General, or I could do if the President was to act on that in some way.
Hey, the Fed cut rates another quarter.
I mean, I'm not sure I can add much beyond what I've said earlier about how we respond to actions by the federal government. I will just say one thing, though, is that from my perspective, just really speaking less as an Attorney General now, just be honest, more as just a Washingtonian, obviously I happen to find much of what Donald Trump to say deeply concerning. I will say that his comments around enemies within, I find especially, I don't have a word for it. I mean, it's deeply un-American, deeply un-American. So, our system, let me put it this way. One thing as difficult as the Trump administration was in those 4 years before, one thing that I appreciated was the idea that we as a team could go to court, challenge him, and beat him, and stop these things from happening. That the system allowed for that to happen. I mean, it's incredible when you think about it, right? And so I would often tell my kids that, right? Hey, you live in a country where your dad can do that, right? And don't take that for granted. Don't take that for granted. That's not every country. And so, it goes to everything we're talking about, is that ability to, hey, the election did not go the way I wanted, okay, right? That's a fact. But hey, you wake up the next day and you go to work as a country, and you have your disagreements, and there are ways to express those, and the courts is one of them. And so, look, obviously, if he acts on that in a way that is illegal and un-American, obviously I'll have thoughts about that as the governor, and would do everything I could to protect whatever individuals would be under attack. I certainly hope, obviously, it doesn't come to that, but I did find those words to be especially concerning, and that's an understatement. Nick?
Okay.
Sorry, we have lots of hands here. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Go for it. Don't go for it. Yeah.
Can you just talk a little bit the amount of work that it took during the first Trump administration to respond to the actions of the administration and challenge those? To what extent does that either distract your office or prevent the office from focusing on what would otherwise be sort of its bread and butter mission within Washington State?
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. The question is, to the extent that the work, for example, during the first Trump administration that was expended, right, the time, the resources spent on challenging those policies, how much does that take away from, I think what you said, bread and butter work of the office? The good news is, did not. By any fair measure, the work of our office during those 4 years on our, what you would describe as our bread and butter issues, expanded. Jim wrote a lengthy article about that, right? We've expanded our civil rights team, which did not exist, by the way, before I was Attorney General. Now it's a team of close to 30 individuals, right, doing civil rights work on behalf of the people. Those cases go forward here in Washington State, but also Colleen and her team do an amazing job of challenging that first Muslim travel ban and many other issues as well. So we've grown the team I've chosen to grow the team for many reasons, but part of it is, to your point, right, we're going to continue doing the bread and butter work that we do. In fact, we've expanded that work dramatically. Consumer protection, pick your issue. But at the same time, having the resources
making me want some bread and
do
butter.
this very important work as well. So I don't see those things as mutually exclusive.
Lobbyists were there probably.
And now, that said, I will say that for the Trump litigation during those 4 years, for me, individual, obviously that took some of my time. Right, we're not filing a lawsuit against the president unless I'm deeply involved in that, right? So we're having many conversations as a team. I'm reviewing briefs. We're having many conversations about, I'm just mindful that if we're filing a lawsuit during those 4 years against the president, I think the people of the state of Washington reasonably expect that I am making that decision. I'm very familiar with the case and the legal theory and can talk about it, in depth. And so that was the approach I had. So obviously it took some of my time, right? But that's just the nature of the job. You never know, month to month, week to week, day to day, hey, things come up and you've got to deal with that. And that's what it was like for those 4 years. Nick, anything you want to add on that?
Well, I wasn't obviously in this office, but because I was working with Governor Inslee and have served as a special assistant attorney general in a number of cases, I would agree. I think we need to be able to tackle all of the challenges and expectations that the public in Washington has. But I will say that you don't really have a sense of how hard this office has worked. And I've solved just a fraction of it, but the Trump litigation and a lot of the affirmative litigation was countless weekends, long nights spent here. And I think the Washington public should have an appreciation for that, both staff and lawyers alike. It takes a lot to bring those cases and to be successful. It's a much larger team now that's prepared for that. But given sort of the spectrum of things that could be on the table with the second Trump administration, I don't want to undermine the value that these men and women are providing for the people of the state of Washington, because having been a government lawyer for most of my career, there's a lot of skeptics about how hard government people work, right? It's a 9-to-5 job. It is absolutely not. particularly given the significance and importance of the work that's happening here. So it will come at tremendous personal and professional sacrifice for these people to do that work, but we are prepared for it, and we will make sure that we meet the challenges. And if we need more resources to do that, I happen to know the next governor of the state of Washington, and I will be asking him for additional help.
Yes.
Hey, Chair Ferguson, I'm curious, there was a certain level of animosity between this state and the White House during the first Trump administration. I remember the president calling Governor Inslee, a snake at one point. Mm-hmm. I'm curious how you plan to approach this situation, how much you see yourself taking on an adversarial role, how much you are eager to fight whatever might be coming.
I guess what I would say is that my approach is sort of not to seek an adversary relationship. But if anyone, takes an action that harms Washingtonians, well, obviously it's my job as Attorney General to do something, if we think it's illegal, right? So I'm not seeking that out. I want to be clear. Hey, I hope to God, okay, I pray that the things we're talking about don't come to pass. Wonderful, okay, wonderful. If this team never has to file a single lawsuit against Trump administration, no one will be more happy than me, okay, to be very, very clear. So, I want to be thoughtful about your question. I mean, I understand what you're asking, but that's just not the way I think about it, right? It's just not the way I think about it. And so, but I'm not naive, right, to how the 4 years went before. And I think we just have to, what we just try to do is focus on cases, right, and focus on the law. I know it may sound sort of boring in a way, right, but that's just how the decisions get made around here. They have to, or you're going to lose a lot of cases, and we do not lose very often around here. Yeah, thanks. So let's maybe go to the phones for a couple of folks have them, and then I can come back around to folks have follow-up. I know it's gone a little long, but if you're on the phone, so I know it's easy for folks to speak over each other, but if you don't mind just identifying yourself, if you have a question, feel free to go for it.
Hi, Nina Shapiro from the Seattle Times. Can you talk about what actions you would take if President Trump threatens to withdraw funding because of our sanctuary status?
Sure, I think everybody kind of heard the question from Nina, and Nick, I'll obviously.
I think he's allowed to do that.
Come next year, but I think Nina, I'm not sure that I can add a whole lot more than what I've said before, other than to say that on the list of areas where issues that we have real concerns, the one you're mentioning is obviously on that list. I'll start with that. I've had conversations with our state treasurer, Mike Pleciotti, about this, and as one example. And so we'd be taking a similar approach, right? Is the administration doing something that is illegal, right, in a way that harms Washingtonians? And so that's just a lens that we have to look through it, and it would certainly be the lens that I'd be looking through it.
The federal government doesn't have to pay for your
next
fuck
role
up,
in January, obviously, we work with our federal partners and everybody we could to avoid a conflict along those areas, but that is certainly on our short list of things that
I forgot about him cutting him off. That's awesome.
Okay. Well, Bob, would you be prepared to lose a lot of funding?
Yeah, you prepared?
No, I'm not prepared to lose a lot of funding, is the short answer. And I mean, it's just difficult to answer, Nina, right? Because it just, what does that look like, right? How is that being done? We've obviously had
it's amazing.
A lot of thought gone into that issue here in our office, to be sure. And so we would be prepared if we felt that what the administration was doing was illegal.
It's not going to be, though.
Push back on that.
It's going to be legal.
And we feel we'd have good arguments along those lines.
You don't have to pay your fucking state for your illegals.
We obviously can't sort of preview legal strategies or what our arguments might be. I hope you understand that. That's just that just has to be a part of this. I hope you understand that as well. Anybody else on the phone have a question?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Melissa Santos at Axios.
given that the Northwest Detention Center, or whatever it is called now, is here in Washington State, should some of these mass deportations that the president-elect is talking about commence somehow, what options does Washington State, or might Washington State have for intervening in something that's sort of a federally contracted facility like that, even if it's within our state, when it comes to some of these immigration plans?
Good question. So, Melissa, you know, what I mentioned, I think in my earlier comments, you know, I emphasized the president has a lot of authority, right?
Yeah.
And certainly when it comes to issues related to immigration, right, the federal government has a lot of authority. That's a good example of that being the case, and we're mindful of that.
This is awesome.
That's not unlimited, right? We won the Dreamers case, for example, at the U.S. Supreme Court. So we have experience in this, but you know, your point is well taken, right? That when it comes to immigration issues, the federal government does have a lot of authority. That said, and this question went earlier, I think we heard
more meat workers.
Question on mass deportations. Obviously, the impact on our state from something like that, individuals, families, et cetera, would be profound. Impacts on our economy. And so we'd be, you know,
that's
at the risk
another
of saying
thing.
the obvious would be monitoring that closely. And if we felt that, you know, if we as a state felt that what was happening was illegal, obviously we'd be prepared
gone
to,
anyway.
To potentially take action. Maybe one more from the phone line.
Let us do the dirty work. The Republicans can do the dirty work.
If not, any last questions here before? Let me take one more, Jim. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry. Yep. No, go ahead if you're on the phone.
Mitchell Rowland from the Chronicle. This is a broader question. So, Attorney General Ferguson, you alluded to the fact that Washington purchased a 3-year supply of mifepristone last April. I was wondering if you're able to speak to any of the other potential safeguards that the state has already taken or could take in the next 2.5 months to prepare for the Trump presidency.
In terms of mifepristone specifically?
What?
That's
a Cristone.
More broadly, just in any other areas,
What is
the
that?
state has already taken any preemptive actions to
Research chemical?
Washington from from the incoming administration.
Well, I know Governor Inslee had a press conference, I believe, yesterday in which he spoke about you know, from his perspective as the governor and his role. Obviously, up till today, my focus has been, you know, as Attorney General, obviously, for obvious reasons, and that's what we're talking about today. Obviously, I'm beginning a transition period, and
he's a tranny.
What will be a not insignificant part of that transition preparation will be exactly your question. Hey, what steps can I be taking when I take office in January? Working with the legislature, what steps can we take to provide additional
I can hear it in his voice
as we see appropriate? So I don't know if I can preview those for you right now, but I do think your point about the governor working with the legislature to purchase a multi-year supply of mifepristone is a really good example of what a governor can do. I remember having very clear conversations with my team and his team about when we filed our mifepristone litigation and saying,
you got to give Allison one of those
no
two,
guarantees
sister.
we're going to win, right? We feel we have good arguments, but cases are, litigation is unpredictable, to put it mildly. And so he obviously took action to take additional steps in case that litigation did not go well. And so I think it's just a good example of tools the governor has to have additional layers of protection. Obviously, as I transition into a new role, I'll be giving greater thought to that in light of the way the election went on Tuesday. Oh yeah, and Nick's going to add something. Thanks.
Yeah, I would just add, you know, we rightly, I think so much of our collective national attention goes to the presidency and the impact that a presidential administration can have. And we should be prepared to respond that, in my perspective as the AG-elect, prepared to use this office to respond to that. But I would also add that I think the vast majority of the things that we as Washingtonians think about, worry about, or concerned about on a day-to-day basis are the issues that are happening here in Washington and how Washington law can be improved, both our legal protections and policy development, to make sure that this remains one of the best places in the country to live. And one of the ways that we need to continue to prepare for some of the challenges that we might face from a Trump administration is by continuing to improve Washington policy when it comes to environmental protections, continuing the track record that the legislature has been on the last many years, strengthening the work that we do here, and using the Attorney General's office to make sure that we're enforcing those provisions, continuing to strengthen the protections that we have for LGBTQ people in this state, protections that we have for our immigrant communities in the state, continuing to strengthen the gun safety laws that we have in the state. So regardless of what Trump administration tries to do, that we have the best foundation here to make sure that we're protecting people in Washington and doing everything we can as some of the leaders of this state to improve people's lives. So I understand the focus on the Trump administration, but I want to make sure that this office, in partnership with the governor's office and all the state and local leaders across the state, are focusing as well on what can we do here? What can we do to continue the work, regardless of it's a Trump administration or a Biden administration? And that's going to be a big part of the work that we have going forward as well.
Thanks, Nick, for mentioning that. I mean, that is 100% correct, right? This office, for example, can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? As governor, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do those things. And the question earlier about, hey, the bread and butter of our work, we didn't just maintain it, we expanded that.
There it goes again, the bread and butter.
Helping lead the country and hold
what do you want to eat right now?
The rule of law, and that is important. We understand the focus. I mean, we understand what we're hearing from many Washingtonians right now in the aftermath of the election, but that is correct. We're going to be able to move Washington forward as an office here, and as the office here in general, and also as a state as a whole, while also taking appropriate steps when it comes to the next administration. Okay, maybe let's do one or two more, and then we got to wrap up. Yeah.
This might sound strange, but I just want to ask you: do you know anybody personally who voted for Donald Trump? Have you spoken with them? Seriously, and
of course, no. I'm only laughing. Of course, I do.
And do you feel the need, given the national results, to understand the mandate that he has and to some extent respect it, or are you in full resistance mode?
Well, first, on your first question, of course I know plenty of folks who vote for Donald Trump. I mean, I don't want to get too specific for obvious reasons, but, my kids are involved in sports. I go to their sporting events. There are parents there. We hang out. We find a way to get along despite perhaps having a political disagreement on who the president should be, right? We focus on what we have in common, right? Our kids' sporting endeavors. And I invited those folks to my election night celebration on Tuesday night, to be clear, okay? I appreciate that. I was in a car ride yesterday with my daughter going to a softball practice. She was talking about one of her teammates supports Donald Trump. They are close friends. And I appreciate the fact that she focused on that it wasn't the fact, look, she supports her dad, she's got her own political views, but she talked about it, and I was pleased to hear the way she talked about it, right? That's a teammate, they're friends, they hang out together, they socialize together, they have a disagreement on that, but they hang out together. And so, of course, I'm from a large family, of course. And in terms, sorry, the second part of your question, Jim, was?
Just, you talked about the preparation. Do you feel any need to sort of understand the mandate from the other end, or are you just, is it 100%, is there any bridge building effort on the official side, or is it just 100% preparation for opposition?
Oh, look, I would be failing miserably, speaking as a governor, I guess, for the moment, right? I'd be failing miserably as a governor if I was in a full opposition mode. One just has to compartmentalize certain things, right? That, of course, it is entirely possible I'll have a lot of disagreements with the next president. But I'm mindful, I think, Nick, you mentioned, hey, a not insignificant number of Washingtonians voted for Donald Trump, right? I get that. And I know it's my, it has to be more than a cliche to say that I'd be a governor for all Washingtonians, right? That has to be a reality. And I think, Jim, you will see that I'll be very active in traveling to all corners of the state as a governor. Being in front of rooms where a lot of folks in the room disagree with me on political issues. I've never been shy about those conversations. I remember during the Trump years specifically, I've been to every Rotary Club in the state. Many of those were visited during the Trump years. And many of those were in very red parts of the state, where Rotarians were very polite to me, but there were a lot of folks sitting there with their arms folded as I was talking about our work, right? But we had a conversation about it, right? Kind of like we're having a conversation right now. And I'm not saying they agree with everything I said about why we were doing what we were doing, but hopefully I was providing a three-dimensional view, and I was hearing from them a three-dimensional view of the issues they cared about as well. So, that to me is more than cliche. I enjoy that. I enjoy traveling the state. I enjoy hearing from all folks. I think that's very important. And So no, it's not. It's not. I think the phrase. It's not full opposition mode. That's not. I wouldn't describe that in any way, shape, or form. Right. You know, as a governor, you have to make sure you're hearing from everybody, and making sure that those voices are guiding decisions that you're making. Okay, we appreciate all the questions. We know there might be more. I want to thank Nick again for being here. I think he's going to be a great Attorney General. I'm super excited. We had a chance to work together, obviously, during his years with Governor Inslee, so we know each other well. And I think everybody here is really excited for what he brings, to the office and his experience. So I'm super excited about that and the partnership and working with him on, obviously not just these issues, but many as well.
Dude, these things are rare now. I didn't realize this.
The team here in the office who, Nick, you're right. They work extraordinary hours, not just on issues related to Donald Trump, although that was an especially challenging time for us as an office and demanding as well. But the team does extraordinary work. And I'm confident. There are a lot of things I worry about when I go to sleep at night, but one thing I do not worry about is this team and their abilities to make sure.
Oh, they're rare. I can't find them anywhere. They stopped producing them at Fox Labs. And I can't find them anywhere on eBay. That's pretty rare. Because they have other types, but not this one. I've had them for a while. Well, here's one. They might have them right here. Okay, no, this place has some in stock. Yeah, this place still has some in stock, but still, they're like hard to find. Maybe. And they don't want them that much. 25 for 2. They are the hottest, though. They're the hottest ones. It's the same strength as the previous one. Here's their I'm gonna bring it up. Here's their comparison chart. This is the 1.4 right here. Right? Inferno, I think. Say 1.4 on there. I know this is the 1.4. Yeah, it says 1.4 on it. The color one. Oh, you can't get these either anymore. On there. They're mean green, which is this formula that marks. It's only got 1.2, but it goes with a 3,000 Scoville, 6% OC percentage. That's because I think this one is, yeah, it's water-based, see? So the water-based isn't going to stick as good in the eyes, but it needed to be water-based for them to be able to have a dye in it, I'm assuming, a staining dye. But the other ones, I think this one still has a UV marking dye in it, the Inferno. I go down, I think it should. I think it's this last one here, the 1.4 that's been put into a little bitty thing, like a little cricket. The UV marking should be a stream. It's going to be oil based. Double the OC percentage as of their last hot one. So it's still the same Scoville units, but it's more of a likelihood of it sticking around because the higher percentage of pepper bits that are in the oil. It's the same temperature of pepper bit. It's going to stick better and it's going to be more concentrated. Yeah. Twice the amount of capsaicinoids. 4-year shelf life, so they're still good too. I shake it up every now and then. This one always goes everywhere with me, for sure. It's on my keys. I just know I got something to spray somebody with if I have to, and it'll turn them green. These are kind of small for my hands because I have big hands. This is only half an ounce compared to, I think these are 1 ounces for the. So these are what I like walking outside with, though. Looks like I really put my hand around. Take these out when I'm messing with the trash or something. This is the company I go with after doing a lot of research. Years of experience with it. I like the colorful options. I like the Fox Labs. I like how they look, especially these bigger ones. See, they don't even. Oh, you can get the half ounce still. Not the keychain though. Wait, let's see. Yeah, not the keychain one, just a pocket one. I appreciate it, dude. I really do appreciate it just being hanging on my keychain like that. I never had to think about it. I know it's there. It makes my keychain a little bulky, but I think, oh, this must be this one that I have here. So the prices are going, oh, that's $30. So what's the price difference between that and the next hottest one? $32. Oh, okay. So the next hottest one's gonna be $35, $36. Wait, that's a different size. Stop it. Why does that look so different? A little bit more for it to be. Oh, that's why I like that, because I can get a 20% discount off, I think, for veterans. I can't remember if I can or not. I'm pretty sure I can, though. That helps. Whoa, you've seen too much. I like to see you use it on your tacos. Stop. What are you fucking doing? Stop it. It's like...
Oregon voters legalized magic mushroom shops statewide in 2020. The first regulated shops kicked off business in 2023. But in the most recent election, it appears voters in towns like Lake Oswego and Oregon City are saying no thanks to magic mushroom businesses.
Oh, really?
Oregon City's mayor isn't surprised.
It's basically the same question we asked when we asked people whether they wanted us to have marijuana shops in town.
People in Oregon City were more than willing to welcome pot shops and tax them to help local public safety projects. But the mayor says some voters have regrets.
You would not believe, Libby, now I'm hearing have too many shops in town. And, the comment I got last week was, why don't we get rid of them? And I said, well, it's kind of not that easy.
It's not just Oregon City and Lake Oswego supporting a ban on magic mushrooms. Voters in smaller towns around the state, including Sheridan, are saying not in our town. Except for a close vote in Nehalem, it appears nearly all the bans in these areas are passing.
We do have a large population of veterans, so it's kind of a tough issue because it can help some people, but there's also kind of a negative stigma still attached to it.
Sheridan's mayor, Cale George, said he liked the idea of ending the moratorium on mushroom businesses, but it wasn't his decision.
I didn't want to, say, okay, what are your thoughts on it? Should there be a moratorium? They vote yes, let's wait on it, and then we just allow it. I thought we should allow them a vote to say whether or not they wanted it.
A majority of Sheridan voters are supporting the ban, which surprises magic mushroom advocates who acknowledge Oregon's program has more work to do.
It's going to take some time, but the program is working. Over 6,500 people have gone through the program in the past year and a half, and it's really a mental health revolution that we're seeing, but those things don't happen overnight.
Libby Dowsett, KGW News.
It's interesting that you put that tissue in the top of it like that. Very interesting. Oh, we just got a friggin' follow on Twitch, man. The Sammy. That's interesting. Shout out to that dude. I don't think I'm live on Twitch right now. Oh, this is interesting.
3 busy border sectors this morning: the Tucson sector, the El Paso sector, and the Del Rio sector. News Nation's Allie Bradley joining us live from Mexico with more and what we're seeing at the border now that Trump is president-elect.
Yeah, we're just on the border with Mexico. We're in New Mexico right now. We just made it to Rodeo, and this is our second sector that we're entering into right now. We started last night in the Tucson sector in Arizona's busy area down in Cochise County, and they were seeing up to 10 pursuits in a single day at the height of this. Now, last night, things started to pick up again after they kind of saw things slow down a little. I just got the phone with a sheriff who said just this morning they were involved in a pursuit near our live shot where we met with you last, saying that they spiked that vehicle. So they are fully engaged still with the border issues seemingly ramping up. So what we experienced last night was pretty shocking and was a first for me. We were the only news crew there watching as sheriff's deputies were actually administering a search warrant. Guns drawn. We saw rifles out there. They were on the loudspeaker alerting anybody in that house that the police were there to issue that search warrant. So 9 people, 9 illegal immigrants were pulled from a so-called stash house that was behind that house. It was a detached garage. They were all from Mexico. 3 of them were women. 2 in the group were juveniles. Now, I want to kind of try to explain what this was like. Going inside of this area was smaller than what you would consider a 1-car garage. 9 people were inside of that room. And the smell, if I can try to describe it, it was just putrid. It was intolerable. It smelled like urine in this very small, confined space. It's something, I mean, discarded clothing, food scattered around. It was conditions you wouldn't wish on your worst
bottles
enemy.
or buckets
So what
or
is
something.
happening here? We were about 100 yards from the border wall. Illegal immigrants are jumping that wall in Naco. We know because we have seen it. We have documented it very heavily. And then they seemingly disappear. And what's happening there is they're running into these so-called stash houses. They're hiding out, and they're doing that via a pin drop through these smugglers that are helping them over the wall. So then those individuals get picked up from that stash house and transported to a transpo hub like Tucson or Phoenix. Congress saying right now that the cartel is a $13 billion a year industry, and law enforcement down here are saying that it's going to get exponentially harder for the cartel to make their money.
Good.
They're going to push hard right now, the cartels. They know they have to. They have a president coming in that's made it very clear.
2 months
and based
left.
on his track record, he will secure this border. He'll declare it an emergency based on what we've had for the last 4 years, and which means it'll seal that border. So the cartels aren't stupid. It's a business. They're going to be pushing their dope through here, their illicit drugs, you name it, to include trafficking people, smuggling people.
Now, Marty, really interesting following the election to see the results coming out of the border communities, because the president-elect took 14 out of 18 border communities, flipping a lot of them, the majority of them. Some of those counties have been blue since the 1890s.
Wow,
so some perspective on Latino voters
dude.
getting about 55% of the vote, nearly doubling his numbers from 2020. So it just shows you how impactful the border crisis has been. What we've been covering for the last 3.5 years has absolutely had an impact on these border communities and these individuals who went out and vote and made a change, obviously, Marnie.
Yeah, they live it every day. They're on the front lines. Arizona, Allie passed a law
baby.
giving power to local
She's
law
me.
enforcement to act as immigration officials. How will this work?
Yeah, really interesting there. Controversial bill, but again, it was passed by the people. The people spoke here. So this was a law that was very similar to one that was on the books in 2010. It was considered a show me your papers law. So what this bill is going to do is going to allow local law enforcement, like what we saw last night, those sheriff's deputies would actually be able to arrest those illegal immigrants because they could prove that they crossed the border illegally. So they can actually have immigration authority. Now, it is concerning for the sheriff, who tells me that they don't really know how this is going to work. They don't have additional resources being allocated. They do not have funding allocated for this in this legislation. So he said they need help from the governor. They need to work with the state on this because this is a state legislation. Now, interesting too here, Marnie, is the president-elect is also talking about with the mass deportations that he will be leaning very heavily on local law enforcement, saying the locals are the ones who know who all these people are that don't want to be found, right? So he's going to be leaning on them. Sheriff Daniels once again saying, we have some concerns with that. We don't know what that's going to look like. What's the expectation? Where's the funding? Where are the resources? So a lot of questions here of how this is all going to roll out and play out. So we're getting back on the road here. We are en route to Santa Teresa, New Mexico. It is a spot that we have seen the cartel exploit. Every time we're down there, we see them waving at us on the bluffs, sending people down right in front of our cameras. So we'll see if they're operating business as usual or if things have shifted a little bit in that sector. That's the El Paso sector. We'll be over there, Marnie.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
Check this out, though. Like, this is kind of sad what they're doing to these big old shrimp-looking things.
Malaysia. Locals have come. Welcome to the seafood market in Sempurna, Malaysia. Locals have come up with a unique way to transport these giant mantis shrimp. Known for their powerful strikes, these creatures can deliver a blow with the force of a small caliber bullet. Especially the ones as large as the one in the video. Getting hit by one could cause skin lacerations, even fractures. These large mantis shrimp are best enjoyed when pickled. To prepare, clean the fresh shrimp with high-proof white liquor. In a container, add purified water, soy sauce, fish sauce. Well, after that, you can savor the delicious taste of nature. Welcome to the seafood market.
They have to like be how long do they have to live in that thing like that, being tortured? So sad. Poor shrimp, man.
Tonight, for the first time, you will see 3M executives on video and under oath shedding light on decades of questions involving the company's role in creating toxic forever chemicals.
For decades, 3M dumped waste in the East Metro, which contaminated the drinking water of more than 100,000 people and led to a landmark lawsuit and settlement. That community is still dealing with the fallout. But tonight, Fox 9 investigator Nathan O'Neill gives us a rare perspective from inside the company itself.
The Fox 9 investigators reviewed hours and hours of never-before-seen video, testimony from 3M executives, scientists, and government workers, all talking about what we now know as one of the most significant environmental contaminations in Minnesota history.
I tried to get a job at 3M once.
We obtained these recordings through a public records request, and the tapes reveal what the company knew and when they knew it.
I didn't get it.
These are recorded testimonies.
It is deeply troubling to you, right?
Yes. Hundreds of witnesses under oath.
I've said it now twice. It was not a concern.
Float on top of the fire and smothering the flame.
All questioned about Minnesota manufacturer 3M.
Scotchgard brand stain repeller.
How it handled the production and disposal of so-called forever chemicals.
Has it been treated with Scotchgard brand stain repeller?
And the science surrounding it.
Another fine product of 3M Company.
Here begins tape number 1 in the matter of State of Minnesota et al. Versus 3M Company.
The tapes are part of a 7-year legal battle, a since-settled lawsuit led by former Minnesota Attorney General Lori Swanson.
It was knockdown, drag-out litigation.
That smacks of bad faith.
It was the most contentious litigation I've been involved in.
You're going to tell me? Put your finger down. Put your finger down.
You're pointing at me, Mr.
Put your finger down.
Appreciate.
Don't raise your voice at me.
3M made these chemicals. 3M disposed of these chemicals, and now these chemicals are in every single human being's blood alive on the planet today.
3M first began producing PFAS chemicals in the 1950s and eventually sold those products around the world.
This cushion is protected by Scotch Guard stain repeller.
They're commonly known as forever chemicals because they do not break down over time.
Now from 3M comes Scotch brand oven liner, a new product that protects your oven.
Scotch Guard was
People
a
were
blockbuster
inhaling
product
that shit,
3M made for
probably.
decades, but it's in everything from dental floss to mascara, women's makeup, to cooking pans, you name it.
The company dumped PFAS-contaminated waste primarily at 4 locations in the Twin Cities East Metro. It was a practice backed by 3M executives.
And you recall that 3M had disposed of waste at the Oakdale site, right?
That's correct.
They knew in the 60s that they were getting into the water, that they were contaminating the water, yet they kept doing it anyway.
In the early 60s, that was a common way of disposal.
The chemicals would eventually seep deep into the ground, contaminating the drinking water of more than 170,000 people. A reality the Fox 9 investigators have documented for years.
Here in the East Metro, we have a lot of contaminated groundwater.
The chemicals have since been linked to a host of health risks, including cancer. In a recent statement, 3M says it has and will continue to take action to address PFAS across the company. 3M adding that it has widely shared its own research on forever chemicals.
The most expensive bottled water at Costco is Topo Chico, and they have been shown to have the highest PFAs of any other bottled water that's been tested that I saw on the recent tests I saw. Crazy.
All the monkeys died in the first study, right?
That's correct.
In these recorded depositions, 3M researchers are repeatedly asked about those studies, including an experiment performed on monkeys in 1978.
That would be of some concern for human beings, right?
Objection form.
You know, depending on the dosage, yes, it could be.
Some of those studies they covered up for decades.
This internal memo shows independent scientists first alerted 3M they found PFAS in human blood, and that Scotch Guard was a likely source of the contamination back in 1975.
There always was a concern about the presence of the materials in the workers' blood, and there was a bigger concern when it was found in the general population.
After 3M confirmed PFAS was in human blood, the company's attorneys urged them, quote, not to release the true identity of the source.
The 3M lawyers said, don't tell anybody, to the 3M scientists, don't let anybody know that it's our chemicals in people's blood. That alone, that activity by 3M set back scientific understanding about these chemicals for an entire generation.
What was your job title?
Ecological toxicologist.
A top 3M researcher testified he was concerned about how 3M had conducted research into forever chemicals for decades.
You were a whistleblower, right?
Oh, no, watchdog.
Watchdog.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Dr. Richard Purdy wrote this resignation letter in 1999, describing his, quote, profound disappointment in 3M's handling of the environmental risks associated with the chemicals.
You say 3M waited too long to tell customers about the widespread dispersal of PFOS in people and the environment, right?
That's what I said, yes.
And you felt guilty about that, didn't you?
Yes.
3M announced a year later it would phase out some, but not all PFAS chemicals.
Can you explain why, by the time you had decided to phase out of the business, you still hadn't notified the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency or the Department of Health of the perfluorinated chemical issues?
Objection to form. I really can't answer it. I don't know.
If you're a chemical company and you have a chemical and you have reason to believe that that chemical can harm the environment or harm public health, you're supposed to immediately report it.
There certainly was no report made to EPA, right?
Objection. I'm not aware of it. a report.
3M was ultimately fined $1.5 million by the Environmental Protection Agency after the company failed to notify them of their studies involving the toxicity of their chemicals.
Even when they stopped making the products, they continued to subvert the science. You know, through the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the MO of the company was to take the path of putting their own profits ahead of the environment.
I think it could impact how the company is viewed.
And that would could eventually affect the bottom line of the company, right, in a very serious way.
Could affect our business, yes.
A business that at one point generated hundreds of millions of dollars every year.
It has been and is an incredibly powerful and influential company in the state of Minnesota.
But after dozens of 3M executives testified under oath, 3M ultimately agreed to settle the case in 2018 for $850 million.
After the lawsuit was filed and the documents became public, then they were sued thousands of times, I believe. They've been sued around the world.
3M still feeling the financial fallout for what is now a global problem.
3M knew some of this information going back decades and didn't tell the public. And so the consequences of that to the environment and human health, we may never fully know.
The company continues to make some PFAS chemicals to this day. And while 3M would not agree to an on-camera interview, the spokesperson says the company is on track to stop manufacturing of all PFAS chemicals globally by 2025. For the Fox 9 investigators.
It's like the dude that did Freon. Like, what else did that dude invent that fucked up the whole planet? You know, I'm talking about two different things. We watched something about him, didn't we? It was Migley. Leaded gasoline. He invented leaded gasoline as well as Freon. This guy. So it says that both products were later banned from common use due to their harmful impact on human health and the environment. But he was granted more than 100 patents over the course of his career. I think he's known for being like killing more people on the planet than anybody else because of his contributions with inventing leaded gasoline and Freon. Like he did more damage than any other one person ever in the history, because like the cancers or something that he calls, and it's still like in our planet, we're still dealing with it for some reason. One or the other. Did we watch that on stream? I can't remember. It was interesting, though. Ran from Mexico. Yeah, I remember that. My dad had like a supply of it. He had a box of it for a little while, saved up. That's the good stuff, man. Those poor shrimp. Okay, this guy won the mayoral race in Portland.
But the Charles Jordan Community Center is one of the most.
He definitely looks different than the last guy.
It's a place for families, for kids.
Is he
an emergency shelter in times of need, and where I spent much of my childhood. Not long ago, I asked the community to join me here to talk about our future and to support me as a candidate for mayor. Portland is in a moment of profound transformation and opportunity.
Is it? Let's see.
Voters in every corner of our city have
Wheeler
made their
gotta go,
voices
man.
heard. They want change. And for local leadership to work together to solve the issues in our community. It's time to end unsheltered homelessness and open drug use, and it's time to restore public safety in Portland.
Oh, he must be a Republican, dude. Sounds like a Republican to me. Oh, shit. This might be a different summer of love.
It's time to grow Portland with smart, effective local government as an ally to families and small businesses. It's time to restore and expand transportation options and to make sure that everyone has access in our new clean economy. I've reached out to Governor Kotek. I've reached out to Mayor Wheeler, and I've asked them for guidance during this transition. They have committed to me the full weight of their offices, and I'm very proud to have that partnership, and I will accept that from day one. I've spoken with current council and incoming members, Metro Council President Peterson, Multnomah County Chair Peterson, and many of Oregon's congressional delegation. All of these relationships will be critical in these coming days.
He's a Democrat, actually.
Voters aren't interested in politicians pointing fingers. They just want us to get things done.
Mm-hmm.
I've also reached out to many active leaders and citizens in our community
So
for their
this is
support.
probably that's going to change.
We have some very challenging days ahead of us, and we don't know what's around the corner. We'll need all of us on this lift, and we'll need each other to lift each other up, to accomplish what we can. And
nothing's going to change there. He's a Democrat.
This
guy's in court.
And the court should assume that these jurors will do as they're
Trying
instructed.
to figure out if he should get the death penalty or not. If he goes, when he goes to court. They're gonna make a horror movie about this guy one day, probably.
Well, for the record, it really wasn't that confusing. We had the propensity aggravator in that case. We put on evidence that pushed back against that at that point in the case. I
The base paint from Mexico. Oh, nowadays still. That's still happening. Oh yeah, make it suffer. Everything's Trump's fault. Because the people are dumb enough to believe it. Yeah, because Trump took away their sanctuary city funds, and now they can't afford to police their streets. That kind of shit.
I got a question.
There's still hope. Not playing.
Yeah.
Did you vote?
Oh, I was gonna ask you the same thing.
Who did you vote for?
Who do you vote for?
I asked you first.
I voted blue. How about you?
Man.
You did for real?
Get the fuck out of here.
You want to see something?
Sure.
Give her a reason.
Can you give me a reason you voted blue?
Okay, so
they always fold. They always fold, bro.
People who come into our country should have freedom and availability to be themselves and not have certain restraints against themselves.
Right.
I saw the demographics for the exit poll. Okay.
What are you wearing a blanket for?
Okay.
Simon, what are you doing?
Thank you.
What?
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you.
Come here, buddy.
Because Trump winning, you're doing all this because Trump.
You're gonna break his CD
You
or
still
what?
live in the hood. You're black and you still live in the hood. You happy that Trump winning? What do you think he's gonna do for you? Trump not doing shit for the poor people.
All of y'all out of here.
Who is y'all? No, because you ain't got no money either. You know you ain't got no money.
I'm going back to go work at Family Dollar.
You finna go back to work at Family Dollar.
Back to go work at Family Dollar.
Why? Because he gonna kick the migrants out?
I don't know. Trump.
You know what's you so happy about Trump going in office? How you feel about it now? Look, she went up 48%.
I don't care what she did.
What this campaign was like.
For Maine, I mean. Wow, I can't believe it. This is gonna be just like that movie Obama and them put out. As soon as he wins, it's gonna be just like that movie Obama put out. Leave the world behind. So you ready to leave the world behind? You know once the world go to shit, Trump ain't gonna come help us, right?
The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree that
we are about to enter a political period that will have consequences for the rest of our lives. We cannot give up. We now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent, and we find ourselves, I believe, in a time where there are, let's say, peers in history of mass movements of people that mobilize to protect one another in times of fascism and authoritarianism. And this is the era that we are poised to enter. Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens that he deems his domestic political enemies. Authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with and strongmen abroad in regimes like that, it is not uncommon to jail political dissidents or legislative opponents. This is the world that we very realistically may be entering.
So listen, I'm gonna let y'all know this right now, okay? So you little trumpets, like, y'all won, I know y'all happy, whatever the fuck, ain't nobody acting like bitter losers. However, y'all need to leave me the fuck alone, because I got one more fucking cigarette in me before I start lighting your asses up, alright? And that's word to the United States of motherfucking America. Yeah.
Yo, remember when that dude was dangling off that hotel right there, and we were watching CJ all night, right? He was the only one out there. It's cold too. It was like an Asian dude,
Here's
right?
one of the easiest ways to leave the country as an American. Sorry guys, I simply cannot smile at the moment. It's been a long 24 hours. If you're under 30, consider the Australia or New Zealand working holiday visa. Granted, this is a temporary fix, but Australia allows American citizens up to 3 years on a working holiday, and New Zealand offers 1. So that could realistically get you through the next 4. These visas are both really easy to apply for. They cost around $450. I personally did a year in Australia. I have a lot of videos about that. I'm happy to tag you if you need more info. If you have a way to make an income online, consider a digital nomad visa. Lots of different countries offer this. It's typically a 1-year stay. For this option, I would look into countries like Portugal, Costa Rica, or Albania. Another option you can consider is teaching English in another country. Now, granted, this is going to be a lot easier if you do have a college degree, but there are some countries that allow you to work as an English teacher without a degree. Just get your TOEFL certificate online. It typically just takes a few weeks to complete that. And if you don't have a degree, I would recommend looking into countries in Southeast Asia or Eastern Europe. Another option is looking into opportunities based on your heritage. If you have grandparents that came from somewhere that is not America, you can look into that country and see what kind of visa or residency programs they offer. For example, I know a lot of us have Irish heritage. If you have a grandparent who is an Irish citizen, you can look into getting residency that way. Lastly, if you have a specialized skill, look up where that skill might be at a deficit around the world. For example, I know Canada is willing to sponsor for tech or healthcare typically. Australia and New Zealand are always looking for teachers and nurses. And Denmark and Germany both really value IT. I personally am working diligently on my exit plan. Stay safe out there, guys.
That was really good information, though.
I'm going to get drunk today, and I'm going to act like an angry black fucking woman, because I'm fucking angry! I'm mad! I'm upset! I'm angry as fuck, bro.
For somebody who wants to travel.
I'm hurt. My feelings are fucking hurt. We always finish last. We always come fucking last to everybody, even our own fucking men. And you niggas mamas be black.
What?
This
So
shit
what?
Is crazy. Y'all
So
got
they
black ass daughters.
So they should
angry as
vote
fuck.
for
I'm
a
gonna get
black person just because they are black.
This is a PSA for any of the ladies
Gotcha.
that have been seriously considering
not
divorcing
racist.
their husband. There's a lot of big conversations happening now that we have the results of the election. One of them being no-fault divorce. That is a type of divorce that allows you to end your marriage without needing to prove that anyone is at fault. Some lawmakers are looking to abolish that, which is going to make you divorcing your husband a lot harder.
Very
So here's what that
distracting.
potential change could mean for you. You're going to have to prove that your husband did something wrong, which can be even more expensive, emotionally draining, and time consuming. Legal battles over fault can keep you in an endless and very expensive fight. Removing no-fault divorce could mean higher conflict in
ridiculous.
court, which is certainly not ideal for your kids or you. It
takes too long to put that shit
you
on.
lose the freedom to decide when to leave your marriage. Your private decision could be
stupid.
left up to someone else's idea of what's right. So if you're unhappy in your marriage, now might be the time to act. Protect your right to choose what is best for you and your kids before it's taken away. Because the reasons that you want to leave your marriage are no one else's fucking business.
What do you do, man? Like, if she loses, right? What's your next tech? Is it just shitting on Trump for 4 years, waiting for the next?
I think basically it's finding out what are the 5 things that matter the most to me in terms of like how I live my life, and then which countries around here have those 5 things available.
You're doing this
And then which one do I go to?
You're one of these.
Well, you would want to go to one that also isn't going to be so easily toppled to just be the next Trump in 4
You want a
years.
sick segue?
Okay, so we're closing in on almost 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I've been tracking everything that's been going on across the country today. And my most important encounter was when I went out to get my champagne. I was talking to the guy in the store, of course, asking him, did he vote? And he said he did early voting, and he asked me if I early voted. And he asked me, why I was getting the champagne, and I said, because I'm going to be toasting Madam President tonight. And he just looked at me with kind of like a smirk on his face, and I said, she's going to win this, right? And he says, oh, well, it's very, very close. And I said, no, it's not. He says, well, what do you mean? I said, no, it's not. The women of America are making their voices heard. Reproductive rights is what it all comes down to. And the women are voting in numbers relative to men that are unbelievable. She's won this. And I said to him, she's going to take every one of the swing states plus Iowa. And he said, oh, but the numbers are so close. I said, I'm a political analyst. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are there. She's taking this election. And then I said to him, you realize, and he didn't tell me who he voted for, but of course I knew. And I said, you do realize you wasted your vote, right? And I didn't care. And I walked out with my bottle of champagne and happily walked home. Bye-bye.
What is the lesson that your party should have learned?
Well, the Democratic Party worked very hard, and they raised, substantial sum of money. We had great candidates, and so Trump had a following, basically generally led by whites. White males voted in big numbers. He had a few.
Man, shout out to all you white males out there. You know what I mean? You're awesome. Don't let anybody tell you different.
race groups that joined in, like the Latinos at 45%, and black men at about the same rate that they did when they voted for him before, at about 20%. That combination won. And so it is not that Democrats did not work hard, did not do a great job. We had an unusual situation where we had a black woman, which this country has never seen before. A combination of all of those things led to his win.
I will not push back on the idea that race and sex matter in America and politics. I think they do. I don't know that it was the controlling variable, and you don't suggest otherwise. To me, it seemed to be that the Democrats thought Trump stinks is enough. And Senator Bernie Sanders said something that reminded me of you, which is why I wanted you on the show tonight, Maxine, which is Democratic Party used to be, we are all about doing for working people. That's what we do. That's what Mario Cuomo's party, that's what Maxine Waters' party was. You are now seen as not that, even by Bernie Sanders.
Oh, burn. Get it? Feeling the burn.
Let's go!
Mexican.
Hope the tariffs don't end your business. I hope not, because you're going to have to find a job because I can't pay for your welfare anymore.
So be a good wife and vote exactly how your husband wants you to vote, okay?
I wonder why she assumed that the commenter was on
ladies, the
welfare.
master plan is working, all right?
Weird.
Women are showing up in record numbers at the polls to vote. When you vote, it is private. Nobody will know. You can go home to that red hat wearing man. You can kiss him on the mouth and you can say, baby, I too wish that you were orange and had a yellow toupee. I love you. Just go vote.
Did you guys vote?
Yes, we did.
For Kamala?
No. For Kanye West.
It's not funny anymore. It's not 2016. That's bad.
Donald Trump is the new president! Bull run, bitches! Trump is president! Losing streak is over! I just made $10,000 and crypto's back, baby!
Oh, this Kamala shit is dead ass, bro. Yo, while I'm parking my car this morning, I see a lady. I'm like, yo, have a wonderful day. She damn near spit at me talking about, fuck you, Trump is president. The fuck you mad at me for? My niggas, they not jacking us right now, bro. It's straight fuck men. I open Instagram and they killing us. They saying we not worth the fuck it took to make us. I'm not worth the fuck it took to make me because another man is president? What the fuck you saying fuck me for? I voted for Kamala. I went in that booth and voted for Kamala. Why is it fuck me? The ladies is mad at us. Bitch, I'm from New York. Kamala won in New York. Why you mad at us? Go talk to the niggas in Dallas. They lost in Texas. Why is it niggas in New York City? Niggas in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Manhattan. Apologizing on behalf of niggas in Kentucky. She won over here, bro. She won in here, she won in Cali, she won in Pennsylvania. Go holler at them niggas in Atlanta. Go take their Hellcats. She lost in Georgia. Go take their charges. They saying it all. They saying we hate women, bro. They saying, oh, we'd rather see a convicted felon as president. We'd rather a racist with a C and a P in the White House rather than see a woman run the country and shit. And I'm just saying, like, yo, bro, she won in New York. Be mad at the Atlanta niggas. I drive a Beamer. I don't drive a Charger. And, bro, if we really keeping it a buck, bro, I threw Kamala on a parlay. So I'm just as mad as y'all.
The most educated black people would not vote for Trump.
You see, what a load of crap. Honestly, you're such a moron. You think that if you vote right wing, if you're right wing, then you're stupid. No, you're thick. You're undereducated. Trump took out an ad in the New York Post. Why do you think? Why do you think that if you're undereducated, you're right wing? Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
politics. And I don't know, politics is one thing, but right is right and wrong is wrong. This is about humanity. Are you recording me?
Yeah, for my safety. Can I get your name and badge number?
I'm not a Trumper, so you're not in danger.
I'm not a Trumper, so you're not in danger.
Legit.
We cannot have rifles in this house.
Let me go get my rifle.
We don't got no cows.
No, regardless of what happens tonight, I urge you to go do more research because I know that you've listened to other people's rhetoric and the bullshit that's being thrown at you. Your family probably watches Fox News. If Trump gets in there, I'm going to get rich. Amen. Nothing that he did when he was office or wants to do now, because I mean he has concepts of plans, will have any effect on you in any type of entry-level position that you would have now. Nothing that he could do would affect your finances.
Yeah.
Not in 4 years, not in 8 years. It ain't gonna happen.
Preach, Mom. Not even 10.
But you need to know the things that he actually stands for and the things that he actually believes in or doesn't. Because it's ugly. It's ugly. He's just an ugly person at his core. That's what you need to know. I'm being serious. I'm not playing.
See, this is why I'm going.
I have a question. Why aren't Gen Z men being honest about voting for Trump? Why are Gen Z men, like, lying and pussyfooting around? When we know, like, that there was a video of some Penn students today being asked who they're going to vote for. Most of the boys were like, oh, we're undecided. I don't know how it's going to go. You're fucking lying. You can tell by the look in your eye you're going to vote for Trump. This one white boy went on a tangent about how white men don't feel seen by Kamala Harris. And it's like, you need to feel seen. Like, it's just, I don't understand the need to be seen all the time. You can't just back somebody up. So if Trump wins tonight, I'm not gonna be surprised.
From what I've heard, Trump's America doesn't want me to look like this, so.
Your mom doesn't want you to look like
this. Man, that one was funny. That's like the best news anchor in Australia, the Aborigine lady.
Well, certain people got mad at me because it was like, I was vouching for Trump. Well, my question is, what you gonna do about it? What you was gonna do about it, though? Look me up. What you was gonna do about it?
Yes, sir. Donald Trump's about to win.
Jason, get off. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. I can't believe you like him. Any black man that likes Donald Trump ought to be tarred and damn fat.
Mom, why do you say that, though? Yes, sir. Trump 2024. Trump 2024.
And I like that he didn't actually plan to ban abortion. He just brought it back to the States.
Okay, so let's keep it together, people. I haven't changed my map. Check it out. I still have Harris is getting 349 electoral votes. It's going to be a landslide. I know a lot of you are sleeping better because we're having discussions and you're starting to realize this is very realistic. I also have people saying not only do they agree with me on Florida, but so many people are telling me to change Texas to blue. I'm going to still leave it at red. Look at how many votes we have to play with. Don't listen to CNN or any of the media. They're just going straight off these weird polls, and they keep saying everyone's neck and neck. No, I think she's going to get Arizona, Nevada, and the blue wall, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Pennsylvania. It's going to be a landslide. I think they're going to call it Tuesday night too. I don't care what Trump plans on doing.
Is anyone else having a meltdown? I don't know
We
how
saw
to do
this
this.
one already.
I don't know how to wait. I'm so stressed. How you can't look out into the world, into the people of this country and see what's happening. And how hard we're all fighting for rights not to be taken away from people. I go from hysterically crying 1 minute over the pain of this situation and then hysterically crying the next minute, watching so many people come together and women from around the world supporting us and cheering us on. I am 48 years old and I have never experienced anything like this and never thought I would in this country. It's like I can feel the pain and the fear from every single person. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know how to get through the next couple days. Who knows how long this is going to take? Is anyone else having a meltdown? I don't know.
Hi, everybody. Just a quick reminder, if you're watching the election results tonight, I just want to make you aware of something called a red mirage. That's when some of the rural counties come in because they're earlier and faster because there are fewer votes to count. So don't panic if you hear people or see kind of Donald Trump winning in some of these swing states, because that happened before in 2020. And as the votes come in from bigger urban areas, the results change. So I thought that would be helpful for you all to know as you watch everything that's going on tonight. Anyway, happy Election Day.
We have now let misinformation become the accepted information. It has washed over us. Elon Musk, he buys Twitter, and then he uses it almost exclusively to be a propaganda machine, and we've accepted it. We've accepted
What are you supposed to do about it?
Despite an actually great economic recovery,
Speak,
the
bitch.
vibes don't feel good.
What
So
are
we
you
want to
talking
reject
about?
it and get something else. And the person we are now betting on to change all of it is Donald Trump, a man who did two almost impossible things. He won the American presidency twice, and he drove a casino into the ground. What will the future hold now that America has just decided that we're going to F around and find out?
Just woke up this morning feeling spicy. You guys feel spicy? Because I do. All right. I don't know how to use this thing. Let's see what happens. Is this cutting off hair? I'm going to have to cut it short.
What?
Buzz it down, right? I think that this is too...
Why is she doing
hair.
that?
Let's see here. Maybe I got to cut it. There we go. Have I given up on America? Have. Also given up on coloring this hair because, right? Fuck coloring my hair. Fuck having my hair be long and luxurious. Fuck all that shit. Fuck being skinny. Fuck being hot. Fuck being all the things that the patriarchy wants us to be. Because clearly, they don't give a shit about us. And I'm talking to you, too. Those of you ladies who have the internalized misogyny required to do what you did. Minorities who are so scared of a woman in power that you'd rather cozy up to the white man just in case some crumbs fall off his plate.
That thing isn't working.
Yes, scraps. I don't know how to work this thing, but I'm on my way. I'm gonna figure it out.
Fucking stupid.
You know why? Because this is taking too long. Here we go. Short hair we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're cutting it off because fuck you. That's why. You think I'm crazy? Me too. Crazy. Just like all the women before me who were crazy. So fucking crazy. You know what? It's been a day. It's been a year. It's been 9 years, 8 years, whatever it may be. Around this time, 8 years ago, it's one of the worst times of my life. It's when my life fell apart. Not because of this. Don't get too excited. I'm just talking about regular life stuff I talk about on here. But trust me, I understand. I've heard the message loud and clear. We all have.
Pretty good.
Now women are going to have to just refuse to participate. Sorry, if you're a man, I will not be responding to you. If you are a man, I will not be talking to you. I am going to be promoting the 4B movement from here on out. Care, I don't care. Better scissors, my hair, cutting it all off. Probably painting a target on my back here, but whatever. At least I live in a state right now that has silver rights still. And we voted out Brandon Williams. Fuck that guy. Back to Texas, from whence he came. We also voted yes on Prop 1, which will codify into law some equal right protections in the New York State Constitution. So we did that at least. I don't know what the other fuckers are doing, but I don't know, man. We are embarrassing on the world
She's in
stage.
New York.
Oh, God. Oh,
And she's pissed about what the rest of the country voted.
Fun. All right, I'm just going to keep chopping away here because this is literally going to take forever if I don't.
Constitutional Republic.
I'm not going to dye it
Move
anymore.
to another
I'm gonna
country
try
if
and
you don't
grow
like
it
it.
anymore. I'm not going to style it anymore. fucking done. I will not be giving my money to the beauty industry anymore.
I'm thankful the rest of the country voted red.
That helps support
California's
misogyny
retarded.
and the patriarchy and keeping women down and making women think that we need to look a certain way or be a certain way or fuck you. Fuck you. Women, fucking stop dating men. Stop having sex with men. Stop talking to men. Divorce your husbands. Leave your fucking
This is what the
boyfriends.
Democrats
Leave
want
them.
anyway.
They don't give a shit about you. And I promise you, come over to this side. I will bake cookies. I will shave your head if you want me to, depending on how this turns out. Do a little more trimming before we buzz it. Where's my chop it? Cut my hair before. It's like, oh, don't cut your own hair. All right. When people tell me I can't do something, I want to fucking do it. Just entering my middle-aged mom era. About to get the clippers out.
It's
The
over,
big-ass
folks.
titties,
It's
though.
over. They just announced that Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and yeah, that's it. It's over. He's going to be the president again. And the amazing thing was,
hell,
you're
she
going
got
to
a
hear a lot
mullet.
of think pieces and it's this and analysis
That
and
a dude?
people they look for to blame, but it's not looking like it's going to be close. So you're going to have to do a little bit better analysis than
it's a
just
dude, isn't it?
scapegoating minorities and marginalized people, because it looks like she's going to lose by a decent margin. This isn't 2016 where he won by the skin of his teeth. He's actually winning this time. That blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, she lost all three. People are acting shocked. Did we not tell you that she was going to lose Michigan and Wisconsin? She literally sent Bill Clinton to go and shame Arab and Muslim voters in Michigan and Wisconsin the last couple days. She's been campaigning with Liz Cheney. But you know what I love? People already in my comments being like, you're the reason why Democrats lost. You're the reason why Kamala Harris lost. I hope you're happy. One thing to be sure of, you guys, and it's going to happen a lot, so buckle up. Just be prepared for it. Liberals are going to blame everyone except for themselves and the way they ran their campaign for this loss. They're going to blame everyone. They're going to blame the left. They're going to blame Jill Stein. They're going to blame Arabs. They're going to blame black men. They're going to blame everybody but themselves. At every turn, we've been fighting with liberals for months saying she's going to lose. If you guys keep running to the right, she's going to lose. Because why would anyone vote for Republican light when they can vote for a Republican? But he didn't listen. So he won. He will be president again. And you know what's fucked up? You know what's embarrassing? It doesn't even look like he's going to eke out a victory like he did in 2016. It looks like he's going to win by a decent margin, which means that there's going to need to be a lot of self-reflection, because this is not looking like it's going to be a small win that you can just blame on Jill Stein across 2 swing states. This is a big win. So, but I know, there won't be any self-reflection. There won't be any No, there won't be. That's not what liberals do, okay? It's going to be... I heard Rachel Maddow talking about Russia already. Tried to warn you guys, but no. You told the left to fuck off. You told Arabs to fuck off. You called black men sexist and Latino men sexist, and thought Liz Cheney was a good idea. And throwing trans people
Dude, her
under the bus was
nails
a good
are
idea.
Palestinian. I just realized the color scheme and the white and the black on that one nail.
Shifting right. The Senate went Republican.
Pro-Palestinian nails.
Legislatures all over the country went Republican. This is actually a bigger problem. Like, her campaign deserves a lot of criticism, and so do the liberals and the Democrats. And I know that they're just going to sit around blaming everybody else, but they deserve a lot of blame. But like, this is actually a bigger story of fascism in the country, across the whole country, in the Senate, in the House, in the state legislatures. It is right-wing sweep. That red wave that never came in 2022, it's here. It's here. It's happening now. And there's going to need to be some self-reflection as to why that's happening. But
Is
honestly,
that actually
I highly doubt it. Because as of
Palestinian
right
flag
now,
even?
you've got liberals
One of them?
melting down, blaming the left and everybody else. And then you have corporate media and the pundit class saying it's, get ready for it. She didn't go far enough right. No, really.
He's come back this center. They want to be competitive again. You're going to be a part where they're going to say,
He really said if she wants to be competitive, if the Democrats want to be competitive, they need to move back to the center. How much further right could she have gone? Seriously, how? Tell me how much further right she could have gone. My other favorite thing is them pretending like Gaza isn't a major factor. Like we didn't warn them that this was going to happen in Michigan and Wisconsin. And then Anderson Cooper acting shocked that it went 10 points the other way.
10 percentage points higher than you ran in 2020. We've seen that in county after county.
It's almost like we said that. How about you run the tape? How about you run the tape of all the shit that we've been saying for months? Because we've been saying it, and we've been saying if she does not course correct, she's going to lose. If she does not change policy, she's going to lose. If she doesn't stop trying to run to the right, she's going to lose. And what did you guys say? You said fuck off. You said we don't care. We don't want to listen to you. You said we don't need you. We don't need you. We'll get those votes in the suburbs. I just want my fam to know out here, okay? Anybody who's not a liberal or blue MAGA, I just want to let you know that I'm here for you. I love you. Drink some water. You're going to be under relentless assault for the next month. It was going to go either two ways. They were either going to win and then say, fuck you, we didn't need you, or they were going to lose and say it's all your fault. So we knew this was coming, you know, so just be there for people. And especially, guys, we have to have the backs of Arab American and Muslim voters because they're going to be attacking them heavily.
I'm going to go back to asking about Trump winning and see what they say. I'm going to read the chats in just a second. Give me one sec, guys. So I'm going to try to get some more people, and then I'll read the chats. What's up, guys? Any thoughts on Trump winning the election?
Huh?
Any thoughts on Trump winning the election?
I think it is what it is at this point. Whether he won or Kamala won, I don't think it really would have made a difference to everyday folk like us. So.
Okay. What about when Trump was president the first time and his tax cut and then Jobs Act actually helped out the middle class people? It increased their money.
I think there's some benefits to every president, and there's some downfalls. Like obviously some people don't like how Trump, you know, is on social media or how he is interacting with people during his rallies and whatnot. But as far as the tax cuts, I mean, if he wants to keep doing that, then that's fine. If not, then. But I know I didn't do my research on Trump or Kamala because I didn't really like either of them.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. Who would you have if you had to choose? Who would you want to win?
If I had to choose, like if I did the research, I probably would have said Kamala, to be honest.
Is there something about her that stands out to you?
I feel like I can resonate more with her. Trump, he seems more, based off what I heard, he seems more relatable with people of a higher status, like, you know, upper class people in the 1% type thing.
Okay.
I feel like Kamala is a little bit more relatable to everyday folk that's walking around here.
Well, you know that she's a millionaire, right?
Yeah,
she's a multi-millionaire.
I know that. Well, based off
how is that more relatable? If Trump's rich, she's rich. Who's more relatable then?
Based off of what I heard from her, that's why I said she seems more relatable.
Multi-millionaire, so you can relate to her that she's a multi-millionaire?
Yeah.
But not Trump? Okay, that's fine. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. He's saying that, you know, he can't relate to Trump because Trump's rich, essentially. I'm like, well, Kamala is a multi-millionaire. Like, she's got a lot of money. So she's also in that 1% that he's talking about. So it's like, who do you relate to then if they're both rich, you know? So is it really about the money or is it something else? So it's always interesting to know. Oh, man. What's up, guys? I said be good. Remember I said be good. Gotta be good. No fighting.
Lots of steps. Lots of steps. I don't know.
Hey guys, what we look for?
How you guys doing? Any thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? Okay, thank you for your time. I wish I had a camera guy. If I had a camera guy, we could just walk around and I could just go talk to people. It'd be a lot easier. Cause like I see like a whole crowd on like different sections. I'm like, I could be over there, I could be over there. But I gotta stand right here and wait till they come to me, you know? It is what it is. What's up, guys? Any thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? Hello, miss.
I don't want to penny. I'm so sad.
I'm not asking for money.
I live in San Francisco, so I am telling you.
Yeah. No money for me over here. I'm just talking to people.
Hi.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. I am so freaking ill. I'm one step from hopelessness.
I hear you. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. So.
Everybody is, but we got it done yesterday. We got it done this week, so hopefully things will get better for all of us.
Thanks to Joe Biden's inflation, right?
It is all of his inflation. Yes, and even Kamala, who nothing against her. I mean, I was in San Francisco the same time she was, and I wouldn't have done what she did with Willie Brown, but she was the last signer on the Inflation Reduction Act. So
oh wow, yeah.
She doesn't even know what we're all dying out here.
She always did say the things she can do with the swipe of her pen.
Yeah, the things you can do.
And the fact that she was the last
to all the men in this state, what she did.
Yeah.
But, the only reason I have sunglasses on is because I can't afford makeup, so I look terrible.
No, you look fine. You're good. You're good.
You're very handsome.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good looking.
Maybe.
You're very talented too.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so the reason I'm going fast is because I have a kid at a school field trip over there. So
Gotcha.
So I have my last quarter to pay that parking meter, and it'll be the meter will expire the second she's out of the tour.
Okay.
Figure out I have good enough gas.
It's kind of I hear you.
That's why I'm like, I have no money, I have to go. It's because
no, that's all good.
I'm not really like that. I'm nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope you have a blessed day.
You too. You too.
It'll be good for us the next 4 years.
Yes, they will. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. God bless. How you doing, sir? Doing well. Thank you. Alright, so far so good. Pretty chill. What's up, guys? Any thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election?
Terrible.
Terrible?
Yeah.
Why terrible?
As a woman, I don't support that.
You want to come in a little more? Yeah. So,
as a woman, I don't support that.
Okay. So you're upset that Kamala didn't win?
Yes, I feel like my rights are in jeopardy.
So I've been hearing that a lot lately, that my rights are in jeopardy. What rights specifically are in jeopardy?
Reproductive rights, like abortion, birth control type.
You know that in California you can have an abortion up until birth, right?
Yeah.
So it's not really
I'm not really concerned in being in California, but I'm concerned for all the women in other states like Florida or southern states like that where I know it is like illegal there.
Well, so do you support like elective abortions?
What's that?
So for example, majority of abortions happen because people are having irresponsible sex and then decide they don't want to be parents, so they say I'm going to kill my baby. Do you support that choice?
Yes, I'm pro-choice. I believe that if you are pregnant and not ready to have a child, and it's like you don't want to have a child and bring them into a poor life. Like if you're like financially unstable, mentally unstable, your relationship status is unstable, I believe like you shouldn't bring them into that life. And I personally don't believe that the fetus is viable until the amount, it's like a certain amount of time passes. So I think like that's your body, your choice, do whatever. But I think it's also important to legalize abortion for medical reasons, because I've seen multiple news articles of teenage women, teenage girls and women dying because they didn't have access to abortion, so they died because of pregnancy complications, and also from rape and incest. I think like if your uncle raped you and you're pregnant with this child, like that's not okay. You should like you should have the option to abort that.
Lots of things to break down. I think you got a lot of points. One thing I'm going to mention, you mentioned the financial part of it, right? So there are children right now in poverty where parents can't really afford to feed them. By your metrics, should we just kill the kids who are born?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's why we should not bring like children.
We should prevent it from even happening in the first place.
We should prevent them from
So shouldn't the conversation be we should maybe tell people to stop having sex before marriage rather than saying kill the kid because it's somebody's responsibility?
In a way, I guess like that could be a solution, but at the same time. If you're living in if you're living in America, it's, I guess you.
Because abortions happen before the fetus is liable. Before it becomes an unborn child.
You mean viable?
Yes. Before it becomes viable, it is just a clump of cells until a certain amount of weeks. And
like 24 weeks?
Yes.
So what happens at 23 weeks at 11:59 p.m.? What is it then?
I say abortion after 6 weeks is still like, that's, I don't know.
So after 6 weeks you wouldn't do it?
No.
So at the 5th week at 11:59 p.m., what is it?
Clump of cells.
On the 5th week, 1 minute before midnight, the 6th week is a clump of cells. So time makes a difference on what a human is?
Yes.
Really?
Because it's the evolution of the body of the baby.
Okay. So when did life begin for you? When did life begin for you?
When I was born, not in the womb. When I was born, that's when I became life.
Okay, so right before you came out your mother's womb, what were you?
Clump of cells.
Really?
Yep.
You don't think that you're a clump of cells right now?
No, I'm a living, breathing human. In the womb, you're not breathing. You're not living.
Well, you are. You actually are breathing. They actually breathe early on. The 6 weeks you was talking about, from that point, like they start to breathe, they start to kind of have senses, they can hear the mother, things like they can move around. So they're functioning in the body. So are they not human while they're moving around in the body? They're just like, even the hands that form, the feet that form, that's all not human?
No.
Really?
No. Well, you're not a woman. No offense, you never are gonna have to go through having a child in your own body, and it's like,
I'm a father.
I know, but it doesn't matter. You're just still not a woman, and you would never have to experience an abortion yourself or getting pregnant yourself, being in different situations.
Right, but I did help with that though.
I want to go eat.
Okay.
Good talk. Have a blessed day.
You too, guys. Have a good one. How you guys doing? Any thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? Okay, have a good one. It's always interesting when people say things like you're not a woman, and I'm like, well, I'm a man. I helped out, so I have a say, right? So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm trying out here. I was
against Trump.
I mean, I like him. I have my qualms with him. I'm not a Kamala supporter at all. I actually voted for him in 2020. I just have my qualms about him with certain things. I do like the fact that his tax cut helped out the middle class. I like that he wanted to protect the border. I just have a qualm with free speech and the Second Amendment because he passed a bill, anti-Semite bill, which limited free speech on college campuses, and he was talking about deporting anybody who's essentially anti-Israel. And I'm like, that goes against the free speech.
Yeah.
So he had a bump stock bill where he wanted to essentially take the guns. And I remember his quote was, we'll take the guns and then prosecute. So it's almost like guilty until proven innocent rather than innocent until proven guilty. Yeah. So I hope he doesn't like go through that again. Yeah. I hope this time around he's more protective of the Constitution, First Amendment, Second Amendment. I do want to see the cuts again so that we can all make more money and take care of our families. So yeah, I like Trump. I just have my qualms, but when I talk to people about Trump, they don't really have much to say. They say, oh, he's hates women. He's what do they call him, psychopath. They'll mention abortion. And I was just talking to the woman just now, and I asked her, she said my rights can be taken away. I said, what rights are going to be taken away? She said reproductive rights. I'm like, I don't see a law where it's illegal to reproduce, but it's about abortion. So they use these euphemisms to say reproductive rights as if they have no right to reproduce. So when I'm asking her about it, she wants for women to have the choice. And I'm like, well, shouldn't we encourage like not having sex, because majority of abortions happen because of irresponsible sex. So we should be encouraging no sex until marriage, not take the punishment out on the baby because of somebody else's irresponsibility. Yep. And so she goes, well, I support choice. And then she lays out all these things about if she's unstable, can't financially take care of the kid. I'm like, well, there's parents right now who are unstable and can't afford to take care of their born child. By your metrics, should we just eradicate them all? And she goes, no, just the unborn kid. I'm just like, but by your metric, we should just eradicate everyone going through poverty. So it's just...
It's almost like talking to a completely different reality.
Yeah.
And, you know, especially with something like abortion, I feel like Kamala's campaign was, that was her main thing, was reproductive rights, when it's like abortion is still legal. Yeah. It's just, it was given back to the states as it should be. Yeah. It should never be a federal, regulation at all. And I mean, it's hard for me because I've given birth twice, so, and, I gave birth pretty young, so I definitely didn't start out with, like all the privileges and money, and my husband and I had to really work from the ground up to be where we are today. Yeah. And even just with the whole 6-week ban, I mean, people don't understand that the DNA is already in the clump of cells that everybody's always talking about.
That's what she was calling a clump of cells. So she said
it's not a clump of cells. They're already forming their brain. That's a tough topic for me because I'm looking to become a birth doula. So having the abortion discussion with somebody who is very just to get the abortion, it's like there's so many different options and there's so much miseducation around it, and I think that also women really need to have better education around their cycles and how you can just prevent it by certain times of the month. And a lot of women don't even understand how their periods work or anything like that, or just menstruation in general. So
this is why I will always advocate that sex ed shouldn't be taught about sex as far as the intimacy. It should be about learning the body, like the man body, how to clean himself, how to all that stuff. For women as well, their periods, because they start very young. That should be what should be taught in schools, not take a banana and put a thing over it. And that I don't like,
because it kind of just encourages it in the long run. And but if we actually teach women about how you can only get pregnant one day out of the month, you know what I mean? So a lot of women don't. I didn't know that until I was 21 years old, and I'm 31 now. And I mean, I was never taught anything like that in school or even by my mom. So there's a lot of uneducation around it, and I feel like if women were actually educated on what happens no matter what stage of abortion that you get and what happens even after, a lot of women would change their stance on it.
That's why, when I watch Kamala's interviews and town halls, she talks about this stuff, she leaves out a lot of important details. She'll talk about, she was mentioning, women having complications and them not getting access. Well, if you read the bills, they have access. They make it in Texas, Governor Abbott made it a point so that doctors can take care of women for ectopic pregnancies. So they have access. Yes. I think the problem it comes down to is just hospital negligence. 'Cause it's a claim that they're scared to perform it, to lose their license and things like that, but they have permission to do it.
Yes.
If you actually read the bill, a lot of pro-life states that have these bills will still say that it's between you and your doctor. So I don't understand why they say they don't have access. They have access. They're just corrupt nurses and doctors, unfortunately.
Yes, and I think also even on what you were saying, if a woman is going through a miscarriage and it's life-threatening, and you show up to the hospital saying I might be dying, they have the legal obligation that they have to help you. They can't turn you away and say, oh, sorry, you're on your own. Like,
well, there's a case in Texas this year in August. Kaylee Thurman, she had a ectopic pregnancy. Apparently, they refused her treatment. Never actually gave the reason why they refused the treatment, but what I found out was that the hospital she went to didn't have the what do you call it, like the right treatment to treat her pregnancy, so she went somewhere else. So and usually a lot of the time when you read these stories, it's not the abortion law that prevented her from getting help. It's like certain decisions like, oh, they didn't have this, so she drove over here. Now she's doing all this driving, she's going through all these complications by the time you get to somebody. But I guess in her case, I think it was just hospital negligence, because her own OBGYN had to plead for her to get help. So that's why I say it just comes down to negligence, not so much the bill itself. So if doctors are afraid of performing treatment, well, they're not reading the bill then. If that's the case, I mean, that's how I see it, that they're misinformed like anybody else. So I think it just comes down to negligence. So, absolutely. But people like her wouldn't know that because it's just all about, I hate to say it, but it's an emotion-driven thing. It's like, you know, my body, my choice. But what you're saying is, for the baby is your body, my choice. So.
And you know, I've even read countless stories about children of rape situations and how, you know, if my mom chose to abort me because of rape, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have my kids. I wouldn't, you know, her life wouldn't have changed. You know, and so I don't think people think from every single perspective. They just automatically hear your rights are getting taken away, and then they're feeling infringed upon, which understandably so. But we need to think about it's such a nuanced topic. It's not black and white, and I think people see it as so black and white.
I think the nuance is just the details, because it is black and white. Either you want to kill or you don't. But the nuance comes in the detail. That's why people should read bills and legislation and understand this stuff. Otherwise, you know, they're going to just listen to Kamala or CNN or somebody like that, social media, and just repeat the same talking points. Like, Trump's going to take away this, take away that. Well, it's funny because by him giving it to the states, he's actually given women the right to vote by choosing whether or not they want it in their states, if it's on the ballot or not, which is actually funny. Like, women got the right to vote, but Trump putting it back to the state is giving women the right to vote.
Right, exactly. I totally agree. It's hard. A lot of people are just feeling so divided right now, and everybody is on such high emotions, no matter which scale you're falling on. And I just really hope and pray that everybody comes together and sees the unity, and that we all want the same thing, just the path there might be a little different.
Well, it's funny because Biden ran on peace and unity. Then Trump loses, now everybody's mad at us.
I know.
What happened to all that peace and unity?
I know.
What happened to democracy? Right out the window because their candidate lost. And it's like, you told us Trump lost, get over it. Well, Trump won. Get over it.
Right.
Sorry, but sorry, not sorry. This is what it is.
Sorry about my answer earlier. I was totally thrown off guard, so I was like, oh.
No. Usually I have a sign. But the sign kind of gets in my way sometimes.
Oh, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? So I'm trying to kind of just wing it, be a lot more chill, loose, you know? So the sign kind of just gets in the way. I'm like, you want to read it? It's just weird. So I try to be a lot more chill today.
So are you posting on like YouTube? Or?
Yeah, I'm actually live right now on YouTube and Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Today with Julius on YouTube and Facebook.
Okay, awesome.
I appreciate
thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate you. God bless, all right? Have a good one.
Thank you.
See you later, man. Hello.
What's your name?
Julius.
Julius.
Yeah.
What's the YouTube?
Today with Julius.
Thank you.
Yep. She was nice, very articulate, very well spoken. I'm glad that she had those thoughts. I hope that women watching this can hear that and go, huh, just some good points. So it's always good to see women have those thoughts and actually care about life and try to do what they can to save it, not take it. What's up, man? I hope we'll talk to some more people today. I'm trying to get more people in the frame, you know? It's hard to get folks in the frame. How you doing, sir? This is why I was saying I need a camera guy, because it'd be so much easier to just walk around and talk to people. If I had a camera guy, it'd just be a whole lot easier to do this. Hey, my lips are getting dry. Hold on.
That got back to me. Nick's walking around it looks like New York too.
Right.
Talking to migrants about the election. Might put it on that in a
My lips are getting
second.
dry. Hello. How you doing, ma'am? Okay. Not a bad day today. Not too cold, not too hot. Pretty chill. So it's a good day. It's that winter time, or fall I should say. How you guys doing? Any thoughts on Donald Trump winning the election? No? Alright, thank you for your time. Alright, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat real quick before some people walk by. Let me see. It's a great location. Would be awesome if you showed us around. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to walk around with a tripod and a microphone and talk to people because I can't angle it very well. So I gotta be stationed in order to talk to people. It just makes it easier. I will walk around, but it's hard to kind of do both, you know? That's why I need a camera guy. If I had a camera guy, it'd be a lot easier to walk around and, you know, do this stuff. So I can actually show you guys what Old Sac is like.
Let's do it.
And usually too, when I do these streams, I try to make it as like.
Yo. I think I'm banning his stream anyway.
Alright, boom.
Mic is off. Can't hear you.
All right, y'all hear me now? Had some complications, but we're back. All right.
We are live here in New York City. Right now we are outside of the Roosevelt Hotel. This is one of the main migrant shelters here inside New York City and across America. This is one of the biggest ones. Donald Trump said he's going to have the largest migrant deportation effort in American history. We're going to talk to the migrants, get their reaction as to what they have to say about Donald Trump winning the election. Luckily, I speak Spanish, so I will be able to translate and talk to these migrants for you guys. Here we go. Let's see what they got to say. Hola. How are you? ¿Cómo están? Estamos vivos. ¿Cómo está su vida aquí? How's your guys' life here in New York City?
Bien, gracias a Dios.
Ya acabo de terminar las elecciones. We just had the elections here. How do you guys feel? ¿Cómo se sienten con las elecciones?
Bien, mucho.
Good? You guys feel good about it? Sí. And are you worried now that Donald Trump is going to become president? ¿Tiene temor si Donald Trump gana? ¿O que él gana ahora?
No, ¿por qué? No tengo miedo, no. Okay.
Do you speak English? ¿Hablas inglés?
No, English. No.
And Donald Trump said that he's going to deport a lot of the migrants. Does that worry you guys? Donald Trump dijo que va a deportar muchos migrantes. ¿Les da miedo?
No me da miedo. Está bien que haga porque puede ayudar a su país, está bien.
He says it doesn't scare him. It's going to help the country, he said. And so you believe it's going to help the country if he deports migrants? ¿Cree que va a ayudar va a ayudar a los Estados Unidos si él hace deportaciones? He said yes. He thinks it's going to help him and help the United States if they deport the migrants. That's interesting. And where are you from? ¿De dónde eres?
Yo, Venezuela.
So you're from Venezuela. And why do you think it would be beneficial to the United States if Donald Trump does deport the migrants? ¿Por qué piensa que va a ser bien para los Estados Unidos si Donald Trump deporta a los migrantes?
No, ¿cómo te puedo decir?
No.
Que no sé cómo decir.
He doesn't know how to say it.
Sí.
Dígalo nomás. Say it. Okay. And how long have you lived here? ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí?
Yo poco nomás.
Okay, he's just been living here for a bit. Algunos meses, just a couple months, or?
Como mes y pico.
A month. Did you come in by the CBP One app? ¿Usted llegó con la aplicación CP1?
This is good.
Yes, he did. Did you fly into the United States? ¿Tomó un vuelo para llegar aquí?
Sí.
You took a flight to come here into the United States, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration. Are you thankful to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for opening the borders these past 4 years? ¿Está agradecido gracias a Joe Biden y Kamala Harris para abrir la frontera?
Sí, súper agradecido con él.
Yes, he's thankful with them. That's what he said. Well, thank you very much. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Que le vaya muy bien. Have a great rest of your day. Wow, so that guy was flown into the United States from the CBP One app, the application that lets Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to literally ship in the migrants here into America. Kind of interesting. Let's keep moving along here. This is the Roosevelt Hotel.
That's why he's not worried about it, because he's supposedly legal.
5-star hotel, at least used to be 5-star hotel.
Use the app.
They've been using this as one of the main centers to
flew him
filter
in.
in and
He's
out
legal.
migrants here inside New York City. They even have, I don't know if it's National Guard, U.S. military, but they
The
have
app
some
was a
people
fucking
in
scam,
camouflage. I don't know if
though.
it's
The way they
military or
used
National
it.
Guard, but no. We'll see if we can get them on
Did
camera.
you use
They
that thing?
they don't
I
talk
heard
to
it
you
was.
if you do
It was.
try to talk to them on camera, but we're gonna move this
They're
way.
still letting people
so
that.
we don't get hit. And
It's before they've done a
let's see if
case
we
or
can
anything. They're
see
still
them
letting
on the
people
camera.
in that
How you
don't
doing,
really
man?
have a case.
Doing good. Today, along
They do
with
it
the
answers
migrants that
to-
we're speaking
to
to, we're also
put-
gonna be speaking to locals to see what they have to say about it, and if they hope that they get deported or if they hope they don't, and get an honest feel about how the migrant crisis has affected New York City in general. So right
who we got here?
are the U.S. Navy. How you guys doing? Good.
That's Tux number
Awesome.
2.
So,
Oh, the
there
white
they
on
have
its ears.
Military. A little strange that they have military operating outside here of the Roosevelt Hotel. It looks like they're bringing in a bunch right now. Oh my gosh. They just dropped off a bunch of them here at the Roosevelt. Let's see, show you guys how it works.
We got a cat, folks.
So here is the migrant
I did something.
center.
I gave a
This is where they
cat
bring
water
in the
today.
Roosevelt. And look at right here, you can see all of the migrants
Rossback
hanging
ate a
out
little something.
outside of the shelter. People just come in and out. Maybe we'll catch a bus that drops them off from here.
Rossback's got a broken leg, so
How much time have you been here for?
something too.
No? That's not what, yeah, all right. How many people do you think estimately come through here every single day? What?
You can't talk, you gotta go over every day.
Okay, well, talk over here to these people over here then? So these all these people just recently came in. They got their luggage right here. It's kind of chaotic. ¿Ustedes acaban de llegar aquí? Okay, you guys are leaving. I just asked what they got here. Yeah, and ¿a dónde va? Where are you guys going? You guys are going to the Watson. ¿Y cuánto tiempo estuvieron aquí en Roosevelt? How long were you guys here? Oh, just one night. When did you get to the United States? ¿Cuándo llegó a los Estados Unidos? ¿Cuándo llegaste aquí a los Estados Unidos?
Hace 4 meses.
4 months ago. Wow, this guy's got a whole lot of cash right here. Wow, and have you enjoyed your time here in the United States? Okay, they're leaving right now. Here, but this is a big old bus they got coming through here. Or not a big old bus, they got a car coming through. They're moving them from one shelter to the next. There's the Roosevelt, the Row, and the Watson here in New York City.
Why does he even have the crutch? Is it so he can look like he's sick, so he doesn't have to go to work, and I can just keep staying in the hotels?
One day said 4 months, the other guy said just a day. I do speak Spanish. I'm from United States. Yeah, ¿usted de dónde eres?
Venezuela.
De Venezuela. ¿Hablas inglés?
No, poquito, lero.
Okay, what do you think about New York City? ¿Qué piensas?
Maybe 2 years.
How long have you been here? ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí?
Voy para 2 años.
For 2 years. Have you lived here in the Roosevelt?
No.
Oh, okay. And what do you think about what's going on here? ¿Qué piensas de lo que está pasando aquí? Están moviendo muchas personas. They're always moving people here. What do you think about all this?
Sí, la gente están removiendo por otros lados.
Yeah, they're going to other sides, he says. And is it weird that they just move migrants from one hotel to the next and they just shuffle or traffic the people around New York City? Es raro que mueven la gente como a un lugar para otro, a otro Chester?
No, hay un límite de 30 a 60 días.
So there's a limit of 30 to 60 days?
Que se nos acaba una estadía en un hotel y lo mandan a otro.
And so after 30 days of being in one shelter, they move you to the next shelter. Entonces, después de 30 días en un Chester, se mueven a otro Chester.
Sí.
Said yes.
Sí mismo. Ajá. ¿Y qué más quieres saber?
Is it free to live inside these shelters? ¿Es gratis para vivir aquí?
No, pero sea gratis porque por los momentos hay personas que no tienen recursos, no tienen para pagar una habitación, una rienda.
It says it's free, especially for the people that aren't able to buy the resources or to have the money to pay for rent here.
Hence the
how long do you
crutch
plan on
that
living in
dude
the
had.
shelter system here? ¿Cuánto tiempo usted planifica de vivir en el sistema de Chesters aquí en Nueva York?
No, mire, yo ahorita planeo esperar que me caiga mi dinero de los taxes que ya los declaré para poder arrendarme con ese mismo dinero.
Okay, so he's hoping for tax returns, essentially, so that way he can use that money to get himself an apartment, if I understand correctly.
Y ya nos toca a todos, ya los que ya tenemos permiso de trabajo, los que les tocan declarar sus taxes este año, ya nos toca esperar ese dinero para poder pagar arriendo, para ir a una
So
casa.
he's saying those that receive working permits are paying taxes, and then they're going to get their tax return, and then with that, they're going to be able to buy an apartment, from what I understand. And how did you get your paper to work here? Was it hard to receive that paper to work? ¿Cómo usted consiguió su papel de trabajar y este fue difícil?
Mire, yo cuando ingresé a este país,
So
el 12 de enero, el presidente Biden sacó una aplicación llamada CBP One. Esa aplicación traía un
Joe Biden opened up the CBP One app. Yo estoy traduciendo lo que está diciendo.
Y ahí,
And from
por
there,
medio de esa CBP One, nosotros
thanks to CBP One,
tuvimos el beneficio de solicitar un permiso de trabajo.
To solicit for a permit of work. And how long did it take to get that permit? ¿Y cuánto tiempo duró para conseguir este permiso para trabajar?
A mí me llegó en un año porque a mí...
And he said it took a 1 year. Sí, yo estoy traduciendo para...
En un año me
He
llegó
said
a mí.
it took 1 year for that paper to get
le
here.
llegó
And it took his wife
en 7 meses.
in 7 months. Wow, so you arrive here without, on the CBP One app, but you are not given work permits immediately. You had to wait up to a year. That's a very long time. So, llegó aquí gracias a CBP1 y después tenía que esperar hace un año para conseguir sus papeles para trabajar. So you came here literally a whole entire year. What did you do during that year as you weren't able to work? ¿Qué hizo durante el año cuando no podía trabajar?
Bueno, durante ese año Aquí en el hotel sabían que yo no tenía permiso de trabajo porque ellos están muy atentos a las personas que van llegando, que ya les llega su permiso de trabajo.
And I was paying close attention to why all the other people were getting work permits, but I wasn't.
Oportunidad para que reúnas tu dinero y te puedas alquilar, tienes que declarar.
Yeah.
Que el gobierno vea que eres un buen
looking at all other people
ciudadano.
get their permission, and he wasn't getting it. And sigue.
Entonces,
So,
a mí por la CBP1, por
him,
parol, nunca me
thanks
llegó el
to
permiso de
CBP1,
trabajo. Me llegó
never
por
get-
mi asilo, fue que me llegó mi permiso de trabajo. En base a asilo,
Yeah.
me llegó a mí mi permiso de trabajo.
He said the paper never came through the CBP1 app. It came from his asylum case, which is interesting. Wow. And look, the bus, they're bringing in a whole bus of migrants right now. Este es un autobús. Llegó con todos los migrantes?
No, son niños que vienen de la escuela.
I didn't see it. There are a bunch of kids coming from the school. So the kids are here inside the school as well. Los niños están en los colegios también.
Y todos los niños estudian. Aquí,
So all the kids study
aquí
here.
el beneficio es ese. Si nos están dando esta estadía es
and they give
con
you
la
30
condición de
days.
que los niños vayan a la escuela, estudien.
Give you 30 days, the kids get enrolled in the schools here. Wow. And do the
fuck?
kids speak English? ¿Los niños hablan algo de inglés?
Algunos
Some of them.
se están adaptando al inglés porque en la escuela los enseñan a hablar inglés y el español.
Teaching how to speak in English. Wow, very interesting. So that was not a migrant bus just bringing everyone to speak there, but the kids do come to school here. They get dropped off. And how long? What's the longest time you've ever heard of somebody staying inside of the Roosevelt Hotel? ¿Qué es el máximo tiempo que has escuchado de algo viviendo aquí en el Roosevelt?
Hasta ahorita, después que ganó Trump. No, mira, no he escuchado nada, pero
I've never heard anything about that. And so, well, now that Donald Trump won, what do you think is
That's
going to happen
trippy.
with all of the illegal immigrants who have recently came to the United States? Ahora que
What's
Donald
coming
Trump
to a
ganó,
hotel?
¿qué va a pasar con todos los migrantes que entraron en forma así ilegalmente aquí?
eso tendría que decirlo él. Él ya lo
Donald
dijo
Trump
ya
can't
en su
decide.
campaña, que
Donald
lo
Trump
iba a
said
sacar a todos, que iba a hacer una
Donald Trump
deportación
said he's
masiva.
gonna do a
Pero
massive
bueno,
deportation. He said,
yo tengo la fe y
I have
creo
the faith that
en un Dios,
that God-
¿verdad? Que allá arriba está, y
That
que
God-
él también comentó a Dios y los cristianos le dieron el voto de apoyo a él.
yeah, and that God
Entonces,
gave Donald Trump the
yo espero
support.
que
So
él
he said,
gobierne de manera correcta.
I hope that Donald Trump governs in the correct way.
Justamente, porque
Justice
cuando uno habla de Dios, uno
when one
conoce la
talks about
palabra
God, they know
misericordia
about
y que no se cizañe
misericordious
mucho,
words.
que no se cizañe mucho con el inmigrante.
Yeah. Do you think Donald Trump should deport all of the illegal immigrants? ¿Cree que Donald Trump debería deportar a los migrantes?
No a todos, aquellos que
everyone.
tienen un récord muy malo,
Just to those that
récord
have a
criminal,
record of bad,
que han
the
hecho mal
criminals
aquí a este país
have done
y que
dirty to the
lamentablemente
country.
por esas personas quieran tomarlo con todo y no es justo.
Yeah.
Tienen que
That's what I heard he'll do.
People here get
a los que
deported.
están
He
haciendo
said,
lo malo.
but they need to
Hay
deport
muchos
those
mucho
that did bad.
venezolanos buenos
There's a
como
lot
hay
of good
malos,
Venezuelans,
hay
there's a lot of bad
mexicanos buenos como
Venezuelans, there's
mexicanos
a
malos,
lot
de
of
todo,
good Mexicans, a lot
independientemente de
of
los
bad
países que
Mexicans.
sean.
Wow.
Okay.
And
I agree.
Here in the Roosevelt Hotel, Tren de Aragua, the gang. Is it true that they do live inside this hotel? ¿Es la verdad que los bandilleros de Tren de Aragua viven en el Chester aquí?
Oye, esa pregunta no te la puedo responder porque
Sí,
desconozco
oh, yeah.
eso.
Because I don't know about
Incluso
that.
porque yo soy una persona
No,
que yo tengo
motherfucker.
34 años de edad
One of them.
y no me gusta juntarme con cualquier tipo de persona así.
He said,
no.
I'm 34 years old and I
Hey,
don't
Ted,
like
you
to
better be
get
sure to come back later.
with other people that I don't know. Have you seen the tattoos of Tren de Aragua in here? ¿Han visto los tatuajes de Tren de Aragua?
No, ni los conozco, no.
Yeah,
Ese
I don't
tatuaje
even know
ni
him,
lo
so-
conozco.
so
de verdad.
he doesn't even know what the tattoos are. Bueno, muchas gracias por su tiempo. Que vaya muy bien.
Gracias Biden, muchos inmigrantes estamos aquí.
He said, thanks to Joe Biden, there's a lot of migrants here. That's what he said. What's your message?
Nos toca despedirnos de él, pero
He said,
él
it's our
quiso
turn.
hacer las cosas bien, pero hubieron muchos obstáculos y bueno.
He said, it's our turn to say thanks to Joe Biden and say goodbye to him.
Yo y mi familia estamos muy agradecidos
and that
con
we
el
are very
presidente Joe
thankful
Biden, pero
for
yo
Joe
vengo haciendo
Biden.
mis cosas bien,
But he did his
en
things
la
right.
línea, no me he desviado para
He
ningún lado.
followed the rules.
Mi esposa ya está pagando sus taxes, a mí
He
me
said his
toca
wife's
declarar
already
el año que
following the
viene.
taxes and he's going to pay him in the next year. Thanks to the
Nosotros venimos
CBP1
haciendo-
app and asylum.
No nos metemos en problemas.
Yeah, and they don't get into problems, he says.
¿Entiendes?
Yeah,
Ahora,
te
si yo
entiendo.
veo que me están insultando, me están diciendo cualquier cosa
Entonces,
por
were you sad that Kamala Harris lost the election? ¿Usted estaba triste que Kamala Harris perdió la elección?
¿Por qué voy a estar triste?
Porque Trump, he said, why would I be sad? Because Donald Trump said he's going to deport.
Yo soy un tipo de persona
Porque
que
Donald Trump
mientras
dijo que él va a deportar a los migrantes.
importa, él puede hacer lo que él quiera,
whatever
él
he
es el
wants,
presidente,
he's president.
pero allá arriba está el que lo puso a él, lo puede quitar a mí.
God put him in
¿Entiendes?
The
Allá
president
arriba está aquel que es el que manda. Ese es el rey de reyes y señor de señores.
said he's the God of
Entonces,
the God of
no puedo opinar mucho
Lord of Lords.
opiniones de política porque primero yo no soy un ciudadano norteamericano.
Yeah.
Eso las opiniones son para ellos. ¿Entiendes? Yo no puedo hablar nada del presidente Trump porque no me ha hecho nada a mí todavía, no se ha metido conmigo ni con mi familia. ¿Entiendes? Que ha deportado en su anterior mandato. A lo mejor estaba haciendo lo correcto o allá su conciencia, pero...
Yeah, so he's saying maybe they're going to deport him, maybe not, or see what happens. And did any of the migrants vote this year? ¿Algunos de los migrantes votó en las elecciones?
¿Y cómo van a votar si no hay papeles todavía?
How am I going to vote if I don't got papers? Hey, thank you so much for your time. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Hasta luego. All right, look it out there, just bring in the people. Nick Shirley.
No sé cuál es.
Nick Shirley se llama.
¿Y sube por las redes ese?
Sí. Hasta luego. Have a good one. So this is all the migrants that come through here. They live outside of the Roosevelt Hotel. Can I see your phone? I'm gonna start reading some of the chat in here. How y'all doing here up in the chat? What do you guys think so far? Look at the Roosevelt. It used to be a nice hotel. You can see the lights are out on the... It's been a little bit hammered these past few years as so many people have came into the country. It looks like it's taking a toll on the hotel. It's pretty dirty out here, not gonna lie. And they just bring people in and out. So this is one entry, and the other entries on the other side. We'll go show you guys that one. That one's a little bit more dangerous because that's kind of where the supposed gang members hang out, over on that side. We'll head over there right now. We'll see what happens. And we'll get the reactions of some of the New Yorkers as well as we're out here on the streets. And something that's super interesting here is that on the outskirts of the Roosevelt, this is Fifth Avenue, or no, this is Madison Avenue. Next street down is Fifth Avenue. But this is supposed to be a nice location where there's stores and whatnot. We got a store available right here. It's open, but right here, all these businesses are closed down, and there's cigarette butts on the floor, just really dirty. There's graffiti on the windows. This building's all the way boarded up. You get the bikes right here as well. But these buildings should have shops inside of them, but they're all boarded up. I wonder if it is because people don't want to come around this hotel because it is supposed to be kind of somewhat dangerous. And we do know that there is a crime that happens inside these hotels. We talked to a migrant worker that works inside of these shelters yesterday. He says you see everything inside of these things, and they have full-on room service inside. Let's see if we can talk to some of the people up here on this corner. And sometimes they even sell food. Let's see what they're selling over here. Oh yeah, they got all the food. Look, this side is way busy over here. How are you doing? Look it. So right here on this side, there's a lot of people. What kind of food do you guys sell? ¿Qué tipo de comida venden aquí? What? ¿Qué tipo de comida venden? What kind of food do you guys sell? What? Oh, they don't want to leave in the video. But, so here's a lot of people, and they're getting mad because now we're filming them, because we're live right now. They get a little upset. I'll show you guys just how this other side works. We got NYPD right here, so we're chilling. We got NYPD. Just focus on filming, please. And how are you guys doing? How many people do you think come through here every single day?
I'm not giving no answers.
No
You're
answers.
not even allowed to record on this at all.
Why can't we record on this?
Because you're on the property. Stand on the sidewalk.
Okay, we'll move over to the sidewalk. We'll head out of here. All right, let's get out of here. Here we go.
Electric Avenue.
They don't like us on the property for whatever reason. They're yelling at me right now. Let's
You're
get
out of here, Ted.
Before some of them come and attack me. Now, the sad thing is that a lot of these migrants are good people, and there's kids involved with this too. So like these little kids here hanging out here on the newspaper stand, you feel bad for them because they came here with the hopes and just following their parents. And then what happens when they come here is they're put into the system and they aren't given really a plan. A lot of people come here and they've been here for years at this point and they have not received papers to work. They
With this cow, alright.
¿Cómo está? How
Yeah,
are you?
man. I'm in your mouth.
Man, what's your reaction to Donald Trump winning the election? ¿Qué es su reacción que Donald Trump ganó las elecciones?
Oh, magnífico.
He said it's
Later,
magnificent.
buddy.
Yes. Bueno,
Next
bueno.
time.
Really?
No haya ganado, sí. Bueno, haya ganado ¿cómo es?
Thanks for hanging, man.
Donald Trump won. He says it's magnificent.
Bueno, porque pues así
Good because
va a ampliar
MVP
y pues
Ted has left the building.
And the
vamos
Latinos.
a seguir luchando y
And we're
trabajar y
gonna
salir
keep
adelante.
going. See, keep moving
He's a
forward.
gangster.
Are you guys worried about being?
This is a gangster tattoo. Oh. Here in Southern California, Southsiders have this tatted on their neck. All Southsider Mexican gangsters have that.
Deported? ¿Tienen
All
temor
of
de
them.
ser deportados los migrantes?
O sea, en popular es que realmente nosotros venimos acá a trabajar, a salir adelante. Yes.
Yo estoy traduciendo para usted.
Okay.
And yeah, so you guys aren't worried about being deported because Donald Trump said he's going to do the largest mass deportation effort in American history.
Poquito entiendo, pero
No tienen temor porque Donald Trump dijo que va a ser la más grande deportación en la historia.
Oh, no, yo no sufro ese
So I'm
temor
not
porque...
suffering from that fear. Yo estoy traduciendo para usted. ¿Sigue?
Ok, no, yo no
He
sufro
said
ese
he doesn't
temor
suffer from that fear
porque
because
realmente
honestly,
desde que llegué acá a los Estados
since
Unidos
I've
trabajado,
since I came here to the United States,
buscado la
I've worked,
manera y la solución de
I've
salir
searched
adelante
for the way to move
para
forward, move ahead.
establecerme yo y poder ayudar a mis familiares
So
que se
that way
encuentran en Venezuela.
I can help my family here and my family in Venezuela. And what are these? ¿Qué son esos?
Estos son los tiquetes porque acá ahorita estoy aplicando
These are the tickets to apply
para poder,
for,
como quien dice, establecer con mi familia, ya que solamente yo estoy trabajando.
because I'm the only one working. Are these wristbands for the shelters? Estos son para los chesters?
Los Chester.
Okay.
Yo solamente estoy trabajando, mi esposa aún no ha obtenido,
Yeah,
como
actually, I'm
quien
the
dice,
only one
social
working.
security
I'm working
para
for my social
poder
security,
emplear.
so that way I can
Una vez
get
que ella
employed.
aplique, tenga el social
Once you do
security,
your
ya
social
ella
security,
podría trabajar y
you can
podríamos
work,
tener
and we
un
can
buen
have
vivir,
a normal
ya
life,
tirando y
fine life, he says,
ya seguir adelante.
and keep moving forward. And how many shelters have you lived in here in New York City? ¿Cuántos diferentes chesters han vivido aquí en Nueva York?
Ahorita, pues llevo
Lived in-
aproximadamente un año
1
porque
year
estaba
inside the shelter.
viviendo en una
I was
casa,
living
en una
in a
sola
house
pieza alquilada, pero pues
and
el trabajo
renting.
decayó.
And he lost
Ahorita
his
me
job
volvieron a
at their
llamar,
house.
ya empezar a trabajar y así he estado aquí y allá, pero ya Dios mediante me va a proveer un empleo mejor.
Okay. It's completely free to live inside these shelters, correct? Es completamente gratis para vivir aquí en este shelter, ¿cierto?
Sí,
yes.
nos brinda, bueno, Estados Unidos nos brindó esa oportunidad.
The United States gives us the opportunity.
Nosotros realmente la aprovechamos porque
to
es la
take
manera
it.
de
We're really
que
taking
nosotros
advantage
podamos
because this is the
seguir
way
acá
that
en
we can
esta linda
A
ciudad,
year.
lindo
This
país.
guy's been living in fucking shelters for a goddamn year. He said he lost it. I want to know what the fuck kind of work he does. You know what I mean? What are you doing?
Hacer las cosas bien para que nos pueda ir
Delivering
bien en la
food
vida.
with Uber?
So that way we can have a good life. Well, I hope you have a great life, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens, right? But thank you so much for your time, for being very nice with me, and we appreciate it. Muchas gracias por ser tan amable y por su tiempo, y espero que
We need more Uber
tenga
delivery
éxito aquí.
drivers,
Muchas
bro.
gracias, sí, el éxito vendrá.
That's what most of them
thank
are
you.
doing.
One last question. In the news, they're talking about Tren de Araguas, like the gangs that live inside of these hotels. Do gang members live inside of the hotel? En las noticias dicen que bandillas viven aquí en los Chesters and that gangs are here in the United States from Venezuela y que bandillas de Venezuela están aquí. ¿Es la verdad que hay bandillas aquí? Is it the truth that gangs are here?
No tengo el conocimiento como tal, he escuchado como que dice las redes y todo ese tipo de cosas, pero realmente aquí no, si es así como están diciendo, aquí no podrán porque acá de verdad este es un país que tiene mucha seguridad y pues eso es lo que me motiva y hace poco venía pensando de que ojalá mi familia estuviera acá. Aquí, o sea, trabajando, haciendo las cosas bien.
Right, just send all the money back home, buddy.
Ni cosas así como en otros países,
All
otras
here,
ciudades, pues,
yeah.
realmente.
Wait.
Pero acá,
4 years though.
personas que vinieron a trabajar y hacer las cosas bien.
A lot of people came here to work and do things good, and things are going good for those. Bueno, éxito. Success. Have a good one. Thank you very much. Yo, chat. So today the plan is we are here at the Roosevelt. We got like 3 major shelters here: the Roosevelt, the Row, and the Watson.
Outta here.
And in Times Square as well. So we're gonna be making our way over that way. And so we're going to tell you guys, show you guys what's
You didn't
going on
ask him
here.
what he does
And
for
let's
work,
cross
did
the
he?
street
Why didn't he
right
ask him
now.
that?
Well, we were supposed to. And then just make sure I'm centered inside of the camera as well. Here we go, everybody. We need to strengthen our laws granting asylum since our current standards are too lax. Your congresspeople won't do unless you or reach out to them because their donors benefit from illegals. S dropped a $10 donation, that's what she said. Yeah, someone said, do your job and record anything you want in public. I agree. I don't know why they try to shut me down. Very nice. Here, I'll give you my name. Let's see, where's YouTube at on here? One sec, he's asking for his Instagram. Put it in my YouTube right here for him. Make sure you all are liked it up and subscribed. Give this video a like. Let's see what, here you go.
Are you giving this video a like yet?
Hasta luego. Very nice guy. Like I said, a lot of these migrants are very nice people. The problem is that there are criminals in here. I can literally look at here and I can see the people that are, I believe, to be gang affiliated over here on the other side of the Roosevelt. We didn't cross over there. The signs for people that are gang members here, for whatever reason, they love anything Bulls related. Number 23, train tattoos, clock tattoos. That's what one of the night crawlers here in New York City told me once, that they are affiliated with gangs if they wear, for whatever reason, Jordan apparel, Chicago Bulls apparel, and they also have 23 train tattoo and clocks for whatever reason. He says they love their clocks, and then also AK-47 tattoos and guns. A little strange that here in the United States they could search for tattoos. I remember when I went to El Salvador, I talked with the minister of safety there, and he showed me this entire book that El Salvador has just to track down these gangs. And literally, it was a book about this big, full of signs of gangs, their alphabets they had down. They had the tattoos, they had the alphabets, they had the music videos. Anything that had to do with the gangs, El Salvador had it down and figured it out. And so when Nayib Bukele became president, he went in and just shut down all of the gangs and put them all in Secot. And now El Salvador is the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. It's safer to be in El Salvador walking the streets there than it is to be walking next to the Roosevelt Hotel, which is a little concerning and a little strange. And honestly, just quite frankly, sad, if you ask me, that El Salvador is safer than the United States, which is weird, especially when we just let these people come in here. How you doing, sir? Let's talk to some of these locals here in New York City as well, see what they gotta say about the migrants coming through here. Let's see if we can find any locals here. How you doing, sir? Let's ask this guy over here who's on the corner, see if we can talk to him.
What's sriracha, by the way? There's Japanese mayo on one side with sriracha.
How you doing, sir?
I saw some other.
Sir, how you doing? Do you live here in New York? Can I ask you a quick question? We're live right now. How do you feel about all the migrants coming in here and receiving all the benefits from the United States taxpayers?
That sucks, man. It just sucks that they get free money and we have to pay for everything.
Yeah, what kind of benefits do they receive?
From what I heard, a free apartment and a very nice luxury building.
Yeah, I mean, if you just walk around the block right there, they're in the Roosevelt Hotel, right?
In the Roosevelt, exactly, yeah. I think they receive up to $1,400 to $1,500 a week in a check.
Really? We did see one of them when he had a lot of money, just straight up cash.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's kind of annoying. Person that works all his life and doesn't get, took me a while to get that amount in a check, and they just come here and get it for free, but.
Why do you think the government is incentivizing so many of these people to come into the United States?
I don't know, maybe some incentive in their end.
Yeah, now that Donald Trump won, what do you think happens to all these migrants? The illegal ones that came in these past 4 years.
Well, I mean, I didn't really want to say, but I mean, hopefully they go back.
Yeah. Do you support mass deportations?
Not really. That's kind of my people's, but I mean, some of them deserve to. Depends.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody crossed over the border illegally and broke the law,
They definitely should be reprimanded.
Yeah.
If that's the case, but yeah, like I said,
how has it affected the city here in New York?
A lot. It definitely does in crime. Definitely in population. You got a lot of them everywhere just doing crazy, dumb stuff. So, yeah.
What kind of stuff do they do? We know, like, what kind of stuff have you seen?
I've seen a lot. Robberies, beatings, just, you know, in general, selling to the public where they're not supposed to. Just a bunch of things.
Yeah, why do you think these migrants here can get caught for a crime and then released?
Well, I know that. The government can't make no money on them. They're not citizens, so once they go to jail, there's no way to charge the government to pay for them, because once you go to jail, they start charging you. They charge per person to be in jail, basically. So.
Wow. So that's why they don't hold them, because
there's no money to be made off of them.
Interesting. I never thought about that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought. I've been there a couple of times, so.
Because they're not citizens, they can't make any federal money off of them?
No, not recently, thank God.
Okay, very nice, very good. Good on you. And how dangerous are some of these gang members that come from Trinidad and other gangs?
Well, I'm from Brooklyn, so I don't think they're that dangerous. But
are the gangs here in the United States pretty dangerous? Like the gangs that are from the United States, from Brooklyn, from the Bronx, stuff like that?
I definitely think so. I just think that they might get away with it more because there's less police in their country, so they might seem more dangerous. But I think if you put a New York person against one of them, I would say New York got it.
Okay, well,
he's ignorant.
Best of luck, and
he's fucking ignorant, dude.
Thanks for the information. We appreciate it.
New York ain't fucking making
Good
people
guy
eat their
right
own
here. You're live,
fingers
by the
and
way.
shit like the
Great guy right
cartels
there. Thank you
do
very much.
other countries.
Guys, is the mic low on you guys, or can you guys hear good?
We're torturing them with shoving razor blades down their throats while they're still alive. I've seen the videos for it.
Do you guys think Donald Trump should fund ICE, or do you think he should get rid of ICE? I think Kamala Harris was for getting rid of ICE. All right, let's move up here. Let's cross the street right now. And we'll see if we can find some migrants out here on 5th Avenue as well. Other day, there was a bunch of them out here panhandling, because a lot of these people, they come in here and they literally, quite frankly, it is illegal for them to work. So they come in here in the United States, and then it is illegal for them to work. So they come in here illegally, and then it is illegal for them to work. And so then what happens is the government has to give them free money for them to be able to survive, because they just don't give them work permits. So you think if they come in illegally, well, one, they shouldn't be here if they come in illegally, but they let them in anyways. But on top of that, you would think that if they're going to let them in, they should have a process for them to work very quickly here in the United States. That's my opinion on that subject. Oh, there was one right there. Dang. Yeah, so right across the street.
That was for you guys.
Her mom. She's on the corner with her child. It's sad, honestly, to see people come in here hoping for a better life, and then they're on the corner panhandling for money. Here's another mom. She's at least selling stuff. Let's see if we can talk to her. Let's talk to this mom up here with the stroller. Here, let's move up to this lady right here. This is... Alright. Let's see if I can talk. Oh, she's, we can't show her because she's breastfeeding here on the street. So we cannot show that. That's just lovely. Don't show that, she's breastfeeding. So that mom was just straight up just breastfeeding on the street. That's not good. Showing it all for everybody. All right, let's move on up here. Here's another person. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Is this lady a migrant up here, or she might just be a... Oh, up here, there. Up here on the corner, there's one. Hello. Alright, let's see if we can talk to this lady right here. Yeah, let's see. Talk to this lady right here. Hola, got some money. ¿Cómo están? Estamos hablando con la gente. ¿Podría compartir su historia? We're talking to people. Can we share your story at least? Share what's going on? Okay, no worries then. Here's $5. Have a good one. We brought cash out so we could offer the people some money if they're willing to share their story today. I'm sorry about that. Let's go talk to this lady up here. See if this lady will tell us a little bit about her life, if she's a migrant and whatnot. How you doing, ma'am? Hola. Speak English, Espanol? What language do you speak? No? Okay. Well, I guess there's $5 anyways. All right. Let's a lot of them don't like to be filmed or talked to for a reason. Just gotta find one that's willing to speak. Let's just move over closer to Times Square. Show you guys the Row Hotel, make our way over to the Watson. Excuse me, sir, do you have a quick second?
Can I go in the sofa?
Okay, are you a local here in New York? Okay, no worries. Move on up here. See if we can talk to some more people. Read some comments up here in the chat. Ask that, can't film in public. This is America. I agree. I don't think people should be able to tell you if you can't film and whatnot on the sidewalk. I think that's a little strange. Like we got NYPD out here today. One nice thing about New York City is you do feel somewhat safe because NYPD is actually everywhere. If you go to major cities like Seattle, for instance, I went to Seattle a few months back, no police officers at all, anywhere in Seattle. San Francisco is also there, no police officers at all. In San Francisco, it was so bad that the United States Postal Service's vans were graffitied because they just let the criminals run rapid.
Finally.
Let's talk to this guy right here. How you doing, sir? How you doing? How's your day going? Good, good, okay. Let's talk to this guy right here. He looks like he lives here in New York. Looking at the Rolex? How you doing, sir? Doing good? Do you live here in New York? Yeah, can we ask you a few questions? We're live right now, just talking to people here.
Do what?
Yeah, do you want to talk or no? Okay, no worries, we'll keep moving on. We'll head up here. Look at all this jewelry right here. Manifesting it, one day I'll get Rolex. Oh yeah, that one right there. Let's keep moving on. Let's talk to some of these people. Let's talk to these guys. These guys might be New Yorkers. How you doing?
How are you?
Good. What's your name?
Robert, what's your name?
Nick.
What are you doing?
We're out here live streaming today, talking to people, showing them what's going on with you, the migrant crisis out here in New York.
The what?
The migrant crisis.
Not on this street. We got the wrong street for that.
Yeah, we're on the wrong street. We're just over this. Looks like the Diamond District or something.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, there's a lot of Russians here who don't belong here, but there's no illegal immigrants here.
Yeah, we're just making our way. We were just at the Roosevelt. Now we're heading over to Times Square. And I'm going to show them the Row and the Watson.
Where are you from?
We're from the West Coast.
So you're an illegal immigrant too on the East Coast?
Oh, I guess so, right? How long have you lived in New York for?
61 years.
61 years. And how have you seen the migrant crisis affect the city?
The city sucks. The city's going downhill. It sucks. It's. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad people. It's just they don't have a place to live.
Yeah.
They don't. They sell candy on the subways, which is you see the little kids walking around, which sucks. The city sucks.
Yeah, I feel bad for the children that come here.
100%.
Because, I mean, they're innocent. You can't get mad at them.
You know, parents mean well. They have kids by accident, on purpose, whatever it is that screws up.
And now are you seeing, we've been here for the past few days. We're seeing a lot more moms with strollers, with newborns.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot more of that?
Yeah, yeah. Where are you guys in California from? West Coast?
Up in Seattle.
Okay.
So.
Well, you have homeless too. What's it there?
Yeah, I bounce around between Seattle and Utah, so.
Where in Utah?
Just over by, Salt Lake area.
Are you a Mormon?
I'm a Mormon.
Of Mormons. I have good Mormon friends. I just spoke to my Mormon friends.
Really?
In Sandy, Utah.
Oh, very nice.
That's like Borough Park for the
Very
Jews.
Nice. And all park for the Jews. And what do you think about the migrants? Why do you think they brought them all here? And why do you think they keep supporting them as much as they are, as far as giving them places to stay, putting them up in 5-star hotels?
That's a loaded question. I don't know why. I mean, honestly, they're open. America's, the doors are open. Bring the poor, the free, whatever that was, and it went overboard.
Are you happy that Trump won?
Yes or no?
Trump said he's going to start deporting them.
I don't think it should be deported unless they're illegal, criminals. But I don't think honest people or innocent people should be deported.
Yeah, but what if they came across the border illegally and just walked across?
That's on us. That's on the government here.
Mm-hmm.
That's on whoever your political situation. We open that border to them.
Yeah.
They came for a better life. Some get better. Some don't get better.
If you were a migrant too, and you heard that the borders were open, you'd most likely come across, right? And you want to come to America?
It depends where I'm going and what my future may be.
Say you're a 22-year-old, you live in Venezuela, your whole entire life, all you have seen is...
Do you think it's better here?
West. You've seen stuff on the West, you've seen
Right.
Disney, you see all the movies, you see Hollywood.
Here, yeah, why not
and then
make the attempt? But when you get kicked out or you get stuck in a holding cell for 2 years, is that really worth it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you hear that the borders are open, because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris quite literally opened up the borders. Joe Biden reversed 89 of Trump's policies to open up the borders. In your whole entire life, all you have seen is movies from Hollywood, from Disney.
Oh, 100%. This is the land of glory. It's America.
And then you see that, the borders are open. Why wouldn't we come?
But at what point do you say, you know what? Maybe it's better here, but it's not better.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's. I mean, listen, if you're being killed or prosecuted in your country, get out there, man. But if you're just coming, half the people in the South border are not South Americans.
He's coughing Chinese, a lot.
Europeans, Russians are coming in through the border illegally. How do we stop that?
Exactly.
Not eating.
Now that Trump's in office, he'll secure the border.
And listen, don't deport them because they're innocent doing what's right. I mean, if they're criminal or really bad people, yes, deport them.
What do you think would happen if we crossed the border into, let's say we crossed the border into Israel? What do you think would happen to somebody if they crossed the border?
He's been doing this for days, though.
Today?
Been throwing shit up, eating grass.
And half the streets Jewish, obviously jewelry. But that's a loaded question.
Or what do you think would happen if say we walked into China? What do you think China would do to us if we just
walk into China?
Exactly.
I have a friend of mine who just from New York, lives in London now. He married a girl who lives in China recently. Legitimately, girl. But he lived in Hong Kong, and she went to visit him in Hong Kong. She overstayed her visa in Hong Kong and got arrested. She went to visit him last year in London. They detained her at the airport. So China knows what they're doing. I'm not saying it's right, but they know America's fucked. So pardon my French. I know you're Mormon. You can't say that, but
no, you can't say it. Hey, well, thank you so much for your time.
All right.
Appreciate it.
What's your name?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Robert.
Have a good one, Robert. Keep moving on. Okay.
Just came.
We're in the Diamond District right here.
He was hanging out in the backyard in his spot.
They were saying they were giving out free Rolexes, but it turned out they were not.
Seemed like he wants help almost. Like he acted like he wanted to come in. He walked all the way up. He followed me all the way to the door.
I'm from Venezuela.
Oh, you speak English?
Is a land.
How long have you been here for?
No, I speak Spanish.
Yo también hablo español.
Ajá, diga.
How long have you been here for? ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí?
Llevo un año.
Un año. You've been here for a year. And has it been everything you thought it was going to be here in the United States? ¿Ha sido todo lo que pensaba que iba a ser aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Bueno, tengo un proceso de un año aquí. Me ha costado trabajar, pero ya tengo mi permiso de trabajo.
Process to get here. It took a long time for him to get to work, but now he's working. And so it took a year to get your papers to work. ¿Tomó un año para conseguir sus papeles para trabajar?
Sí.
Wow.
Pero me falta el socio, pero ya tengo mi permiso de
trabajo.
I
still don't have my Social Security, but I have my work permits. And how did you get here? ¿Cómo llegó aquí a los Estados Unidos?
Por la selva, caminando.
Con through the jungle, walking. You came here through the jungle. And did you enter in through the border, or cruzaste la frontera, or?
Me entregué a ICE.
He turned himself into ICE, he said. Interesting. Well, muchas gracias por su tiempo. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Que le vaya muy bien. Oh yeah, let's ask you. What do you think about Donald Trump winning the election? ¿Qué piensa de Donald Trump ganando la elección?
No sé, estamos a la expectativa, pues no sabemos, pero que sea la voluntad de Dios de verdad.
Yeah,
Y
so he
que,
says
bueno,
maybe just be the jeez, we're getting pushed around here. Maybe just be the will of God.
Ya que soy de Venezuela y vine buscando una oportunidad porque sinceramente Venezuela está demasiado difícil, hermano. No se puede vivir.
So hard there.
Hay inseguridad, te persigue.
They persecute you.
Y bueno, y el hambre, mucha hambre. Hambre. Muchísima hambre.
You talk about hunger. ¿Qué tipo de hambre? Like, what's the level of hunger?
De comida.
Pero, ¿cómo está el nivel? Como 1 a 10.
¿Cuánto? Nivel, $1 en Venezuela vale
$50 en Venezuela.
50 bolívares. 50 millones de bolívares. Es imposible comer. Para comer hay que luchar.
Horrible. Food in Venezuela. Wow. And are you worried about Donald Trump deporting the migrants? ¿Usted tiene el temor que Donald Trump va a deportar a los migrantes?
¿Cómo?
Are you worried that Donald Trump is going to deport the migrants?
La deportación. Estamos en la expectativa y me da miedo por mis hijos, ¿verdad? Porque yo vine con 2 niños pequeños a darle un futuro que ellos estudien aquí, están estudiando. Yo también estudio inglés, aprender el idioma. ¿Me entiendes? Y si nos dan la oportunidad, nosotros vamos a hacer un buen trabajo porque venimos con hambre de crecer como personas. Adaptarnos a la cultura estadounidense.
Adapt ourselves to the culture of the United States.
La cultura de ustedes es la mejor del mundo y hay que
our culture here is the best one in the world, and that we as Venezuelans want to adapt that. Well, it's very cool and very nice that you want to adapt the culture because the biggest problem most people have when migrants come into the country and into other countries is they don't assimilate. But I can tell that you're trying your best out here, so we appreciate that. Uno de los más grandes problemas cuando migrantes vienen a un país, aquí o en otros países que no como hacen cambios para ser como una persona de los Estados Unidos, pero puedo ver que usted está practicando el idioma, trabajando, así que te agradezco.
Y yo vine también a practicar boxeo, yo era boxeadora ya profesional, pero tengo 40 años, pienso que si me dan una oportunidad yo puedo seguir mi carrera aquí, dependiendo la oportunidad que me dé el gobierno, pero ahorita lo más interesante es el idioma.
Yeah, he said the most important thing right now is to learn English, because I don't speak it. Well, muchas gracias por su tiempo. Gracias por su tiempo, que le vaya muy bien. Have a good one. Keep moving along here, the streets of New York. Someone in the chat says, give this man citizenship. Let's move along here. How are you doing? Let's keep going through. We gotta get out of the Diamond District right now. Over here.
Now I could tell you thief.
Selling. Move up here, watch out. Let's see what some of these people are gonna say. We gotta get out of this. We got one more block and then we're in less of a crowded area. In the Diamond District, I've never been through here. There's a lot of money worth of jewelry right here. Talk to some of the people out here. How you doing, sir? What do you think about the Diamond District?
Gotta survive out here.
Gotta survive. You live here in New York?
Yeah.
What do you think about all the migrants coming in? We're doing a video on the migrant crisis right now. And now that Trump's elected, Donald Trump said he's going to do the largest mass deportation effort in American history.
I'm actually an immigrant myself. Okay. I came here in 2004 from Italy, south of Italy.
Very nice.
You
hope or do you think Donald Trump's going to deport the illegal migrants?
Not all of them, but the majority of them. Because I remember they used to deport them. So yeah. Not a majority of them.
When Donald Trump refers to deporting the migrants, I think he refers to the ones that have came in here these past 4 years illegally.
Yeah, I think he's going to successfully do it, not just like rapidly, but over.
It's going to take time. What do you think that looks like? Do you think we'll see riots in the streets from the migrants as soon as the deportations start happening?
There's definitely going to be some people that have their own opinion, but I don't think a lot of people are going to agree with them. But there's always going to be people having their own saying. It's New York. You can say whatever you want, you know.
Should Trump deport the migrants?
Should Trump deport the migrants? It's a tough question, because if they're actually producing something, then yeah, it would be good to have them around. But if they're not really doing anything, what's really
essentially the system's so flooded that these migrants came in here.
They gotta be. What I'm trying to say is they gotta do something for society.
Yeah.
You know, they have to be some sort of pillars to the community, to their own community, and that's it really. Mm-hmm. If they're not doing that, they shouldn't be here, because that's what it is.
in the past, migrants, well, if someone comes here legally, it takes a long time. They have to, I believe they even have to learn about the history of the United States.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, these migrants are just walking across the street and they're walking across the border and they're coming in here and they're thinking, oh, this is just how the United States works.
Yeah. I remember when I first came here, you couldn't really have a job until you really learned English and could effectively communicate like how I'm doing with you right now. You know, so that should be like a step that should be required again, you know?
Yeah. How do you think Donald Trump does deport all the migrants?
What happened?
How do you think Donald Trump deports the migrants?
How he's gonna do it?
Yeah.
To be honest, bro, I don't know. But it's a tough question. I mean, it's definitely not gonna be real peacefully, I'll tell you that much, because, you know, that's just the way things went, but it's gonna have to happen. And ugly or bad, it is what it is. Well, only time could tell.
Only time will tell.
Yeah.
That's very true. Thank you so much, man. Have a great rest of your day. Best of luck out here in the Diamond District. All right, let's move on up here. So in these sanctuary states, to give you guys some more background information about how these sanctuary states function, essentially what a sanctuary state means is they will give sanctuary to anybody who comes, which means that each person that comes essentially has the right for a place to sleep every night. For example, here in New York City, there shouldn't be a homeless person sleeping on the street because they should have shelters for them. Like New York City has the ability to sleep and have shelters for all the homeless citizens. That's why you actually don't see a ton of homeless people out here on the streets at night, because they do have a system where most homeless people can find a place to sleep. And on top of that, the sanctuary state, what it also means is that they cannot ask for citizenship status of anybody if they are a migrant. They can't ask for citizenship status. For example, if you were to pull a migrant over in like Colorado, I know I'm saying this because I know that this is specifically in Colorado. I don't know if it's how it works here in New York as well. But if they were to pull over a migrant in a car, they aren't able to ask for their documents because they're protected underneath the sanctuary laws. Ooh, it stinks up here. Across this street, it smells like some garbage. Ooh, it smells. Alright, we're almost at Times Square. We're a block away. Show you guys the Row Hotel, then move up to the Watson. Tomorrow we got another video coming out live. What? Really? People are asking if what it says over there on the news that they're gonna pardon, or they're charging Hunter Biden with gun charges. Hunter Biden. Whoa. You guys think do you think Joe pardons Hunter before he gets out of office? I bet Joe does that his last day.
I got to lick some of this off my finger.
Pardons the son.
I got him to lick some of this
in retirement on a beach for the rest of his life.
hairball relief
I don't think Joe Biden's got
off of my
more years
finger.
left in him, to be honest.
Helps prevent and eliminate hairballs, fish flavor. So he's still got an appetite. It's mostly mineral. It's got mineral oil and petroleum.
Someone said send 2 illegals to every Kamala voter and let them take
You just say
care of them.
petroleum.
Today we're filming a video to come out tomorrow. And
If it's a hairball, that'll help, right?
oh, are you guys in line for Gutfield?
Yes.
Oh, very nice. Do you guys think
It's
Donald
on,
Trump
he'll
is
just have
going
the
to
runs
deport
tonight.
the illegal immigrants? Do you think Donald Trump is going to deport all the illegal immigrants that came in underneath Kamala Harris?
I'm not sure.
What do you hope happens?
I don't really
Try to do what I can, man.
No.
I do.
What do you got to say, ma'am?
I'd rather keep my opinions to myself at this time.
Why is he
How excited were you when you saw that
eating,
Donald Trump won?
Very.
Very.
Very excited.
Nick Shirley.
I am.
How are you, ma'am?
Good. How are you?
How long, are you here? Do you live in New York or are you visiting?
In New Jersey.
I live in New Jersey. We're doing a video on the migrants that are all coming in here, and we've been talking. I speak Spanish, so we're able to talk to the migrants.
Maybe you
And
can
we're
smell it
asking if
very
they're worried
well.
about getting
I need to
deported now that
bust it
Donald Trump
open.
wins. What do you hope happens with the migrant situation here in the United States now that Trump's in office? Going to be in office.
I hope that they decide to go the legal route and become citizens and have all the advantages that our citizens have. That's the way it should be done. My ancestors came here and they had to become legal. They had to be, yes. Everybody should come if they want to. No, I don't think anybody in this country denies the fact that you have to stop people from coming in at all.
Really?
Because we're all immigrants. We're relatives of immigrants.
Yeah.
So they came here legally. Why shouldn't it not be for them?
Like, do you think Donald Trump should close the border and stop the flow of illegal immigrants, or do you think anybody should be able to walk through the border?
Right now,
Yeah.
he absolutely should shut the border down and instate a law where they have to apply for citizenship and come in when their time is ready, just like everybody else.
Well, Joe Biden did that, and he was flying them all in across America.
I know.
Did you support that?
Joe Biden flying them in?
Yeah. You know about that, the CBP One app?
Of course I know about that.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so you think the process should be like longer, is what you're saying?
The process should be lawful.
Lawful.
That's the process, just like everybody else in the past.
Right.
And, you know, I'm a veteran, and I think that veterans I'm a lucky veteran, but we have veterans in this country that are homeless, that have severe PTSD, who can't get a job. They're being isolated and denied everything for no reason. But the immigrants who are coming here illegally, they're getting everything.
Yeah, you
Why?
go to the Roosevelt Hotel, just 2 blocks over, they're all living in there, bringing them in. Kids are going to school.
Why? There's no reason. There's absolutely no reason. And it's not fair to the citizens of this country and our military. It's not fair.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are upset, and a lot of people, obviously, Donald Trump won the popular vote.
Well, that says something. So there you go.
We were talking to some liberals today, and one of them said that she would house the migrants if they started deporting them to hide them.
Well,
Would you
then
let that
maybe
happen?
she should unlock her door at night, open it wide open, and let anybody who wants to come in, come in. Same thing. Right?
Great
Same
analogy.
thing.
Round of applause for this lady. Thank you for serving our country. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else got anything to say?
Share the same opinion?
Oh yeah, I think they need to close down the border. I voted for Trump. What are you most stoked about?
Closing the borders.
Closing the borders.
Yes, ma'am.
The economy.
I mean, yes,
The
sir.
economy for
the
sure.
economy,
Yes.
everything.
It's already going up, they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went up
Yes.
1,300 points overnight.
That's a lot of points.
It is,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So I didn't mean I didn't care before,
We're
but
excited. We're excited.
Awesome. You guys can check yourself out right now. You guys got 5K watching you right here on Nick Shirley on YouTube.
nice.
Go ahead,
What is it,
subscribe.
Nick Shirley?
Yep, Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley, all right.
Go ahead, check yourself out. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the show. Have a good one. Keep moving along. We're almost to Times Square now. Sir, you voted. You see the I voted sticker? There we go. That guy voted. It's actually unreal how many people, now that Donald Trump won, how many people have came out and said that they did vote for Trump or that they were supporting him all along. When we came here in New York City just a few weeks ago, everyone was just down for Kamala, loved her. Now everyone loves Donald Trump. It's crazy, actually. Turns out a lot of what people were just saying stuff maybe just so they didn't get in trouble, but now that the popular vote's in and Donald Trump won the popular vote by lots of millions, people are going to be able to voice their opinions a little bit more. How you guys doing? They weren't from New York. You could tell those were not New. They did not look like tourists. Keep moving along up here. Move on up. How you guys doing? Heading off to the Row Hotel right now. Let's see. Talk to this lady up here. How do you guys liking the translation when I'm talking to the migrants? Does it come through clear and clean? Can you guys understand what's going on? Alright, we made it to Times Square. Times Square, they got some weird, yeah, I don't honestly call Times Square Migrant Square now because all the people that are working inside of there in the Mickey Mouse costumes, they're all from Peru, Ecuador, and they'll tell you, they told me they are migrants, so a lot of migrant vendors as well. They're selling churros, selling fruits. How you doing, ma'am? Do you live here in New York? Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. What do you think about the election results?
Can't do nothing about it. Win some, you lose some.
What do you think Donald Trump's going to do with all the migrants that come through here, that are living here?
Send them right back.
Yeah, do you support that?
No. Not really. No.
You don't? But do you hope he sends them back?
No. You know, mixed feelings.
Mixed feelings.
You know, you need people help build the economy, move the economy.
What was your initial reaction when you saw that Kamala Harris was losing the election?
A little disappointed. We got the same birthday, so I'm like, I was rooting for her.
Aw, shoot. Birthday pals. Have a great one, man. Keep moving along here.
Dang, they already stopped eating?
Let's talk to these legends right here. Look at these guys.
I don't know, man.
These folks
I don't know. I'm done when I
How you
came
guys
for
doing?
the day for old
You guys live
Tux.
here in New York? Where are you guys from?
He's sick. What do you mean
what did you guys think about the
spoiled?
election results?
Dude,
Awesome.
Good. Yeah, I'm
fucking
all
cat's
for it.
probably
I like
dying.
Trump.
You like Trump?
Yeah, I think he'll do good for the country. Yeah.
Very well. New York City is home to nearly 300,000 illegal immigrants that have just came here in these past 4 years. Every day they spend around $12 million supporting these migrants. What do you
I
hope
have a
Donald
trick.
Trump
He
does
didn't
with the
keep
migrant
eating.
crisis here in the United
Send them
States?
back. Send them back and you let them in legally. You know, if they want to come in. There's ways to do it. They don't have to cross the border and come in illegally. We pay too much money to take care of them. I'm tired of it.
You support mass deportations?
That's a tough question because there's a lot of issues with children and stuff, but still,
I
I'm afraid so. Yeah.
Yeah. I think when Donald Trump refers to mass deportation, I don't think he's talking about like people that have been here 10,
He
20
doesn't
years.
seem to want to chew,
He's
though.
referring to the ones that recently came in here, the ones that came in from the prisons.
Yeah, he's got a heart, believe it or not. I know people don't think so, but he does. You know, he cares about the country, so, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of times when people defend the migrants or like the ones that came here illegally, I feel bad for the children that come here without having a say in anything, right? But their parents knew that when they walked across that border, they were breaking a law.
They sure did. And so, you know, the kids are the what do you call that? They're the victims. You know, it's not their fault, but still, they should go back with their parents.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have to keep them here, then foster them and take care of them. They all go back, come in legally, find a way. There is a way.
Did you see on 60 Minutes, there was one guy who's in charge of national security, and the ladies asked him, well, what do you do with the children? What do you do about them? And he says, well, you can deport the families.
Right, the whole family. I'm sorry, but the whole family.
Just
You know,
stay
that's
out
the
there
way it
with
should
him
be.
every time he
We
eats
don't
now.
We don't need the financial cost that it costs this country to take care of them is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I feel
And
about
it's
it.
sad because now 300,000 migrant children have gone missing. Nobody knows where they're at.
Sure, because there's child trafficking, sex
He's in the
trafficking.
backyard
anything
now, I know it.
mean, you name it. You know, they're getting caught up in it. So.
What do you think Kamala's doing right now?
I wanna go eat dry food.
She should go home, go to bed, stay there.
I know.
She never did anything, so she's
Right.
probably still doing what she did.
Nothing. Good point. Good point.
A few words, very well said. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy your guys' time here. Thank you very much. Have a good one. That was funny. She didn't do anything, so she's probably doing nothing now. That was funny. She said she didn't do anything, so she's not doing anything now. DJ Menez 321 says, say her name right. Whose name? Or, Kamala's name. Harris. What is it? Kamala or Kamala? Kamala. I like Kamala. Kamala. All right, we'll show you guys what's going on down here in Times Square, how it works. All the migrants will move over to the Row Hotel and work our way up to the Watson. We'll talk to the migrants and see what their reaction is to as far as Donald Trump winning the presidency. Across right here. It's hectic in here. Doing these live streams in New York City, there's a lot of people. Yes, I got big future plans for the live streams, especially after all this election stuff. We got big plans for them, so we're going to keep doing them. So make sure you guys are subscribed if you guys are not subscribed right now. We're heading over here to Times Square, talk to some of the migrants coming through that are working, selling, doing illegal stuff. Essentially, they're doing illegal stuff. How you doing, sir? All right, keep on moving up over here. Should I take a photo with the migrants in the Mickey Mouse costume to show them how they just swarm everybody? I'll do it. I'll do it for everybody. Show them how it works. You got $5 in the pocket.
This price here is 50% off, so if you went to the box office.
Let's see, here's Times Square. How you guys doing? All right, here they are. Here's Mickey Mouse and the rest of the... You don't even need to come to Disneyland anymore. You can come to Times Square. We got Mario.
De los míos, de los míos.
How you doing? Very well. All right. ¿Cuánto cuesta para un foto? How much for a photo?
Una propina.
¿Cuánto?
Una linda propina.
Just a beautiful tip, that's all you want? What are you dressed up as? ¿Y su costume? Ah, ¿por qué hizo eso? ¿No quieren un propina? Flip off the camera. No English. ¿De dónde son? Spider-Man, ¿quiere $5? Pero usted me hizo eso a la cámara. You want $5, but you're gonna flip off the camera? No. Here, Elmo. $5 para usted. Here's a photo. Everybody, here we are with Elmo. Elmo, what do you gotta say? ¿De dónde eres, Elmo? Where are you from?
De Ecuador.
She's from Ecuador. ¿Te gusta los Estados Unidos? Do you like the United States?
Yes.
What's your favorite part about the United States?
Muchas oportunidades.
And what do you think about Donald Trump? ¿Qué piensa de Donald?
Me parece bien.
He seems all right. Ahora, are the migrants, illegal migrants, worried about getting deported now? Los migrantes ilegales tienen el temor de ser deportados ahora?
No tengo miedo.
You don't have the fear, she says. No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Enjoy the tip.
Okay.
Hasta luego. All right, here we go. I personally, if I was one of the migrants, I'd be worried.
Maybe the
upset about deporting everybody.
The hairball stuff I gave him will help him. He's gone. I was going to try to give him some dry food to CBD to see if it was a tooth problem or not. But I gave him this hairball relief stuff. I mean, if it's something stuck in his throat, maybe it'll help.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too much like Elmo.
He ate a big old dollop of it off my finger. Licked it on off my finger.
How you doing?
Okay. Well, look who we got here, folks.
Keep moving along up here.
Well, where'd she come from? Out 20,000?
Personally, I would be worried if I was a migrant after Donald Trump being elected, especially if I came in here illegally, broke a law by crossing the border. I personally would be very scared if Donald Trump won. So I'm kind of surprised by these migrants not being that scared about being deported, to be honest.
Dude, they have to support the president en masse, or you know what I mean? Like, they need to look like they're Republicans all of a sudden, or they're more likely to get deported.
How you doing? Having a blessed day? Having a blessed one. How are you doing?
Well, I just hope that whatever Tux has is transferable.
Once this guy passes, can we talk to you? What did you think about the election results?
Oh well.
Pretty sad. Sad day for America?
Yeah, well, yeah.
We're doing a live stream going to some of the shelters around here. What do you think happens with all of the, oh, there we go. What do you think happens with all the migrants that recently came into the country? Do you think Trump deports them?
Hard to say. I'm waiting to see what actually happens.
Yeah. What do you hope
That's
happens?
the original cat, Bill. That's Mama. That's the title cat.
Still keep being alive.
Yeah, are you worried that he'll kill him or what?
I don't know. I'm just worried about not knowing how things could maybe go.
Yeah.
So.
Are you worried that Project 2025 is going to happen?
I think it's concerning, yeah.
Yeah. You vote for Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was surprised she didn't win, to be honest. I thought she was going to win the popular vote at least.
I guess it's not too surprising considering like the last minute stuff.
Yeah.
Really?
Is that kind of what they're saying on the news and on the news that you're
Yeah, I
getting?
think Sweet Pea's
we shouldn't
Mama.
have been that. We can't be that disappointed because she didn't get a fair shot. Like enough time to run and really tell people what she's about.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that like people probably didn't have time to like really consider her. So it was like a lot of people had to either like make a choice like really fast, maybe.
What do you think happens now? Where does she go from here, Kamala?
I
That's not training, right?
Couldn't say. I mean, I guess there's lots of avenues for her to go. But...
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Did you expect Donald Trump to win by the margin that he won by? Like he won more than he beat when he beat Hillary Clinton. He won more against Kamala.
I feel like I didn't really have any expectations. I was kind of like, I was hopeful, but I didn't like put my like foot down too like hard on any sort of like what I.
We're getting some PUBG in a minute.
Yeah. May I ask if are you part of the LGBTQ+ community?
Yeah.
And we know we've gone around the country, we've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people from the LGBTQ+ community had fears if Donald Trump won because of the rights. Do you think that Donald Trump would ever take away human rights?
I think it's less that he sees it as like rights. I think it's more so the way people talk about it, especially from like the conservative side, where they see LGBT protections as like special treatment because they don't see LGBT identities as like legitimate. So I feel like it's more like that's the sort of rhetoric that will be around it, if anything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, like as far as like me and to like other people that like I guess recognize and like respect LGBT identities, it would be seen as taking like rights away, especially like leaving those communities like vulnerable and unsupported. But yeah, I think people who are like conservative or are aligned with that will see it as like we'll see it like as a justified sort of like taking away of like I said,
What's Mama doing?
Okay, interesting. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day.
I really hope that I'm not getting them all sick by getting them to share food.
The Row Hotel.
I mean, they're probably going to do it anyway, but
guys. Look at it right here.
That's a nice stretch, though. Nice little after-food stretch there with Mama.
How many rooms are inside of the Row Hotel?
That's nice.
There's a lot of them. I believe there's upwards of 1,000 rooms in the Row Hotel. We're going to head over there right now, go talk to some of the migrants outside, see what they got to say. Row Hotel capacity.
Sorry about to lose the camera. You guys see Mamita, I was just saying.
In the Row Hotel, there are, let's see, there are 1,333 rooms inside.
That's something else I noticed about Tux.
Huge hotel.
He was very dusty.
And, right now, each and every single one of those
for whatever reason, he's super dusty.
Let's go talk to him, see if what their reaction is to.
He wasn't laying in the dust either, so.
Move on up here. Let's head on up.
I never saw him go into the house either. He's getting dusty somewhere else.
How you doing, sir?
He went somewhere very fast after eating too. He was
Are you from New York?
Nowhere to be seen.
Where are you from?
New Zealand.
New Zealand. How you liking New York?
It's good.
Good.
It's a bit different.
A bit different?
You know,
you feel safe here?
Feel safe.
Feel safe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've felt safe so far. There's, plenty of people around. So.
There are a lot of people around, huh? You can't escape them here in New York.
What's that?
You can't escape people here. There's a lot of them. It's a bit more chaotic than New Zealand.
I'm from Christchurch, New Zealand, so even with the amount of people we got back home, like nothing compares to this. So
yeah, nothing compares to this. There ain't no city like New York.
It's so good to be here.
Oh.
So
I love New York.
Rural city or what that
a bit
is.
of travel, so seeing the sights and attractions. Just been to Central Park.
Oh, very nice. What'd you think?
Yeah, good. Very, very big. I went on a bike ride, so...
Do you know that this hotel right here is one of the biggest migrant hotels in America?
Migrant?
Yeah.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, like people live there, the migrants live there for completely free, the ones that come across the border.
Right.
They live there for completely free. Would that happen in New Zealand? Would migrants be able to walk in or come into New Zealand and live for completely free?
To probably apply for like a visa.
Yeah, but if they didn't apply for a visa and they just came on in a boat over there, would they be able to do that?
They can't come in on a boat. No, they've got to access. They've got to apply for a visa before coming over.
Yeah,
like a working visa.
They follow law and order in New Zealand.
Hey?
They follow law and order in New Zealand and keep their borders safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we don't really do that.
So.
Here we just kind of let everybody come in if they want, and then we also then we just put them inside this huge hotel right here. This is the Row Hotel.
I went to Empire State last night. And it was good.
This hotel would cost about $200 a night, and you'll live
which one is this?
free.
The Trump one?
It's called the Row Hotel.
Okay.
Yeah, look at it. So you see right here, these are all migrants that came into the country illegally, and they get to live here inside these hotels for completely free. $250 a night to typically stay inside these hotels. We got gang members in here. We don't know who lives in here.
Who do you reckon brought them in? Kamala or?
Well, they liked Kamala, but I think they're going to fear Trump now.
Trump's won the election now, so we'll just have to see what happens now. I mean, it's going to be worldwide. I mean, not just for America, but for you guys as well, having Trump back in. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think he'll do better than Joe.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
Would it be hard for anybody to do better than Joe Biden?
No. I mean, yeah, he's no disrespect, but yeah. Anyone.
Disrespect it's okay.
No disrespect. I like you. You're a good guy.
He's one of the only presidents that I'm like, fuck him.
I'll show you guys the Row Hotel right here.
Actually.
Let's speak with this family right here. How you guys doing? You guys live here in the Row Hotel?
My age now, or what?
¿De dónde son ustedes? De Ecuador. Oh, wow. ¿Usted también es de Ecuador? ¿Y viven aquí en el Row? No. ¿Cuánto tiempo un migrante puede vivir aquí en el Row? How long can a migrant live here in the Row?
2 meses.
2 months. Wow. Hey, where do they go after? ¿Dónde van después?
Another hotel.
A renovar ya otra vez.
And then they just renew it. Los
They just
migrantes,
renew it.
The migrants, are they worried now that Donald Trump is president? Los migrantes ahora tienen temor ahora que Donald Trump va a ser el presidente.
Sí, dicen que tienen.
They're worried, he says.
Así dicen que tienen temor, pero yo no vivo en Cheta, yo arriendo.
Yeah. ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí? How long have you been here for?
Llevo 1 año y medio.
1 año y medio. And you personally, are you worried about being deported?
Usted
personalmente está temeroso de ser deportado?
Dude.
Que sea lo que Dios quiera, nada más.
Whatever God.
I've been homeless multiple times in my life where I had to bust my ass at Labor Ready. For instance, before I moved to California, not this last time, but when I got back on my feet, like I was originally living in a hotel with my girlfriend and working at Labor Ready just to be able to pay the hotel bill off and eat pretty much. And then I was able to get a room for rent, and I was able to get enough to get I got a bus ticket saved up, and I ended up just leaving my car and coming out here because for multiple reasons I needed to leave. And my car I couldn't pay for it anymore. It was going to get me arrested anyway if I kept driving it. That's how that was. Busted out headlight, busted out window, loud ass exhaust. Muffler was fucked up. But so in that time, like I wasn't getting any kind of funds to help me with hotels or anything. Like as a regular person, I had to come all the way to California so that I could use veterans programs to get back on my feet. I knew they existed out here at the Villages of Cabrillo out here, the VIP program and the VVRC Drug and Alcohol Rehabilitation Program. Like I owe most of what I got now to them, because without them I would have probably ended up getting locked up a long time ago for some dumb shit, or something else would have ended up happening probably. The VA saved my ass because those are nonprofits. They get funds. They somehow they're connected through the VA because they had VA nurses working there. So it's like it's hey, god damn it, scratch this, man. Fuck, Simon, did you? Oh, she scratches right next to the thing she's supposed to scratch. Holy shit. This. Oh, dang, sorry. Hey, you're getting too feisty. Go on. I am the captain. Right. But they're coming here. It's just from other countries and automatically getting help like that. Like I had to go all the way across on a Greyhound in hopes, I was hoping that they would have room, that they'd have a bed available for me. I didn't know for sure. I didn't know what was going to happen. Actually, it's not like I called in advance, like, hey, you ready for me? I'm coming now. No, I was just like, dude, it was so last minute that it was something about my rent being due, and it was I had to go that day, or I was going to have to pay another week's worth of rent where I was staying. They had well water that was slimy and smelled like rotten eggs. It was horrible. I had to go. I had a graveyard shift job, and my car the way it was, I couldn't risk it anymore because my license was suspended. And so it was a no-brainer for me, but it was so last minute that I went to the thrift store, bought some fucking luggage, and if I would have had another day, I could have gotten a flight to California for cheaper than the Greyhound ticket, actually, because last-minute flights from Chicago to LA were cheaper than the Greyhound. But that trip was one I'll never forget, dude. And I'm definitely glad that I experienced that trip, because that was crazy. It was crazy. A lot of crazy shit happened, man.
Really? You're not worried? ¿Cómo llegó aquí a los Estados Unidos? ¿Por la frontera? ¿Por la aplicación?
Por la frontera.
Across the border, he said. Wow. And but you're not worried about getting deported now that Donald Trump's elected? ¿No tiene temor de ser deportado?
No. Normal.
Yo personalmente tendría el temor.
What kind of jobs?
And would you be worried
Manual
to
labor.
go back to Ecuador? ¿Sería feliz o triste de tener que volver a Ecuador?
Normal. Normal.
Is your life better here in the United States than it was in Ecuador? ¿Su vida está mejor aquí en los Estados Unidos que fue allí en Ecuador?
Sí, está mejor acá, pero si nos deporta, ¿qué vamos a hacer?
Yeah,
I worked for labor in like 3 or 4 different states,
here,
so
but if I get deported, what am I gonna be able to do?
kind of shit, man.
You have a really good attitude about it. Tienen buena actitud. Esa es la idea. And what do you do here in New York? ¿Qué hace aquí en Nueva York?
Trabajo.
He works. What do you do for work? ¿Qué hace?
Memphis is tri-state area, so it's in itself in Arkansas, Mississippi.
Was it hard to find work here? ¿Fue difícil de conseguir trabajo aquí? ¿Fue difícil para conseguir trabajo aquí?
Mes y medio me demoré.
Took him a month and a half. And inside the Row Hotel.
That's how I actually saw the fucking chain gang that I've talked about on the stream before. The only place in the United States I've seen a chain gang was Mississippi, and they had the black and white striped gear on, dude. It was so wild. The guys were on horses watching on this shit with the cowboy hat looking things, and the people were chained together. They were hoeing a ditch, dude. And I was on my way trying to find some construction job out there in Mississippi so that I could sweep for them all day, pretty much. So clean up a job site. That's what they had me doing all day. I was their gopher. Go do that. Go sweep this. Go pick up that. I mean, move this wood from here to over here. That was one. That was a labor experience, and if it weren't for that day, I would have never seen that. I only saw that one time in my life, and it was like an eye-opening, jaw-dropping experience. They were mostly black too.
Es peligroso.
Yeah, they had chains on them. They're chain gang.
Pero yo nunca viví en un Chester. Yo siempre arrendaba. La que vive en un Chester.
Chained to each other.
Never lived in a shelter. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Que le vaya muy bien. Hasta luego.
They might not even be able to do that anymore. That was like 2005.
Right here. These are the guys you need to worry about here at the Row Hotel. Hola. ¿Cómo están? All right, so here outside the Row, there's a huge line coming through. All right, well, they're going to kick us out if we go in. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk right in and then just leave.
It looks like something out of a movie, though.
So that way people here in the stream can see what it looks like inside the Row.
Because even though I had been locked up before, I wasn't used to seeing that black and white striped outfit. That's super rare in the being locked up world.
Put this on. Walk in.
That woman's wearing it. Did you see that? Right as I'm talking about it, we got a woman here wearing it.
Put this on.
Fucking X-Files, man.
And then we'll walk out. Hello. We can't go in here? Okay, we'll leave. Yep. All right, just like that.
Yeah.
But you had to get out. But that's how it works, you guys. You can't not go inside of that hotel. A little weird. Hola, ¿viven aquí en
Job
Oro?
Corp.
No. ¿Usted, señora? You missed. ¿Usted vive aquí en Oro?
Or you know anything about that? No, I didn't.
¿Cómo está la vida dentro de Oro? How's life inside the Oro Hotel? Ah, por favor. They won't talk to us. I said, please. Well, it's a little dangerous here at the Oro Hotel, so the people and all the signs of being gangsters were outside. Well, one time we did ask for a room, and my mom got kicked right out, so we couldn't even ask for a room.
See, I don't know.
Someone said illegal is
I
not
don't
scared of
remember
Trump.
ever hearing about it.
Yeah, they really aren't so far.
They
See,
might
I
have
thought
had
they
it
were going to be
here.
nervous. We'll see if we can talk to
I've
some
seen
more
it
of
here
them.
somewhere.
All right, let's leave. They're yelling at me right now. All right, let's head up to the Watson. A few more blocks up there. We'll get some more. Hey, and thank you, Jimenez, for the donation. Maybe trying being nice and not so MAGA. By being MAGA, does that make you mean? I'm just asking people questions, like the genuine questions. They are hard questions to ask, and they're not like I can understand if people don't think they're the most sympathetic questions, but I think it is the question that a lot of people do have on their mind, and somebody needs to ask them. And I think in America we can't be so scared of not offending people, but being afraid to ask the tough questions. And so we need to ask the tough questions, and these are some of the questions that a lot of people had on mind. I got a lot of messages saying,
Dude,
Nick, go ask the
she hasn't told
migrants
me.
what they think. So today we're out here doing it, talking to the people.
More days. Okay.
I don't think it's wrong to ask them. I mean, they're here in the United States as well, and we got the freedom of speech here.
Yeah,
so
I'll give it
that's
to her
whatever
again
we want,
today.
whatever
She
we
said
want.
give it to her again.
And, as long as there's moral decency, I think we're all right.
Hey, there's Tux.
All right, here we go. Let's move on here. Keep moving forward.
Damn it, I threw
Just
that
move your
food
wrist
away.
with that when I moved. How are you guys doing? Having a good one? All right, move on up. Heading up to the Watson Hotel. This is another big shelter. Hey, and thank you, Sao Chen, for the donation. Greatly appreciated. We'd love to hear it. We'd love to see it. How you doing, man? All right, we're moving up to the Watson. This is another big one. So inside New York City, not sure you guys ever see my videos on it, but I've done a lot of breakdowns. And here inside New York City, they spend nearly $12 million a day. By 2025, they're projected to spend upwards of $5 billion on housing, feeding, giving out straight up cash to migrants as well. Because like I said, these migrants come here to New York City and into America, and they're not able to work. They aren't given work permits. Therefore, they cannot speak. Here, make sure I'm centered, please. And so it's just a crazy situation here in New York City. How you doing, ma'am? Do you live here in New York? Nope.
Oh, sorry.
What, lady? Move on up. Once it goes green. How are you guys doing? Doing great. Do you guys live here in New York?
Oh.
You do? You like it? I love New York personally. We were just at the Row Hotel. We got kicked out as soon as we walked in. Why are they kicking us out? Thank you. Have a good one. Move on up here. Catch a local, talk with them up to the Watson Hotel, see what's going on. Let's see, let's keep moving up here. We got a few blocks and then we will arrive at the Watson Hotel. Hello, hello. How are you guys liking New York?
Love it.
Where are you guys from?
Chicago.
Chicago. So you guys, we're doing a video right now on the migrant crisis here in New York City. We're live talking to people. You guys in Chicago also got a major migrant crisis as well, right? Oh, come on. We were just about to get in a great conversation. Well, keep going. Talk to these people up here. Go right there, maybe. Yeah, we'll ask them about the election. How you guys doing? Where are you guys from? Do you guys live in New York?
What? Oh yeah, we're going home.
Going home. What do you guys think about the election? Were you guys surprised by the result?
I don't know if you want to ask us.
I do want to ask you.
We're fine with it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, what about you?
I'm fine with it too.
Yeah, I think whatever's supposed to happen will happen.
Who did you guys vote for?
I don't know if we can tell you.
Okay, no worries. And we're doing a video right now. We're live. We're just talking to New Yorkers, and we've been talking to the migrants to get their reaction as far as the election results. Yeah.
That's very ballsy of you guys.
It is. Why is it so ballsy? Yo hablo español.
Sí, yo hablo español aquí.
And so right here, we're passing through a migrant family. How much? Isn't it pretty sad that they let all these people in and then not really give them work permits, and you see mothers with their sons on the corner?
That part is sad.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Well, the thing is they shouldn't have been, and I'm Hispanic,
Yes.
they shouldn't have been let in that way.
Yeah,
there needs to be better
obviously they were
rules.
let in for what reason? For votes. Basically for votes. So if you're doing it for that reason, they weren't doing it for the goodness of their heart.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, if they were to do it for the goodness of the heart, they would close the border, because actually what happens on the other side of the border is many of these kids and these moms, these mothers, they get raped and they get abused just by getting over, because in order to get across the border, they have to pay the
Yeah,
cartel.
they gotta do whatever they have to do, which is
And so,
horrible.
If it's really for a humanitarian effort, they're destroying more lives than they're helping,
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I think.
So
And then
it's a big mess to clean up.
Well,
now,
it's a big
so
problem in New York, you know.
Yeah.
We're New Yorkers, so
crime has gone up
we
in
see
a way
the crime.
in New York is ridiculous.
It's the crime is horrible.
It's like back when I was a kid now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
So-
should people feel safe walking these streets?
I don't, but she's none the wiser.
I'm fine with it.
You know,
My
she
problem
didn't
is the theft. There's a lot of theft.
Yeah, shoplifters. How much?
That's the whole. To me, that's the whole problem.
How much money can someone get away with shoplifting here?
So I stopped a shoplifter because nobody would do anything, and the guy had like a bag, and he just filled his bag,
Really?
and they just let him walk out. And I said something because I own a business, and I think it's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people are just stealing. To me, that's the worst thing.
Yeah, it's pretty disrespectful to
If you
the
go to-
business owners.
That's what
you go to
bothers me.
other
Yeah.
cities, it's even worse. Like San Francisco, we had business in San Francisco. You can't find a grocery store open downtown or a pharmacy
Yeah.
at all. It's because of that situation. So
How grateful should Americans be that Kamala Harris didn't win the election?
we'll see. I think we gotta be pretty thankful, but we'll see. We'll see
Yeah,
what
we'll see what happens.
Because
it's only been a couple of days.
It's only been a couple of days. Hopefully, I pray Trump makes it to Inauguration Day. I hope they don't try to kill him.
Well, you know, security needs to
He's
be
got
bumped
a lot
up.
of security going on.
You know, watch the people on the rooftops.
For real.
It'll be fun.
One thing that scared me if Donald Trump would have lost is people like Elon Musk. But you know, when you hear Elon Musk talking about issues,
Yeah.
you should probably listen when he's the smartest and richest man in the world. And he said, essentially, if Kamala were to win, it'd be a one-party country because
Yeah.
they've imported all the voters, like you're saying, and then it would have been a blue country.
Yeah.
And the thing about California is you can leave California, but if everything turns into California, you can't escape America. You wouldn't be able to escape America.
That's true. Yeah.
So I think, me personally, I'm happy Trump won. I think it's good.
I am too as a business owner. You know, that's what we care about, our economy and the environment. So if he can do those things, he's a good president. You know.
And going back to the migrant crisis, Mayor Adams, isn't he indicted right now?
Yes.
Do you think he's indicted for pushing back against the migrants?
I think so. Yeah.
It's kind of fishy.
It sounds fishy. Yeah.
Definitely something's going on because he was standing up to the migrants.
Suspiciously right on. The timing was a little weird. You know, so yeah, there's something going on with that, for sure.
And what kind of benefits do you know that the migrants get? We've heard some people, but you guys as locals, what can you tell us about the benefits that the migrants are getting here inside New York?
Oh, they get free places to live. Yeah.
Yeah, the row we just got kicked out of the row because we tried to walk into it.
You got kicked out of where?
The Row Hotel.
I don't know the Row Hotel.
That's the migrant shelter.
Oh, the shelter.
We got kicked out.
Well, maybe they don't want you guys in there filming.
Well, we just walked in, regardless of filming or not.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we just walked in and they kicked us out. One time my mom went in,
Yeah.
and they kicked her out and she asked for a room and they wouldn't give it to her.
Well, I mean, right, they're selected. Right, yeah.
And New York every day spends $12 million on migrants.
Yeah. Well,
there's plenty of people here that need help.
That's
the problem.
And how do you think Trump goes about deporting them?
You know those same buses that they brought them in? Put them back in and ship them back out.
Maybe.
And I mean, it wouldn't be that hard as long as they keep them in the shelters. I guess Trump's going to know exactly where to go.
He has to go state by state, and he has to deal with the officials in the states, in the cities. That's how government works.
Yeah.
It's not like you just snap your fingers.
The National Guard's not going to come in and just overtake.
No, that's not how things work. There's lots of rules and regulations and red tape.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how government works, and
might be a little harder than people think it's going to be.
It's all about making rules.
Exactly. The migrants didn't follow the rules when they came in. They just walked right into the border. Do you know how? If I told you that to just come into the country, each migrant pays the cartel $5,000 to $20,000, would you be surprised?
No, I'm not surprised.
And why do you think they let them come in without giving them any solution so they can work? Or any plans?
Okay, you're in New York City, and this city is made up. The dollars are made up from tourism. And also paying people next to nothing to work. So to me, it makes perfect sense.
Oh.
They're looking for low-cost workers that you can't track. It's pretty simple.
I never thought about
that.
It
all comes down to money.
Yeah, so essentially by not giving them work permits, New York was able to make more money.
Yeah, they can just work for nothing, or you can pay them nothing. So these things make sense. But, we have a new president, so hopefully things will change.
Hopefully things will change. Well, thank you guys so much for your time. For being
You're welcome.
so
Where
nice
is
to
this
talk to us.
going?
You're live on YouTube right now.
Oh, on YouTube. What
Yes.
channel?
Nick Shirley.
Is that your name?
Yeah, my name's Nick
Oh,
Shirley.
okay, Nick Shirley. Okay.
Yes, thank you guys so much. We appreciate it.
I will check it out.
Thank you guys. Have a good one. Nice people right there. Have a great rest of your day. How you doing? And thank you, George CT, for becoming a member. We greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Air Fryer Recipes with Booger 500S. $20. Nick is being nothing but respectful. We try our best around here. We try our best, I will say. Like I said, these are tough questions, but they need to get asked. That's these people right here. Do you guys live here in New York?
No.
No. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from?
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
We don't want to be video.
Oh,
Stop, thanks.
yeah, we're live, so we can't stop, but we'll keep moving on. Just hide, I guess. Oh, that's funny. Stop recording us. It's tough when you're live, though. Let's cross right here. Let's cross. Get away from those ladies. See if we can catch someone coming our direction so we can talk to them for a second. Then we'll get to the Watson Hotel right up here by the Watson. I'm going to play the clip from the Watson Hotel of one of the ladies that worked inside the shelter, because she told us all what was really happening there. Let me pull it up right now. How's it going? You look like Bronny James. That guy did look like Bronny James. Let's ask this lady here with the cane. Let me find the migrant video of the lady up here talking about the Watson Hotel. Oh, here it is. Let's see. How you doing, ma'am? Having a good day? Yeah. Awesome. Let's move on up. This is the lady talking about this crisis.
They're making a lot.
Yeah, let's cross.
They're making a lot. Here in Tucson,
this is one of the ladies who works outside the migrant shelter, exposing what was happening with the migrant crisis.
How much money are these hotels making off of this crisis? They're making a lot. I know one manager making $1 million. I'm just saying, they're making a lot. It's all government siphon funding. So the U.S. tax dollars is going to support the migrants, and it's doing nothing for our economy. It's actually destroying our economy. It's just destroying our safety. It's destroying our community morale. It's just bad. And they need to stop the border crisis and just stop the illegal invasion. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is our homeland. I lived here 50 years. And And this is not fair.
So these hotels are making millions upon millions of dollars just housing these migrants. And this is the lady also had more to say about it.
Not legal. If they were legal, they need to pay taxes. What do you think is going to happen with the migrant crisis here in New York City? It's getting bad because they're also next to my house and they piss on my door. I could tell that they're gang wars. I mean, they're tattooed up to head to toe. The people pissing on my door, they're tattooed up head to toe. And they're
Interesting, because we filmed that back in February. She was speaking the truth to current day, talking about how the gangs have arrived, how gangs are here, and how these hotel companies, these hotels are making millions upon millions of dollars housing these migrants from taxpayers here inside the city of New York, because these hotels would not be able to function without U.S. taxpayers funding these hotels, without giving their money, not funding them, but paying their taxes. With the taxes, they don't pay for all this stuff. All right, we're 1 block away. Here we go. To Watson. See if we can get some of the migrants to talk to us. One of the migrants last time we were at the Watson, she said that Trump won, there's gonna be riots in the street. Trump won and there were no riots here, which kind of surprised me. Maybe there'll be some tonight. Let's talk to somebody. We got 1 more block to go and we'll then be arriving to the Watson. We've walked about 5 miles this stream just getting places. How you guys doing? Do you guys live here in New York? How do you guys feel about the election results?
It is what it is at this point. It is what it is.
Dissatisfied?
What are we gonna do?
Not really.
There's nothing we can control.
Did you guys vote?
I did.
We did, yes.
Nice. Did the person you voted for win?
No.
No. But better luck in 4 years, I guess.
I hope so, yes.
better candidates.
Yeah, better candidates. Who do you think will be the candidates in 2028?
That's a good question. I don't know.
J.D. Vance versus Kamala Harris, round 2?
I don't think Harris will go again. I'd be surprised if he does.
Yeah.
I don't think Kamala's gonna run again. I don't think so.
I don't think she got a shot. If she lost by this much, would you guys vote for Vivek?
I don't even know who that is, to be honest.
Would you vote for Tim Walz?
Tim Walz? No, I don't think so. That was her vice president.
Who put tampons in boys' bathroom, that guy?
That's great.
You about that life? Yeah, it's kind of strange, right?
Yeah, it's a bit strange. The thing is that Kamala Harris tried to, it's gonna sound mean, but she tried to outdone the white guy, you know, and she's a female as well. So a lot of people don't want that either way. But she gave it a shot. It was kind of close, but at the end of the day, he won.
Yeah, she gave it her best shot. That's all you can ask for. Awesome. You guys have a good rest of your day. One more question. We're about to go up to the Watson Hotel. We're doing a video right now on the migrants. Do you think the migrants are worried that now that they will be deported since Donald Trump won?
Oh, definitely, yes. Yes, they should be very worried because he said that himself. But which is also weird because his wife is also an immigrant, so that makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. I think he refers to the ones that came across the border illegally. But so far, we've been talking to some of the migrants because I speak Spanish, and they haven't been worried.
Oh, that's actually very interesting.
They're brave.
Yeah, they said, we'll just put it in the hands of God, a lot of them.
Well, I mean, it should be like that. I mean, hopefully God has that under control. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump does something weird. Yeah, for them.
We'll see if he follows through with his words.
Yeah.
What do you got to say?
Hi, my name is Lee Vanessa Jackson. You can watch my film, Alchemy and Solitude, at the Michaud Film Fest. Hi!
Okay. They were saying you're adorable here in the chat, ma'am. But what do you got to say about what we were just talking about? Are you happy Kamala lost?
I'm a black woman. You can automatically see how I feel, so.
You're pretty happy right now, sipping on that ice cream.
Yeah.
Did you just put a cheers up for Trump? Is that just a cheers for Trump that you just lifted up?
Oh, God, no. No.
What do you think is going to happen with all the migrants?
I think we're all going to have to sit around and see, and hopefully we have enough courage to protest and do what our rights are given to us, so.
You think Donald Trump's going to take away your women's rights?
I think he's going to try.
What are you going to do?
I think we're all going to protest. I think no matter who would have won, I think there was going to be riots and protests no matter what.
So far, we haven't really seen many riots or protests.
Yet. Early. Not yet.
What can you tell us about what's going to happen? It looks like you're a protester.
I gotta go, but.
Oh, come on, give us an insight about what's going to happen with the protest. Okay.
Film to the protest. Enjoy the film.
The film is that's a protester right there. How much does Soros pay the protesters? Ah, she in the car. All right, we're moving on up. We're almost to the Watson Hotel. We're right here. Bye. Nice lady, nice lady. She's ready to protest though. She said herself. All right, here we go, everybody. Hey, thank you, Sawa Chan, for the donation. Thank you.
Were you part of
Mark?
For yours specifically?
Mark says Nick has this splendid autistic charm to him that's so relatable and admirable. Great coverage throughout this election, A+ stuff. There are a lot of migrants, so let's see if any of them speak English. Anyone speak English? English?
Chicken baby food.
English.
I had a jar of it left. That's what he's eating.
Speak English?
I had one jar Gerber
I'll pay
chicken
$5 for interview.
baby food.
$5. Oh, okay. No. You got money? Oh, okay. We'll get out of here. We'll get out of here. They're doing illegal sales right there, so that's why they're getting pissed off. They're selling stuff illegally. All right, that was not the most welcoming. I think they were selling some stuff illegally.
And he's eating every bit of it. I felt like it was something to do with because he wouldn't eat the dry food. So that made me lead me to believe it's something to do with him not being able to eat stuff that's too hard to chew or something. He licked up that whole jar though. I don't have any more for tomorrow or anything.
We're on 47th Street now, making our way over to the Watson. Looks like we gotta. Well,
At least he
Watson's
got
here on 47th, I'm pretty sure, right?
Calories in him.
It is. It's on the 47th, from what I remember. Finding a New Yorker to patiently walk
I
through
have my
the
phone on
streets.
me.
One thing that
Thank you
is
so
awesome about
much.
Watson, why I do love it so much,
Freaking dollars.
because you just get to talk with so many people.
$20 going towards some food for the kitties.
Hundreds of people.
Thank you so much.
Every single option
Generosity,
is awesome.
support.
Let's see if we can get somebody to walk with us. Here, stay
Get
right
that
here,
on
and
the
we'll get
board
someone coming
here.
our way, and we'll walk and talk with them. Let's see. Are you guys from New York? Oh, okay. No, thanks. Also, let's just get a lot of rejection. Let's talk to this lady right here. How you doing, ma'am? Are you from New York? Can we walk and talk with you? No, don't want to walk and talk. Having a bad day? Hope it
Helps
turns
me
into a
pay
great
my
one.
credit cards off because
Having a bad day. Let's talk to this
all
lady
this
right
extra money I'm spending on cats is supposed to go towards the credit cards.
This lady right behind us. See if she speaks. That lady was not having a good day. Go bad. Too bad we couldn't have turned that frown into a smile. Let's see. How you doing? Can we walk and talk with you? We're live right now. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Do you live here in New York?
Yeah.
You like it?
It's okay. Yeah.
It's okay. And
Who knows? Maybe he'll
How
eat
do
the
you
wet
feel
food in
about
the
the election?
morning.
It's whatever.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
What do you hope to happen? What do you hope to see in the next 4 years with Donald Trump as the president?
I don't know. Chaos.
Chaos?
Yeah.
Think it'll be more chaotic than it already is?
I really don't know.
Really don't know.
No.
And did you vote?
Yeah.
You vote for Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you surprised when you saw that he won by the margin that he won by?
I was shocked. Not really surprised.
Shocked but not surprised. Like it. And how long have you lived in New York for?
My whole life.
Whole life? How have you seen the city change over the past 4 years as so many migrants have been let into the city? How since you've lived here your whole life, how have you seen the city change over these past 4 years as migrants have came into the city? The influx of them.
You know, it's different, but you know, I have some family who are not from the U.S., so I don't really care.
This is tea.
Do you think Trump will follow through with his promise of doing mass deportations on the illegal immigrants?
Probably.
Yeah. Do you think that'd be a good thing or a bad thing to deport the bad ones at least?
I don't know. It has its pros and cons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are interested. He said he's going to do the largest mass deportation effort in American history.
Yeah. Well, we'll see
Oh,
what
I
happens.
gotta feed some other kitties now. My kids said.
A little bit difficult, but
I gotta feed my indoor
we'll
cats
see what
now.
he do.
What's something on your mind right now?
Going home.
Going home, long day at work?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I'd rather not say.
Yeah, you don't need to say, no worries. Is it something illegal?
No.
No, okay, good. We just had to clarify.
No legal.
What do you enjoy doing with your free time?
Sleeping.
Sleeping?
Yes.
Yeah, sleeping's nice. Do you think Joe Biden's going to be sleeping a lot more now that he's not president?
I hope so.
Hope so.
Yeah.
What did you think about Joe Biden?
Not the best.
Not the best?
Not the best,
A
but
little sleepy?
yeah, old.
Old. What do you like about Kamala Harris?
I don't know much.
Don't know much.
I don't know much.
You think that's why she lost? Because not we're heading this way. Do you think she lost because nobody really knew who she was?
Yeah, I agree. If she had more information on her, I think more people will vote for her. But at the same time,
Like she should have done some more podcasts or some more longer form interviews.
I think that she
was scared to show people who she was, though.
I think her endorsements wasn't really good.
They're all a
So
bunch of Diddy partiers.
exactly. I think she should have leaned more towards her campaigning and her speeches instead of the endorsements.
Yeah, she should have actually had a message other than Trump's a threat to democracy and that he's part of probably 2025 when he's really not.
Yeah.
So it's just I think people saw through the.
And who did you vote for?
I vote for Trump.
Oh. Yeah. All right, then I think I'm done.
What? Come on. We were just having a good conversation.
Yeah.
So did more than half the country voted for Trump.
Well, I see that.
But shouldn't we be able to talk and be friends? You voted for Kamal. I didn't say we're done.
I don't care.
I know, I'm just messing with you. But if you do want to walk away, you can just walk away, I guess.
Okay.
No, we're going up here. But hey, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you too.
Very nice lady. Have a great rest of your day. All right, here we're pulling up on the Watson right now. Here we go. Will you swipe down and see what the camera percentage is at really quick? Okay, we're chilling, everybody. Here we go. That lady, why did she just stop talking to me when I said I voted for Trump? Strange. Okay, look, here's the Watson Hotel. Lots of them. Lots of migrants came through right here. Hola, ¿cómo están? Estamos haciendo un video. ¿Podemos hacerles algunas preguntas? Well, can I ask them at least?
Go ahead.
Yeah. ¿Podría hacer una entrevista con uno de ustedes? Oh, pero... I'm talking to him, I'm asking. Estamos haciendo algo sobre la elección, de qué piensan los migrantes de los resultados de la elección. ¿Te pagaré $5?
No, gracias. No, o sea, nos pareció bien, ¿no?
You guys alright with the election results? ¿Están bien con los resultados de la elección?
Sí, la verdad.
Yeah, they say they're alright.
Nos parece bien.
Really? ¿En serio?
En serio. La verdad,
Tiene
sí.
que confiar en Dios.
Because you guys are putting their faith in God.
Solo Dios diga cuándo nos vamos, para dónde vamos.
Uh-huh.
Es que nosotros, bueno, en la mayoría hay algunos migrantes que no tienen nada que esconder. O sea, no están pendientes de hacer cosas malas.
Me gusta eso, me gusta eso. She said that a lot of the migrants say, well, we don't have anything to fear, so why should we worry?
Y aquí en Venezuela la cosa está fuerte.
Yeah.
Entonces uno vino acá a trabajar.
Yeah, they're from Venezuela, so they say they came here to work. Estoy traduciendo mientras que hablamos.
Claro,
So she said, we're not worried because we came here to do good. Come here to do good. Yeah. Donald Trump, he did say a lot about the migrant situation as it has been a big issue in the United States. Voy a try to decirlo después, I'm going to translate after. And he said that he's going to deport a lot of the migrants. Are you guys worried about being deported? Donald Trump dijo mucho sobre los migrantes cuando estaba en su campaña. ¿Tiene temor de ser deportados ahora que él ganó?
No, porque nosotros, o sea, no tenemos delito.
Nosotros no tenemos delito y hasta lo que hemos escuchado van a deportar a las personas que tengan delito, pero si no tengan un proceso migratorio.
They're saying they're not scared because they don't have any crimes.
Trabajar honradamente, ¿verdad?
They came here to work honorably, and they don't think they're going to be taken from immigration. And do you think other migrants are worried about getting deported? ¿Cree que otros migrantes tienen temor de ser deportados?
Ni idea, todo depende de la personalidad de cada quien.
She said, no, it doesn't important to other people. Hey, this is the guy we interviewed from the beginning of the video. Wow. And yeah, so you guys aren't worried because you guys haven't committed any crimes. Seem like very nice people. ¿Dónde son? Where are you guys from?
De Venezuela.
You guys are from Caracas. And are you happy you guys are here in the United States? ¿Están felices que están aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Sí, señor. Sí, estamos felices porque aquí por lo menos se ve la ganancia, pues.
Yeah, because you can see how make money, the kids are in school. And how long have you guys lived here inside the Watson Hotel? ¿Cuánto tiempo llevan viviendo aquí en el Watson?
Nosotros mientras que nos dan los papeles, ya en lo que nos den nuestro social y eso, ya alquilamos para trabajar.
Pero
entramos en mayo.
So you guys have been here since May. They've been here since May, she says, and they're in the process of getting their paper. Entonces, ¿cuántos meses han estado aquí? How many months have you been up here?
Ahorita tengo 4 meses. Voy a tener, no, tengo 2 meses.
2 months.
Para la extensión porque tengo la fractura.
2 months because she has a fractured leg.
Vamos a alquilar.
And then after they're gonna rent. And we see lots of babies here. Vimos muchos bebés. Are there a lot of people having babies here so that way they can stay in the United States? Hay muchas personas que están teniendo bebés para poder quedarse aquí en los Estados Unidos.
No, pero eso es dependiendo la intención de cada persona.
And this depends on the intention of each person. She said the last thing she wants to do is have a baby. But a lot of people are having babies because, like the phrase anchor babies. And how did you guys get here? ¿Cómo llegaron aquí con todos los bebés? How did you guys get here with all the babies?
Pasamos la selva.
The jungle. You walked through the jungle. Usted caminó por la selva.
Sí, pero me dañé, me fracturé en la selva.
Broke her leg in the jungle. Wow.
Me caí en la selva.
Wow, you fell in the jungle. What was it like going through the jungle? ¿Cómo fue el proceso de estar en la selva? How was it? Was an experience. Extraordinary. 5 days. ¿Duro?
No, no tanto.
It wasn't that hard, she said.
No, porque me dañé el pie, pero.
So it's all in the nature.
Pero sí pasamos todo su proceso, ¿verdad? Ya hasta llegamos a México, pedimos su cita,
Wow.
Mi mamá solamente se cayó.
¿Y how much do you guys have to pay the cartels to get here? ¿Cuánto tiene que pagar los carteles para cruzar la frontera?
No sabemos.
Oh, you don't even know, she says.
No, eso no nos gusta hablar.
They don't like to talk about that, they said. Yeah, I don't blame you, no worries.
Eso va a salir en las redes.
Yeah.
Fuimos secuestrados y nos da miedo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she said they could kidnap us. I mean, that gives us, scares us. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're not gonna say how much, but they didn't reveal how much. But yeah, I guess that just shows you how scared they are of the cartels, which is scary here. The cartels have a presence here. Are there gangsters here in these shelters? ¿Hay bandillas aquí en los Chesters? ¿Hay bandillas aquí en los Chesters?
No, yo no he visto nada.
In this one, no.
Aquí no hemos visto nada.
Okay, pero so you say in this shelter, but in other shelters.
No conocemos.
Yo no he visto pandillas, no.
No. Pero en otros Chesters, in other shelters?
No sabemos.
He visto en las noticias, sí, pero de verdad.
We've seen in the news, that's all she has to say about that. Wow, interesting. Well, bueno, muchas gracias por su tiempo. Is there any other message you'd like to give to migrants or to people in the United States? Because we thought migrants would be very scared now that Donald Trump won, but so far what we've heard from people is that they're putting a lot of faith in God and that they aren't that worried about getting deported, which is surprising to us. ¿Hay algún otro mensaje que le gustaría compartir? Porque pensamos que muchos migrantes iban a tener el temor de ser deportados ahora que Trump ganó, pero hemos visto que muchas personas están poniendo fe en Dios y están bien con el resultado.
Porque si tú vienes aquí a trabajar honradamente y a salir adelante,
we're fine with the process. If you came here legally to do it and you follow the process, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Wow. Well, very thankful for your time y muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Estamos agradecidos por la oportunidad de hablar. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not going to put that. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye. All right, you guys. I'm surprised with the interviews so far. Very nice people. Like, I lived in South America for 2 years, and I will say, people from South America, are very nice, and a lot of them do have a lot of faith in God. And then you've seen it here today. These people are saying, we're putting our faith in God. God's the one who put Trump in office. One even said, so why should we fear? Why should we fear? They put a lot of faith in God, which is quite amazing. We're not going to talk to these guys up here. They're 4 guys all by themselves. These guys are throwing up signs. Got the Chicago Bulls. We'll move out of here, and we'll get out of here really quick. I'm a little nervous now. We'll see what's going on. We'll find we'll end this live stream by some NYPD or something because we got some people following us. Then we'll get out of here. All right, let's we'll end the live stream over here on the curb once we don't got people following us. Get closer to NYPD or something like that. But yeah, people here, you'd think they'd be nervous here at these shelters, the Roosevelt, the Watson, and the Row, but everyone seems to be not too worried as far as the migrants go. It's hello, how are you? ¿Está bien?
Bien.
Español? ¿Viven aquí en Watson? No. No. ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí? ¿Cuánto tiempo? How long have you been here for? 2 años. 2 años. We're doing a video on the elections here. Estamos haciendo un video sobre las elecciones y hemos hablado con ciudadanos ayer y ahora con migrantes. What's your reaction to the election results? ¿Qué es su reacción a los resultados de la elección?
Bueno, para mí está bien. Pienso
For her, it's good, she says.
que eso fue lo que decidió la
But
población.
that's what God decided. Wow. Are you worried now that Donald Trump is president? ¿Tiene temor que Donald Trump es el presidente?
Sí, no tengo problema.
She doesn't have a problem, she says. Wow. I would have thought, yo personalmente, would have thought that migrants be worried because Donald Trump has said he's going to deport a lot of the migrants. But today, from what we've seen, it doesn't seem like people are too nervous. Yo pensaba que muchos migrantes iban a tener el temor ahora que Trump va a ser el presidente, porque él ha dicho que va a deportar muchos migrantes. Pero he visto que no hay muchos migrantes que tienen el temor de eso.
Me imagino que es una parte sí, pero otra
She said
parte
there's some
no.
part, but the other part not. Wow, interesting. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Okay,
Hasta luego.
buenas noches.
Y usted, would you be all right if you had to go back to Venezuela? ¿Estaría bien si tenía que regresar a Venezuela?
Ah, yo soy dominicana.
Oh, Dominicana. ¿Estaría bien si tenía que regresar a Dominican Republic?
Sí.
So she'd be fine, she says. Interesting. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
I thought she was fleeing something.
How are you doing? You have a quick second? Oh, okay. And one interesting thing about Venezuela, our producer Rooker T. Jones is telling me, one thing interesting about Venezuela is that the migrants that leave Venezuela,
Bro.
they're not being welcomed back.
She doesn't care if she gets sent back. She was like, yeah, I'll go back to Dominican Republic. It wasn't that bad after all. I just came here to have a little fun, make some money. It's vacation.
Into Venezuela.
I expect to be sent back.
Their government is literally not letting any planes in from the United States as far as that are bringing the migrants.
He's going to
back.
secure the
These
border.
countries,
Yeah,
Donald
he's
Trump's
going
done
to secure the
him.
border. You know why? He's going to put. He's already said he was going to do. He's going to enact some old shit from back in the day, and he can do it because he did it before. Watch him do it. He's already talked to people that said he can do it.
To do because literally,
And they're scared. Washington's scared. Washington was scared about some other shit too. They're like, he's going to do this because he's going to bring forth some law from the 1800s. Hell yeah, he's going to do it because he can. He knows he can. The presidents that are been in office, they've been pussies. They haven't been using their power.
Venezuela, they're not accepting the migrants back. Same with in other countries. Anything else, Booker T? You want to go this way? Finish it off? Go. Yeah. But let's end the live stream. All right, everybody. Thank y'all so much for watching this live stream. We appreciate it. If you are new here, give a like, subscribe, and hopefully we make it home safe. More live stream.
He did it before. You saw
coming out tomorrow.
the numbers.
See y'all, and we'll see you guys
Are
next live
there.
stream. And new
The
video.
stats are there, dude. Border apprehensions were far less before Trump. And as soon as Biden got in office, the passport office here had so many people in it. When I would go to the post office to pick up the mail from the P.O. box once a month or whatever, they would have like umbrellas and shit set up, and there'd be a line of them going all the way around the parking lot. They'd be selling corn and Mexican shit, Mexican food to these people because all of a sudden there was like a gold mine rush to the passport office for some reason. That was very strange. Happened right when Biden went in office because he undid some shit that Trump did. So yeah, Trump's gonna redo his shit. Well, here's the thing. Trump surrounds himself with smart people. Trump doesn't have to be smart. You don't have to be smart in this world. You just have to surround yourself with smart people. I'm not saying he's not smart too. He went to business school, I guess. Not a retarded person. Yeah, man, I hope Tux eats regular food tomorrow. Man, getting weird out here in the cat world lately. Oh, I just gave Sweet Pea another dose of the steroid. My vet said yes, another 2 days. So we'll see if it helps. I made sure it was half of a pill. I weighed it and everything. 50 milligrams. Hopefully the stores start going down tomorrow, huh, baby girl. Old Tux got some chicken baby food in him. He hadn't been eating all day, so just in case he's not eating anywhere else, you get a whole jar of that. It might mess him up a little bit gastrointestinally wise, because it's a little odd to have a whole jar of chicken pate like that for him probably, but he loved it. He ate all of it. Mama had about, I don't know, I'd say about 3/4 of a can or so. He left that. Mama was actually coming up. If I wouldn't have stayed out there with him, I don't know if you guys could see my shoe out there, but I was right there the whole time. But, well, most of the time that he was eating. But yeah, she ran up twice when I was out there. Once from that, like down here, she was out here, ran up, she started coming down the sidewalk, and she stopped, and she left, and then she came back and stopped, and then she left the other way. So if I would have stayed out there, she would have rolled up on him and pushed him off the food probably. So, I mean, hopefully he's eating somewhere else, and that was just a super good little treat he got to have for once in a lifetime, probably. She's already had that treat when she was sick. That's why I still had it. So who's gonna join me over on some PUBG, baby? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Baby, going on there with me? Don't come around, dude, I got paid because I won. Oh fuck, I didn't realize Kirby was talking over there. I forgot to bust out god dang it, Kirby, I'm sorry. I think I forgot to pop out the live chat again. And I sure did. So Kirby's hasn't been popping on the screen. I won the D-Live Trump vote. Did you get that too, Kirby? He's still here. Oh, she just came back? You saw her? I didn't see her. When? Like right after Tux left it? Mm-hmm. No, she stayed way down here. She was like down here near me where I'm at now. If I'm looking like how I'm looking right now, I'm actually facing that wall that you're seeing out that camera is down here in my bedroom facing the wall. Mama was like right here to the left of me, in front of me. And that is probably like 10 to 15, 20 feet that way. On the sidewalk that's in front of me. Mama was just down here the whole time, near the actual sidewalk. Public sidewalk. Yeah, she just stared at us for a little while. She ate all her food and she ate the medicine out the bowl. Good girl. Hope that helps her. Alright. I'm gonna switch it on over, y'all. It's gonna take me a while, but I'll get them up and play a few games, I guess. Thursday games. Would you knock it off with your loud ass? Cats are probably done what they're gonna do for a while. I don't think I'm gonna feed any more to them today. Try to get back by 4:20. Do that. That's the goal. Get back by 4:20. Alright, thank you, Sister T, for the extremely generous 20 bones. I'll have to get some more. Maybe I might have to get some more of that chicken baby food, depending. I just need to see what's up with Tux tomorrow. Thank you too, Miss Fung, for hanging with us. Bill and Brody. And Ted was here, and Busy Brown, Jay Busy Brown was here. Yeah. There were all kinds of people. Mark Bass was here. Ted Thomas was here. Night Owl was here, I think, at one point. Hey, when? Have it. Golden Coin 100, don't forget about him. Never forget about him.